all flat, they're all equal, it's got to be a breakdown of your prior low day. Break lower high underneath the previous low opens the door for continued gap close. One of the issues and concerns that we've sort of outlined in last night's midweek.
Then I had to jag with the crack.
All flat, they're all equal, it's got to be a breakdown.
With the crack fender, Joe the L3 did the dash in it. You know I had to get away from crashing it. Sticks in the car, I'm a jumper too. Left his brains up in Timbuktu. Bitch, I get dope, I know Hummer too. And I did all my homework too. So young, begging me to come home too. But Mayling is a home run too. Said I shouldn't wait or get fucked by two. A threesome, I just set my mood. Play me like I'm dumb, I'ma spill my juice. It's a mop and it clean up cool. On the dance floor, I just found my groove. My two-step and my knockout smooth. When I walk the yards, when I paid my dues. Crash dummies who I call my goons. They just wanna die, drink mud and shoot. There's nothing that I love more than juice. All this shit deeper than a punchline. Mops in the car when it's crunch time. 10,000 on my head, I walk the front line. I was up in jail flushing one time. Sunshine, Billy Super Sport when the sun out. Foreign whip crasher, but I feel flaming Hyundai. Gotta switch the lane or it get tricky. Glad I came with a Hyundai. Goofy ass nigga, it's a Mickey. Another body, though, I'm just kidding. Cause they'll come and snatch a bit of riddle, but I ain't perfect man. Why you got your hand out? You wobbling, you couldn't even stand down. Thinking back, I should've went the scam route. Or maybe I just should've went the cam house. Yeah, you ballin', but you couldn't help your mans out. Man, I gotta go back to this damn child be alive.
So we've got, overnight inventory.
Yo, we gotta get this loot up. What was going, son?
Yeah, to all the killers and the $100 billers. For real, because who ain't got no feelings.
Morning, guys. No trades for the first 30 minutes.
Check it out now. I got you stuck off the realness. We be the infamous, you heard of us. Official Queensbridge murderers. The mark comes equipped for warfare. Beware of my crime family who got no shots to share for all those who wanna profile and pose. Rock you in your face, stab your brain with your nose bone. You all alone in these streets, cousin. Every man for theyself in his land, we be gunning. And keep them shook crews running like they supposed to. They come around, but they never come close to. I can see it inside your face, you're in the wrong place. Cowards like you just get their whole body laced up with bullet holes and such. Speak the wrong words, man, and you will get touched. You could put your whole army against my team, and I guarantee you it'll be your very last time breathing. Your simple words just don't move me. You're minor, we major. You're all up in the game and don't deserve to be a player. Don't make me have to call your name out. Your crew is featherweight. My gunshots will make you levitate. I'm only 19, but my mind is older. When the things get for real, my warm heart turns cold. Enough nigga deceased, another story is told. It ain't nothing really, and you're done spoke to Philly. So I can get my mind off these yellow back niggas. While they still alive, I don't know, go figure. Meanwhile, back in Queens, the realness and foundation. If I die, I couldn't choose a better location. When the slugs penetrate, feel a burning sensation, getting closer to God. In a tight situation now, take these words home and think it through. Or the next rhyme I write might be about you, son, they shook. Cause ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. Scared to death and scared to look, they shook. Cause ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. Scared to death and scared to look. Living the life that is diamonds and guns. There's numerous ways you can choose to earn funds. So some get shot, locked down, and turn nuns. Cowardly hearts and straight up shook ones, shook ones. He ain't a crook, son. He just a shook one. For every rhyme I write, it's 25 to life. There was so much to got you trust, safeguard in my life. Ain't no time for hesitation, that only leads to incarceration. You don't know me, there's no relation. Queensbridge, and we don't play. I don't got time for your petty thinking mind, son, I'm bigger than those. Claiming that you pack heat, but you're scared to hold. And once the smoke clears, you'll be left with one in your dome. 13 years in the projects, my mentality is what, kid? You talk a good one, but you don't want it. Sometimes I wonder, do I deserve to live? Or am I gonna burn to hell for all the things I did? No time to dwell on that, cause my brain reacts. Front if you want, kid, lay on your back. I don't fake jazz, kid, you know I bring it to your life. Stay in a child's place, kid, you out of line. Criminal minds thirsty for recognition. I'm sipping, E&J got my mind flipping. I'm bucking, think I'm always out of hope for hustling. Get that loot, kid, you know my function. As long as I'm alive, I'm a live illegal. And once I get on them, I put on all my peoples. React with lyrics like Max, I hit your dome up. When I roll up the beat, go sleep because I'm free.
Son, they shook, cause ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. Scared to death, scared to look, they shook. Cause ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. Scared to death, scared to look, they shook. Cause ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. Scared to death, scared to look, they shook. Cause ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. Living the life that comes and goes. Numerous ways you can choose to earn funds. Some get shot, locked down, and turn guns. Cowardly ones and straight up shoot one shook.
Came from the roof, yo. Let's go get him, man, right now, man. Let's go get him, son. Man, come on, yo. Give him my mother. Come on, let's get the car, please.
With the gas, with the gas.
We're gonna do this shit next.
Look, I'm coming straight off the sauce. A crazy motherfucker named Nipsey. I'm turned up cause I grew up in the 60s. Caution, to you rap niggas trying to diss me. I go on, that's why your bitch wanna flip me. Big guns, nigga turn rivals into rosaries, extended clips. I give a fuck who you supposed to be. Straight off the block, I sold rope to buy groceries. Now it's rap money, no advances, all royalties. Broke nigga, you can follow me. It's fuck bitches, get money, keep some hollow heads logically. And I'm for where I'm a side boost the economy. Pay taxes to these corners and put in work as a policy. It's white chalk on the corners. It's yellow tape on the gates. Choppers up above, that's cuz a tiny lows run the streets where I'm from.
Just a small introduction to this Nipsey Hustle music. Us money and bitches, that's the way that we do it. First get your grind on, then get your shine on. Then come through daytime with the lights on. Then hit the fast lane, and let your chain swing. You getting dollars like a doctor, but you can't bang. Yeah, it's hustle in the house. Yeah, it's hustle in the house.
Blue rag, ass hat, gold on my neck fat. Gun case, catch that, neighborhood, I rep that. Shoot first, ass last, move front, fast, cash, flying. Tip that, squabble if you get mad. And in my lifetime, I seen a lot of death. A couple cold nights, it looked like there was nothing left. But God got me, so I got it down in my flesh. Slauson, nigga, you ain't heard shit yet, cuzzy. Copy, what's the rhyme? Tiny draw, Dippin' Stone when he come home and baby we dog. And can't forget my big brother Black Sam, just a young hood nigga with $1 million plan.
Just a small introduction to this Nipsey Hustle music. Us money and bitches, that's the way that we do it. First get your grind on, then get your shine on. Then come through daytime with the lights on. Then hit the fast lane, and let your chain swing. You getting dollars like a doctor, but you can't bang. Yeah, it's hustle in the house. Yeah, it's hustle in the house.
Came from nothing, so every ever rap, say the speculation, real bang, gun clap, silence, easy opposition with the Mac, I'm turning in the candles on the curb, over blood splat, fuck rest in peace shirts, nigga, where your guns at, it's been 2 weeks, and we ain't seen no kickback, type of shit, what's that, yo, crippin' is squat, you ain't promised, you ain't turned up, nigga, you off dead, I promise, I'll be out lurking with the pump, gooped up, black hoodie on, chopper in the trunk, ready to hop out, and do my motherfucking stuff, 6-0, nigga, that's what's up.
Just a small introduction to this Nipsey Hustle music. Us money and bitches, that's the way that we do it. First get your grind on, then get your shine on. Then come through daytime with the lights on. Then hit the fast lane, and let your chain swing. You getting dollars like a doctor, but you can't bang. Yeah, it's hustle in the house. Yeah, it's hustle in the house.
2 minutes left. Let's take a couple deep breaths. In, hold it, and out. Say to yourself, I will not take any dumbass trades. In, hold it, exhale. I will not be a pussy. Inhale, hold it, exhale. I will follow my rules. Last one, inhale, hold it, exhale.
Everywhere I go, flex, valet park on some low shit. Whole lot of smoke in that Rari, that thing
I
pump.
feel fucking great.
Burning rubber. When the
Alright,
cameras, it was under
we got
under pressure.
45 seconds left to
On
the
they brothers. Got the judge on the
open,
streets that never love you.
and let's see
Cut to in your brain for you to run
what
to.
we get. So far, I don't see anything that tells me anything. I don't see anything that tells me anything.
South Central gangbangers that live long enough to see it change. They just talk and make arrangements. Finally wiggle out that maze. Find me out different places. The smoke by the
It's helped. Yogi Mike started that and passed it to Andrew, and Andrew made it part of his morning routine. And it has helped me. It helped me with that first 5-minute candle. I don't know why, but I always felt like I needed to get on my first candle. Here we go, market's open. Let's make some fucking money. Alright, here we go. Right out the gate, it's coming. It's gonna test this level. And boom, look how hard it rejects off of it. Immediately. Let's just be patient and see what it gives us, right? Remember, we're here for a good time and a long time. So no reason to take stupid trades if we want to trade tomorrow. Apple has a level at 173, a support level around 170 or so. I know a lot of you guys trade Tesla. Tesla above 184.50 looks pretty good, and support at, I would say 182 for the put. Lewis, I have a West Coast bias, so I'm gonna say E40.
Buy iceberg NQ, sellers sweep NQ. Buy iceberg NQ, absorption sellers NQ.
I flash back on that shootout at the beach.
So what I've seen thus far is Amazon is rejected and headed down. Microsoft popped up and rejected hard. Apple is down, but it's holding its 50. Tesla is rejecting off of 184. Remember I said 184 and a half was where I would look there. Google is definitely going down. I mean, they just announced, layoffs. But NVIDIA broke its level, I think. So NVIDIA's headed up. NVIDIA, I had NVIDIA at 484. 848. Excuse me. 848, and we got above there, and it just whipped off at 850. So. EPG, what do you mean? Where the fuck is Wolf? He's right here. I ain't good enough. Fuck you. I'm just joking, EPG, I love you. How many screens do I have? I have 2 large Samsung joints. Let me see if I can turn it. No, I can't. But I have 2 of these big ass Samsung joints.
Switch to Chrome to load your favorite sites fast, so you can browse with ease. Fast, safe, yours. Get Chrome for Windows.
Let me see. So, again, you have conflicting news, right? You have Tesla and NVIDIA headed up. You have Apple came down but held its 50 and bounced up. You have Google headed down. You have Amazon headed down. And you have Microsoft headed down. So right now, it hasn't told me anything. It hasn't told me anything other than the levels that we called out in the pre-market are true, right? We rejected right off of, I said right around that 504.80. We rejected out right at 504.70. And we have not come down below 503.50 yet. So, okay. Everyone who's coming to the Houston boot camp, you need to fly into either IAH or HOU. Both of them are fine. Houston Hobby or George Bush. Do I tend to stick to whole number increments or half dollar? Brad, I stick to quarters.
Let's wrap this
So,
up with a neat and tidy
525 cents. Here we come down, testing that 503.50. But I'm going to be a little hesitant before I get in, even if it breaks this, right? Because remember I said we have another level right here at 503. Let's just call it 503 and a quarter. We have another level there. So I'm going to see if it can come down. And unless I have all the influences in my favor, which I don't, no reason for me to get in yet. And look right where the fuck we just held support. Okay, here we come. It's going to test it.
Wow. That was fast.
It's holding support right there. So, Nvidia is rejecting. It looks like we're headed down. So I like this. Perfect. Yeah, 1 second. I love the close on this candle. Let's see if we can get some follow through. Give it the first 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. I'm going to personally take puts on this. You don't have to. This is not a wolf call. This is a Jay the Rookie call. So don't follow me, follow Wolf. But I'm gonna see if I can get some follow through there. And I may have made a mistake on my trade actually, because I'm looking. We have another level right at 502.60. So let me just see how that plays out. So I think I got it a little premature. It's okay. I'll keep my tight stop.
Order filled.
So I did it 157. I need to get to 188 for it to be considered a 20%er. So what I do is I buy my contracts, I immediately take and I set a sell at the 20%, so that way I can hear it. Not all of it. Here we go with a little bit more.
Order filled.
I'm on down. Okay, boom, I just got my 20%. So now I'm trimming. And now I'm also keeping in mind there's another level there, right? Okay, so I just trimmed, hit 20%. I'm just above 20% now. Here we come down. Now I know it's going to test this 502.50 level. On my first trim, I trimmed 10%. That's my auto trim. Now that's just me. That should not necessarily be you. And now I'm watching this 502.10. Right around 502.10 is going to be the level where it bounces. So I still need to look at my confluences. Right now you have Google coming back up, Amazon coming back up, which means that this may start bouncing back up, right? So I don't want to get caught. So now I'm going to stick to my rules. I've already made some money. But if it comes back to my entry or breaks across that 9, then I'm going to get the hell out. We're going to test this 502.50 consistently. Microsoft headed down. Amazon coming back up. Nvidia is out of there. If you took that Nvidia call, great fucking job. Apple is going to continue to hold its 50. Tesla's in a chop zone clearly, and then Google's on the way up. So I'm going to play this one very conservative, simply because I don't want to get caught with my hand in the cookie jar after I've already got paid. Right? So now you hear now at 502, you guys hear my bing. That's me taking profit every time it touches this 502.50, selling one more little contract. Right? Because it continues to get up, give me a little bit more. I have so many contracts that I'm not worried about. I trim too much. Right? I'm chilling. But now I'm about to respect my rule. I'm already up a significant amount of money this morning. Those contracts have gone from, if you got in with me, you got in right around $1.50, and they've gone up to $2. Roughly, 197. Nice trade at $1,000, okay. So I'm still above my entry and I'm chilling.
By stop and view.
I think I'm gonna start cutting carbs. I need to drop my belly fat. If you want to drop this.
Now it bounced hard off that 502.50, and we have NVIDIA just rejected. Apple's coming down, Tesla's coming down, Amazon is coming up to a level. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna honor my rules right now. I'm just sitting here and I'm just chilling. I'm not doing anything. I am roughly 30% out of my original position. Right? So 30% of my contracts I've made bread on. The other 70% I'm still sitting in.
We both came off on the gritty streets of Jamaica, Queens. 2 street kids now, man. It's sad at the end of this way.
Anthony made 650 on that play. Great job. Still holding. Great job. There's no reason for us to get out. Here it comes again, testing that 502.50. Now I want to see how it continues to react to that 502.50. I don't ever get impatient when it comes down like this. I actually like it because there's no reason for me to start panicking until it's time to panic. So I'm just sitting here chilling right now. Going, let me see if they can break through 502.50s. It's continuing to reject off. But I kind of like when it does this. Okay, now here we go, some follow through. Come on down.
Order filled.
I like this because it allows the EMAs to catch up. Right? So I'm okay with that. I don't want to get so fucking extended it starts looking unrealistic. Then I start getting nervous. We're going to clearly have another level. Look, we bounced off of 502.33. Right? So let's see if we can get something. Let's look at the confluences. Back over my confluences. Google's headed up. Amazon up. Tesla down. Apple's coming down. NVIDIA is rejected twice. And Microsoft is down. So it could be chopstick. All I care about right now is just preserving capital. Right? So I'm chilling. Got my 250. Got funded on a $50,000 Apex account. Great job, Aaron. My level is 502.38, 502.33 is a 6-month level, right? Okay. So I want you guys to always remember that I still think like in the whole numbers, so I would either have 502.40 or 502.30. I always look at those wicks, wherever those wicks are or whatever. I look at all the candle closes and everything like that, because that's a little bit closer to reality. While most big hedge funds use bots to auto input trades in them, it's still a human who sets the price. So what fucking human is sitting there like every time it goes to 502.33, we're gonna get the fuck out of there. No, they're gonna say 502.24, right? So still not panicking. Here we go, going green. I would actually like for this candle. What I'm thinking right now is I want this shit to continue to close below 503. If it can continue to close below 503, I'm fine. If it gets back above 503, right, which is a whole number, then I may want to start looking at it. The next thing I'm looking at is where's my entry? I still gotta respect that rule too. So, and boom, look, we reject pretty good off of that. We pretty good off of that. I'm also looking at volume is dog shit right now. In this third candle. So remember we have news 30 minutes in, right? So or 30 minutes in. You're doing a great job, team. Great job. You'll take 29%. Remember, the motherfuckers that y'all invest with for your retirement want you to fucking kiss their ass at 10%. Right? We'll take 30%. Every day is not 100%. It's not 1,000%. So right now, if I can finish this week, not trading 2 days, got a good win on Tuesday, and a 30%er on Thursday, lucky. I'm taking that. Amazon was able to break out, Google was able to break out, and NVIDIA is continuing to reject off of 855, off of 855.20, right? So NVIDIA is rejecting, Microsoft is down, Tesla is down, Apple is getting chopped the fuck up. So only Google and Amazon are up, which means that we could be in Chop City. You know what I love about that? We're chilling. We're in Chop City chilling. I'm not panicked. My EMAs are starting to come down. That's pretty dope. You know what I'm saying? So we're just... Shamari, you're green. Shamari's on here. Yo, Shamari used to, that's my dog. That's my dog. Great job, man. Great fucking job, Shamari. Alright, here we come down testing that level again, right? Oh, there goes Juju's interacting with y'all in the chat today. We switched roles.
Now you can get Spectrum Internet with fast and reliable speeds for $49.99.
Y'all say whatever. Y'all like green. Y'all like green listening to his students. Please say green. Please say green. Type in how much you make without even listening to Andrew. Right? This is important. This is where we start really getting paid. Remember, Andrew used to take all of December off. Let's give Andrew another December off, y'all. We gotta show him that we're paying fucking attention. Right? So we continue to hold that 502 level on that new candle. Here goes a poll. Type it in if you're red, green, break even. Type it in. Make sure you take the poll. And this is where we really show what we're really doing, man. Like, this is freedom. This is freedom. This is what the fuck Andrew does all of this for. So we can make money without him. You want to fucking make money with just your guru telling you when the fuck you can... What's the difference in that and a job? Y'all came here to work for Andrew or learn to work for yourself. Right? This is where you really become a real fucking trader. No Andrew, hasn't said a word, didn't come on. 40% of you guys haven't taken a trade. I respect that. Because guess what? We are definitely in a fucked up zone. So if you didn't feel comfortable, I'm okay with that. Only 6% of you are red, which we need to figure that out. If you got in late, type in late. If you took a dumb entry and tried to go calls, let me know that. You probably tried to take that call trade on the first candle, you fucking degenerates. Late. Okay, if you're late, you're still okay. Remember this, if you're late, you'll be okay. As long as you adjust how much you're willing to accept. You're not gonna get the 20%, the 30% that some of us got. You're not gonna get that. That's not even your mission no more. Your mission is to get 10%, 15%, get the fuck out. You got in late, you showed up late to the party, you don't get the cute girl. You gotta leave with the family. Here we go, let's see if we can get some follow through. I have another level here, 502. It's gonna be a natural level. Here we come down. Tesla's dropping. If you guys took the puts on Tesla, you guys are killing it. You guys are absolutely killing it. If you took Amazon calls, you're up and it's gonna reject off of that. So watch that level because I have a year-long level on that. So just be very careful. Right? Me personally, I don't look at all that shit. I only look at all these other stocks to see what I think SPY is about to do. For me, I trade SPY and SPY at home and it's done. Here we come up on 502. I already know 502 plus the level. I'm gonna take me one little contract off at 502. I'm taking that off right at 502. Because I already know. Fat girls funding my account. That's right, hey. Fat girls pay like they wet. Shout out to all my voluptuous women out there. I don't date 100-pound chicks, so don't think that I'm a fat chick. I like a nice big chick. Here we come back down, about to test this 502. Let's see if we can get a little follow through on that. It's gonna touch this 502 and reject pretty hard. You hear me right? Cling! Sell one more of the contracts. I'm already up. I know went from. There we go. Here we go, below. Oh, let's go. Let's go. And let's see what Confluence is saying. Is Confluence gonna rock with me? It looks like Confluence is about to rock with me, y'all. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. If you're in this trade, you are up. We've just taken that from about $1.50 all the way up to about $2.40. Here we go. Now let's see if we can get a close low 502. We still have a whole minute in this. So this is very important to see where this kind of ends, right? Everyone should be trimming. Everybody should be trimming. You is not Andrew. You do not sit there and hold your nuts. Andrew sit there and hold his nuts and stare at the stock market and dare to fucking reverse on me. Right? We're not Andrew yet. But we are about to leave paid though. We are about to leave paid. Here we go. Give me a little bit more follow through. We're gonna have another level. There was some, you see there's a level right here, right around 501.70, 501.50. So just be very careful. That's me taking another one. That's just James Payne. That's what that means. James Payne. That's what it sounds like to me. No, Andrew ain't posted a fucking level. He ain't did none of that. He ain't did none of that. This is what he does this for. He wants you to learn how to trade without him. I just showed you right here, right now. We don't have shit, but just us hanging on here and Andrew laughing at us in the fucking comments, right? Right? So this is what he does this for.
See how this candle closes? Looking to take some more profit here shortly. Just waiting for the close of this candle.
Shit. Don't need no fucking level. Now we gotta watch this 501.50 level, right? 501.50 is gonna be a natural level.
It looks like buyers are coming in here. I'm watching the book map.
Me personally, we are down. We are starting to get into some dangerous territory. I'm almost 70% out of my position. I only have 30% left.
Let's see.
That's just me. Andrew probably would be holding still the majority of his trade because nothing has told him to sell shit. Right? But for me, it will fuck up my psyche if I don't end today green, and I was up very heavy. So it will mess with my psyche, and because I know that, I'm okay with this last 30% just chilling. Right? This is the stock market wolf way.
Order filled.
Let's not disrespect, yeah, right. Hey, can't disrespect the dope. We can never do that. I could not do this without him. All I'm simply showing you guys is I was exactly what you guys are. Just trying to learn. And he's got me to a point where I'm just walking through my thought process. Please understand my entire thought process is Andrew Diaz stock market wolf way. 8,000, let's go. Would I get out of everything before news? No, because news sometimes does a lot. News sometimes don't do shit. Go to the 1 minute chart. I don't trade on the 1 minute chart. I don't really care about the 1 minute chart. I don't trade. Me personally. Yes, we have news coming up right now in 8 minutes. We have let me see which one it is. Factory orders. Factory orders. So now we've come down. We have two candles now that have held this 501.65. We have two candles that have held that. If we continue to hold that, that may look like we're going to hold that as support, right? So then I may play it a little bit more tighter. I may dump a little bit more in my position while I'm still down this low. You know what I'm saying? I entered my entry price with 152 on the 503 contracts that I told you guys I was loading 2 minutes before the fucking before we did our Musop. Right? I told you guys I was loading 503 contracts. I got in at 152.
ice, real sunny point. It's like that. What? About to take a strike back. Sure. What you say, I'll be right back.
Okay, let's go back through some of my thought process. All I'm thinking of as I look at this is, here goes the thoughts I'm thinking. Right now, we could be establishing a support level. We could be establishing a support level at 501.7. The reason why I say could be is because we still have 2 minutes left in this candle, and all I see it continuing to do is reject off of the 502 level, which I love, right? And we seem to be holding support at 501.70. I'm okay with that. Again, that allows my EMAs to continue coming down. I also look at volume ain't shit. So now I'm really sitting here chilling. I can hang out with y'all. I can talk to y'all. Because ain't no volume. Ain't no volume. Ain't nothing going to happen where it's going bam, bam, bam off. You know what I mean? So all I'm doing is relax now. For the last, I probably have 29% of my contracts left. Because, you know, I had to hit the 5.170 was resistance yesterday. Yep. So if we can get a break below it, then we know we got a little bit more room to run. However, at this point, I'm almost 24 minutes into the market open, right? And now we have Google is establishing a chop zone. Tesla is in a clear downtrend. Apple has been in a chop zone all day. Nvidia is setting its zone between 840 and 850. And Microsoft is also it's starting to form like a chop. Amazon came up and rejected hard off of it, but now it's holding its 9. It may continue up, but it looks like a 183.25 level. So we could just be in chop. So since we're in chop, I'm chilling. I'm chilling because I'm not back in my entry. It hasn't gone above the 9, right? This is an opportunity where if it goes back above the 9, I may be able to get out of my contracts because I don't know about y'all. Some of you guys have great jobs and lives where you guys can sit here and look at charts all day. Fuck that. I don't even have the time nor the patience to do that. So I'm cool. I bought contracts at 152 and I've sold some as high as almost $2.40. So I am chilling. I'm chilling. So if it crosses above this 9 and I feel like leaving, even if I still have made money on those contracts, fuck it, I'll take it. I'll take it and just close this shit down and be like, peace. Right? But for me, what a week feels so good because I didn't trade 2 days. And I gotta be honest with y'all, man, when I first started, I had to trade every day, a couple times a day. You know, I don't know why the fuck I was like that, but I would just feel like, oh, I gotta take a trade, gotta make some money. Nah, man. So it's a great week for me. I'm very, what I trade with and how many contracts, you guys, I don't answer those questions. Those questions I don't answer because don't get caught up in what I'm trading or, you know, Andrew made $1 million today. You don't have the most 99.99% even this thing don't have the account to make $1 million in a day. You guys see James is up $1 million. Congratulations to my brother. And you guys, 99.9% you guys don't have that kind of account. Don't hold yourself to those standards. You guys, I make a very good amount of money outside of trading. Don't worry about what account I got, because what I could blow in a day could fucking cost you your rent. It could cost you something for your family. You know what I'm saying? What I want you guys to just start thinking about is if you can just make $50 a day times 252 days, you just gave yourself a $12,600 raise. Most of y'all, respectfully and humbly, go kiss your boss's ass every motherfucking day for 8 hours and work your ass to the bone just to sit in the office and have them tell you they're gonna give you a 1% raise or some shit, right? So If you just make 50 bucks a day, you just gave yourself a $12,000 a year raise. If you have the shittiest tax person in the world, you still gave yourself an extra 6G. What could you do with an extra $6,000 a year? I say this as respectfully as I can, but I'm rich, and I'll take $6,000 a year. I'll take 6 leaves a year. Shit. Just the fact that I'm able to do this, and you guys were done. I'm done, pretty much. I'm done. KB, $400 a day, going to work $400 a day. KB times 200 trading days. That's $100 grand. You want to pay to be a 6-figure earner in trading. KB, imagine walking around telling motherfuckers I'm a 6-figure trader. Come on, man. Who the fuck wouldn't be proud of that? Who wouldn't be proud of that? I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Andrew's proud of you. I'm a 6-figure trader. My job pays me 70. I make 100 trading. I'm at 170 now. Now we're talking. Am I replacing? I could never replace Wolf ever for a minute. Let's just start with that. Number 2, no. Andrew is literally at his house right now eating a bowl of cereal. I know my brother. He's eating a bowl of cereal right now, playing with his kid, laughing at this because he's having fun watching his brother work. He done put his little brother to work, his big brother to work. So he's over there singing the fire truck song. So no, I will not be replacing Wolf. I could never. Every time I come on here, I still come on here on Fridays, you guys. Look at this. He said I'm in bed eating cereal, making money. I come on Fridays, you know, that's when Andrew does primarily futures trading. I just listen to Wolf. I'm still here to learn. All you guys are hearing is a new trader. That's it. That's it. You're just hearing you 1.5 years later. I've been with Wolf 1.5 years. So, here comes news. Here comes a news candle. Let's see if we can get some follow through this 50150. If not, I'm not going to freak out unless it crosses back above at 9. Here it comes down. Influence-wise, we have Amazon coming back down. Google is at its resistance level. Tesla's still headed down. If you took Tesla today, you were fucking eating. Apple broke through its 50. It's coming down. Nvidia is coming down. Microsoft coming down. It's time for another. Gotta turn my shit back. I'm just trading. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Get your ass to the. Oh shit. He speaks. Oz is here. Good morning, Andrew. What up, man? What up, man? Up here having fun with the gang. I've been on since the whole thing, man.
Oh, I bought it again. Shit.
Here we go. Bring the 50150, y'all. We off to the races. Y'all.
What? So I no workout today. Go watch my
I tell y'all.
Got my little bowl of cereal, bro.
There goes 501. There goes 501. I'm tripping at 501. Those contracts have went from roughly about $1.50 all the way up here to $2.89. Y'all, we're fucking paid. We're off to the fucking races. Here we go. Here we go. We just hit $3 for 100%.
She's gonna drop even more, man.
There we go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, man. Come on, man. We gotta show Andrew. We're not just listening. We learn. There we go. Great fucking drop. I am approximately 85% out of my trade right now because we're gonna catch more level at 500.5 and another one at a big one at $500, right? I mean, you gotta remember that somebody's sitting there going, shit, it's below 500. So, you guys gotta remember. Now, today, I gotta be honest with you, today was a very easy day for me to call out. It was very clean, right? Without our drop, and we've done nothing but drop since. So, this is what I'm also gonna tell you guys, is this is why you do need an Andrew in your life. I don't need Andrew for days like this. I need Andrew for the choppy days. The days like yesterday where my ass was sitting there looking at a screen and it was Andrew that reminded me not to trade, right? So, red to green, oh, red to even, okay, great, nothing wrong with that. That's a great question. How many times a month do we get trades like this? This would probably say, so let's say in a month you have 25, 10, 15, 20. Let's say you have 20 trade days. Clean trades like this right here made it look easier, right? Some of you guys, damn, good job, Jay. Look at the chart. Go back, look at the chart. It broke and it just continued to break. So two things here. All those people that you got, when you guys go look back and all those traders that you guys saw from 2020, remember when trading got crazy during COVID, right? So all those traders that were trading during the best time in your fucking life to be a trader, all you had to do was just buy call. Everything had to come back up. The fucking economy had crashed. So you got all these gurus who were like, we're making money. You didn't know what the fuck we're looking at. You're just trading, right? This is where we gotta get. This is where you become a real trader in the market now, where we might be at war, we may not be at war. We got elections coming up. We got news, companies diversifying. This is where you become a real trader, right? So now, if in a trade like this, if there's 20 trading days in a year, I would probably say you're gonna get maybe 4 or 5 of these, 4 or 5 trades like this if you just trade the morning. I also want to say that I just trade the morning most times because I have to go run my business, so I miss a lot of afternoon trades. So if you just start, that's the other thing is don't get obsessed with looking at the charts all day. Make your money, be done for the day, and then go back. When Andrew first started with me, he told me I could only trade the power hour. That was it. He didn't let me trade the afternoon, and I stuck to that. Right? So sometimes you look at some of Andrew's biggest trades, they were after the power, they were at lunch. He caught an alert at midday, took it, and it rode out. That's not for you again. You can't pocket watch that again. Just make your money in the morning. You're on live with Andrew or myself. Make your bread and go about your day. Is it better to trade ES or NQ? Join us tomorrow, Andrew. We'll be talking futures very heavily. I will not even be on tomorrow. I can only talk to you guys about spot. B, have a good day. On days like yesterday, FOMC, yeah. FOMC is like, I've seen FOMC days that didn't do shit but nothing. And I've seen FOMC days where it was big, 62% gain, 400 third week trading, for the third week trading this year. Great job. 5,300. Do me a favor, you made money today, type in what you guys made, type in real quick, type in your earnings. I'll type in, I won't tell you all my shit.
Order filled.
Here you go, great fucking job, guys. If you guys make money today, I want you guys to make sure that you guys still continue to say thank you, Andrew, because literally all you're hearing is Andrew, the smooth voice of Jen.
You're like a fat kid in the ice cream store, man. You're excited,
Bro, when you get a clean day like this, some of the days are so choppy, they hurt. They're brutal.
Yeah. Good. I'm still holding my entire position, bro.
I know you are. I told you, y'all just spilled out there with Andrew. Get your ass fucking railroaded. Andrew daring the stock market to change on him. He's like, your ass better not switch up.
We have just received a report that New York City is under attack by swarms of killer bees. They've been seen approaching from Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island. We urge you to stay in your homes at this time, as we will be bringing you up-to-the-minute information. This just in. Police are reporting that there's a man on top of a skyscraper ready to jump. I'm told that he is possibly Old Dirty, a member of the Wu-Tang Clan. Police suspect that there could be some connection between this Old Dirty man
I put the chart, those green lines for where I was looking at, which is right in line with where Jay was saying. don't know if you guys saw those, but 504.73 is what I had for an entry target for calls. 503 was my entry target for the put trade, which was right on the same as what Jay had. Tesla, I had an entry target at 184.53 for the call trade, and then for a put trade I had 182. And then for NQ, I had an entry target of 17.525. These are all the green lines, you guys can see that, yes. They've been there since the pre-market this morning. So hopefully you guys caught wind of those, but you know, Jay called it out perfect. Reiterated where we were looking for it. Move has been solid since. There's absolutely zero reason to sell these. There's no reason to take profit. Well, I mean, there's reason to take profit, but I mean, there's no reason to get out of your contracts at all. We are getting a little extended off the 9, but we're probably going to break underneath this 500 here, and then if we do, this is going to continue to just dump. When we look across the board on confluences, everything is dropping. So this is definitely one of the easiest fucking trading days that you can have. Market comes up, if I was to do a little recap in terms of just to diagnose this, right, here's our green levels that we had, so these are our entry targets. Market comes up and look at exactly what it is. It hits our pre-market high, cannot break. Candle closes red, everyone waits for the first candle. Next candle starts and there is not even a single wick up. It just continues down. Breaks underneath that 503, this is around where I took my entry, this is around where Jay called it out live where he took his. My entry was about, I think it was like $1.25 or some shit. Right now it's currently at $4. And along this way down, we break a month support level. We come back to the month support level. So this is where you would want to trim. Jay calling that out multiple times for you guys. And then we have just crushed, and notice I'm at a weak level here. Right, so on the week, this is our low. So we just hit hard here, and then this next candle started, has not even put down. So this is why we have our levels, but this is a perfect level to level day. So just to reiterate, drawing your levels in the pre-market, all of that good stuff, and you guys are seeing Jay being able to call it out, and just think about the hours of what Jay has spent, right? So I'm at the point right now where I'm meowing him without even him realizing I'm meowing him, right? Where, number one, it was read it, hear it, watch it, do it, and now it's teach it. And once we get through this last phase, right, of teaching it, then the 6th phase is being able to mentor, right? Once he's at that, he's never, even now he doesn't need me, right? Like he said a couple of choppy days, maybe I'll do them here and there. Those are just like fine-tune days, but he has it. And what he has, I want all of you to have. And he wants all of you to have. And that's the whole beautiful thing about this, right, is being able to each one do one, teach one. Right? That's like the motto that I live by, each one do one, teach one, right? And it's about being free. I could go on this whole freaking dark fucking conversation about what it is, what it means to be free, and how we're all fucking slaves in reality, right? But once you start to get that financial freedom and you buy back your time, you will be surprised at just how much more there is to life than just working a 9 to 5 and paying your bills and each day being the same. There's so much beautifulfulness to life, and I want all of you guys to be able to experience that, which is why I do what I do. Anyhow, fucking awesome job, Jay. Awesome job, everybody. Made our money.
war, verbal foul war, connect thoughts to make my man chow war. Swift notarize a blue tank, all up in the high. Just a dosage, delegate my clan with explosive.
Yeah, great trading day. But again, this is an easier trading day. And I hope that today's lesson is just about making sure that you guys secure your profits by taking trim, right? Some of you guys still maybe have one contract left. Great job. Great job. I have 10% of my contracts left. And guess what? It is eating me up not to sell them right now. But I'm trying to become more like Andrew. Andrew probably has either all of his position or 75% of his position left. He wants it to prove to him that that 500 level is not going to stay broken. So, but as a new trader, what it's more about is just taking your wins and walking the fuck away. That will grow your account. Everyone wants to know how you get to Andrew's level. You have to grow your account. You cannot do that by trying to hit a home run, striking out. Hit a home run, striking out. Hit a home run, striking out, striking out, striking out, striking out. Hit a home run, striking out. You can't do it like that. Base hit, base hit, base hit, base hit. Right? It's like you guys follow football. The DBs who have 5 picks but gave up 30 touchdowns, they're not going to be re-signed last season. But a DB who had no picks but had 35 tackles and gave up no touchdowns, that person's going to get re-signed. He gave up no touchdown.
Tell your doctor if you are allergic to or have
right? Maybe he got caught on it, but what he didn't do was give up a touchdown.
Capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. These are not all the side effects.
You guys, I see you guys are very excited about this, and this is something I'll make sure I continue to rehash. Apex information is coming out. Andrew is just let him cook for a second, right? As soon as he has it, he is dropping it. I promise you. I love the excitement though.
Yeah, be patient, guys. I'll be sending out the link for it and our unique coupon code for it and all of that stuff. Just don't go premature and just go get it right now at the price that it's on the website. Just wait. Trust me. Just wait. By next week, everything should be all dialed in. Just wait. Just like a trade, right? Just wait. Okay. But we'll get it out for you guys. It'll be a good thing. Why did I switch? It's just, it's just, there's nothing wrong with Top Step. There's nothing wrong with the rules. There's nothing wrong with Apex's rules either. Some people complain about the intraday drawdown. But what it's teaching you is just like what today is just trying to teach you is taking profits, right? If you take your profits, there's nothing to fucking worry about. So there's reasons why I picked Apex over Top Step after ultimately kind of spending some time with it. Bottom line is, sometimes you just gotta go with your people, right? And for me, I think the people at Top Step are amazing. I think they're great people. They're just not my people. I don't know how else to put it like that. I don't know another better way to put it. But anyhow,
I see some kind of person put in here. My Instagram is, my social is IG, is J in the deal, baby.
It's not my views. I think it's not just about that the people that I'm with are good people. I think the other reason of what has drawn me to Apex is the CEO was a very successful trader. And then with the income that he made, he started several businesses, and he's kind of, minus the fact that he smokes, which I don't smoke or drink. And, very much on like the straight edge lifestyle, but there's nothing wrong with smoking or drinking. Like if that's what you do, that's what you do. But I can see him. I can see me being him maybe 15 years from now. Like that, he's at the point of where I want to be 15 years from now. He has an amazing fucking big ass ranch with tons of fucking horses and you know, it's like it's fucking cool. The life that he's built for himself is awesome. He started off as an investor, then he became a trader, very much like me. I started off as an investor, then became a trader, and then used that money to reinvest. So I see there's a lot of like similarities between he and I. His name's Daryl. And then the people within the group, they're just more like me. It's just, I don't know how else to put it. Versus, you know, the top step side of things, the CEO is not a trader, which you don't have to be. But when you have, it's almost like, what was it when it was Suge Knight? He was like, man, you guys want to be artists without having the promoter all up in the video, all up in the thing, right? Come death row. That's kind of how I feel with Apex, bro. Like, you know, with Top Step, you have the CEO in every single one of those calls, man, and they don't know jack about shit, respectfully, and it just kind of, what's the word, dilutes the product, right? It dilutes of what you're trying to provide to the client, and when you have just a bunch of degenerates just saying just random shit, you're the only one trying to give actual value, it kind of makes it hard to stay. And you guys all saw it when you guys joined the live streams. So, but from a business perspective of what they do in terms of their program and their firm, there's nothing wrong with it. But anyway, Spies holding 500, it's underneath the 9. There's still absolutely zero reason to get out completely. Make sure you get out when it comes back to your entry or wherever you set your profit targets. Nothing really for me to say other than that. And Jay, you did a fucking awesome job. If anybody, starting in, I would say in maybe 2 or 3 more weeks, I'll have openings for one-on-ones for myself, and then we'll have Jay being able to do one-on-ones. So that will be open for you guys if you guys need that one-on-one help. We have the in-person boot camp coming up June 1st through 3rd. People that bought a ticket, it will be located in Houston. The actual location of it, we won't disclose unless you bought a ticket. Those will get emailed this weekend. And then we'll just keep emailing them every weekend to those that join next week. The next LA boot camp won't be until maybe July. And that's pretty much it. Meetup, the next meetup, we did one last month. I won't do one in May. I'll probably do one in June. June is extremely busy though, so it may benefit me to do one in May. I'll have to think about it. Trade breakdown, I already did it, but I'll just do it again here for you. So this morning, first candle opens, we wait for the first 5 minutes. This morning I set my pre-market watch. I didn't set a pre-market watch list, but during the pre-market I put my levels clear as day for you guys to see and observe, right? So I had a green level here to break the pre-market high. First candle touches that pre-market high, does not break. I had a level here underneath the pre-market low for my entry, which was 503. Once it hit 503, that's where I took my entry. That's also around where Jay called it out. And then from there, it's just been staying below the 9 EMA. So there's really nothing else to say other than that. Did I trade yesterday? I did. I traded the news. I traded the speech and then I traded the questions. And I was able to catch both the calls and puts. But I don't advertise trading FOMC days because a lot of people build their account on FOMC days, and a lot of people do it wrong. So for me, I can't go and tell people I'm trading or do a live stream because there's people that are not at that thing. But for those of you that just want a quick recap on it, I'll do that real quick. So yesterday, I have a month support here at, it's like 502.25ish if I want to be like super anal about it. But that's my month level. Notice this white line. Notice this white line real quick, guys. See how we have support right here? Notice where we're having support today. At the same fucking white line. Right? This is why I draw my levels. And this is why I said today was a complete perfect level to level day. Anyhow, day prior to FOMC, we caught puts. Puts essentially the whole day. FOMC, all of this shit is dog shit. Stay between 502 and 500. I don't like trading within a range. I like when we break a range. So once the news came, we have this candle close above the 502 area. I wait about 30 seconds to a minute. Candle doesn't break, but it stays above my 9 and it stays above the level. So then that was my warning sign. Also, just watch this SPY trade is coming back to the 9 and 20. But again, me personally, I don't get out until it comes back to my entry. Next candle that starts, it wicks, but then we break the wick of the previous candle. I give it about 30 seconds to a minute. It gets the follow through. This is where I take my trade, roughly at about 503.50 or whatever this is right here. And I ride it all the way up to about that 508 area. We plateaued for a while, and then that was that. And then on the put trade, once it came back underneath the month level, just because I felt like we ran so high, I actually took puts as soon as it broke underneath this wick, underneath the 9. So I took a put trade here, going into almost the entire close. I got out right here at this month level because it was getting way too close to the close of the day. I didn't want those premiums to get eaten up, so missed the last part of the leg of that put trade. It was a risky trade because I didn't wait for all my indicators today. I already went over that like 4 times. And that's it. Now for this trade, again, my entry for this was about $1.25. There's no reason for me to get out of it unless it comes back to $1.25. And that's provided that you've taken profit, right, along the way that it's come down. So if you're in this trade, you either get out when it breaks your indicators or you get out when it comes to your entry. For me now, if I've trimmed or whatever, I would just let the rest ride until it comes back to my entry. I don't really care what if it breaks the 9 or if it breaks the 20. If it's still underneath the 50, well, it can hit the 50 and come back down, right? But that 50 is at fucking 503, so that just kind of doesn't make sense. I mean, at that point, you are going to be back at your entry, right? So, level to level, and I can't stress that enough. Level to level. Draw your levels. This wasn't a hard day by any means, right? You did your pre-market prep, you did your stuff and did your work. And I say it's not a hard day. It's hard when you don't prepare. When you prepare and you do all the things that you need to do to prepare, it's really easy, right? And this is why for Jay it was very easy. Not because the market was easy. You never know what the market's going to do. But everything that Jay said today was spot on. Alright, bro, I'm gonna wait for 5 minutes. Okay, cool. We already know that. Alright, I'm gonna wait. Get in. Boom. Okay, I'm in. Okay, you know what? It's wicking a little bit, but it's still underneath my 9. I listened to everything he said. It's still underneath my 9. I'm gonna wait. Okay, boom. Candle closed underneath that 503. That's what I wanted. Alright, let's see what the next candle does. Alright, next candle still kind of closed underneath. I'm looking at that 502 area. We got a support level there. I'm gonna take a little bit of profit right here because it keeps touching that. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, boom. We broke. Alright, nice. Makes a little bit more money. Oh, came right back to that 502, but notice it stayed underneath. Alright, cool. Candles are closing under. He was focused. He was so lasered in. Right? And then his blink, right? When he was taking profit, right? But you know, all of that, man. What it was easy because he's prepared for it. He's done it. He saw it. He had everything drawn in. And he made it easy for you, right? So, when you can break it down like how I just broke it down, and you can do it live like how Gage did it live, we're chilling, right? Like that's what Jay says, I'm chilling, buddy, right? Right, you know, so, I hope you guys enjoyed the session. Sorry to take over, this last half hour or whatever, just come and say what's up, give you guys a little lesson from yesterday and kind of go over today, but this is Jay's testament of what's possible, and James is more quiet, he's more, you know, he's the quiet rich aside from like what we see on his social media, but he's up, I think, he just posted it, we'll get a testimonial out of him eventually, but he just made $1 million in 4 months, man. James Barrett just made $1 million in 4 months. Jay, I think, is up like a good amount. That's for Jay to disclose, that's not for me to talk about. 3 1/4. Jay's up 325 racks, bro.
And you guys, literally, I swear to you, I'm just like most of y'all. Probably worse. There was so many days, there was a point I told Andrew, there was a point in time where I put my entire account up, and I just said, fuck it, if this goes to zero, I'm never trading again. I was so just crushed. I was like, man, I don't understand this shit. Now I done learned from the smartest fucking trader I know, and I still don't get it. But then I realized I wasn't following any of the rules, and, you know, but I was just like you guys. So if you guys are on that path, and you're making money, not making money, making money, not making money, then you're not. I don't know a trader, Andrew included, who was the greatest to me. I don't know a trader who hasn't thought about quitting about 50 times. I don't know. Right? So if you're feeling that, the difference between the Andrews of the world, the James Berrys of the world, and now myself is just we just didn't quit. We just figured it the fuck out. I've lost a lot of money doing a lot of things. I've tried to open up businesses that have failed. I've invested in franchises that suck, or took me forever to get my money back, a lot of them. I've invested in real estate deals that have gone the wrong way. And at some point in time, I said, you know, I have to stick to something. I have to stick to fucking something. And this right here is something that is everything. You can make money when the market, when the economy is good, when it's bad. I can make money year round. And so this is I'm very thankful to Andrew, you guys, and you know, I'll forever be indebted to my brother for the freedom that he's given me, because I used to I own some businesses that are pretty successful, and I used to be like, damn man, if I ever lose this, if I ever lose that, like, because I have a very expensive life. If you guys follow me on social media, it's not cheap. My life is very expensive, and I don't have a lot of rich friends, so it's not like I can go to my home and be like, hey man, cover my month. Man, my month is some people's year. So I used to live in fear because I was like, damn, if I lose this, I'm fucked. And now I don't have that fear. You know what I mean? And that's where he's trying to get you guys to. I'm appreciative of Andrew. I hope to see some of you guys at Houston boot camp. I'm about to jump off here. We've been on for a full hour. And the market's gonna be choppy right now. I am still holding on to literally, now I'll tell you, I literally have 5 contracts left. I've shaved down there everything. Because now we're back above testing the 20. But I am trying to become more like Andrew in the fact that it has not broke my entry. And it continues, we're still below the 50. And I'm still up. So until it gets back to my entry, I'm not getting the fuck out. I am holding, but I will be honest with you. It is making my skin itch. It makes my, because I just want to just get out. I'm done, right? But I'm working on a different part of my game. So I think that's the biggest thing is that a lot of you guys come in trying to, you know, be Steph Curry and pull from half court. Just make a fucking layup. Make a layup a day. And then right now I'm working on my mid-range game, right? And then when you get to James's level, now you're shooting 3. When you're at Andrew's level, you're shooting from the other end of the fucking court, right? But yeah, I am like Braveheart. Hold. Hey, thank you. I appreciate you having me on. Wolfpack, I am really appreciative of your guys' love and support, man. Come out and rock with us in Houston. If you're not there, we're trying to fill that motherfucker up. We're gonna have a blast. I think that's gonna be one of the biggest boot camps that you can have, you know, the trio there. And we're gonna have a lot of fun. So I've already posted that link in here. Here it goes one more time. And y'all have an amazing day. Thanks again for having me on, man. I appreciate y'all. Love you.
I'll catch you guys later.
Cause I'm not playing, I'm banging hammers on you. Put hands on whose world is this? The world is yours. The world is yours. It's mine. Whose world is this? It's mine. Whose world is this? The world is yours. The world is yours. It's mine. I sip the Don P, watching Gandhi till I'm charged and writing in my book of rhymes. All the words past the margin. The whole of mic I'm dropping. Mechanical movement, understandable swoop that murderers move with. The thief's theme. With me at night, they won't act right. The fiend of hip hop has got me stuck like a crack pipe. The mind activation, react like I'm facing time like Pappy Mason. With pins I'm embracing, wipe the sweat off my dome, spit the phlegm on the streets. Suede Timbs on my feet, make my cipher complete. Weather cruising in a 6 cab. I'm on Montero Jeep, I can't call it. The beats make me falling asleep, I keep falling. But never falling 6 feet deep. I'm out for presidents to represent me.
Puts. Morning guys. Morning everybody. Puts. It was puts for a little bit. I'm no longer in anything anymore. Good morning guys.
So my man ill will, God bless your life. To my people for wild clothes, God bless your life. I trip the box of crazy, aiming guns and all my baby bitches. People howling police with scriptures that's making Hitlers. Get out the now, money, get the style, waiting foul. The versatile honey, sticking wild, golden child, dwelling in the rotten apple. You get tackled, I'm caught by the devil's lasso. There's no days for those days we celebrate pays where all the old folks pray. The Jesus soaking they sins and trays. A holy water, odds against nods and slaughter. Thinking the word best describing my life. To name my daughter my strength. My son and star will be my resurrection. Born a correction, all the work that I did. It lead in right direction. How you live in large and broke, charge cards are mediocre. You flipping poker, playing spit spades and strip poker. young city bandit, hold myself down single-handed. For murder raps, I kick my thoughts alone, get remanded. Born alone, die alone. No fool to keep my crown on throne, I'm deep, I sound alone. Cave inside 1,000 miles from home, I need a new for this black cloud to follow. Cause while it's over me, it's too dark to see tomorrow. Trying to maintain, I fill the clip to the tip. Picturing my peeps, naughty ink can make my heartbeat skip. And I'm amped up, they like to champ up. Even my brains in handcuffs, headed for Indiana, stabbing women like the Phantom. The crew is slapping Big Willie style. Check the chip to smell. Plus I post bow wow. Stash through the flock rolls, burning dollars to light my stove off the blocks with a block. Checking days plus the games people play. Bust the problems of the world today.
Is 1,000 purchase allowance on the 2024 Cadillac financed through Cadillac Financial.
Where your shipping address types itself. Where all your tabs go everywhere you go. You can surf without getting fished. Switch to Chrome for a better browsing experience.
But it's, well, now it's 62% short. So if we end up holding a higher low here, I think this negative delta really starts to eat into the price action that might fade to the downside, and I think we see the NAS probably tilt back into a positive delta and move up again into the congestion of that 4-hour formation.
I can see that happening. Definitely. Jack, thoughts on price action so far this morning?
Well, I've been watching, as I said, hoping to form a bond team at some point. All right, like slow markets during the day. Out of that, plus 960 on this. I'm glad I was trading that. I was watching you guys closely making your trades, but as I look at my purple boxes on the ES,
oh my God,
they kind of worked, but that huge sell-off blew through it. So if I had been trading ES, I probably would have averaged into the middle of that purple box and probably would have puked it, if I'm going to be honest, and making a loser. So
okay,
back at it now.
I've seen a whole lot right now. Nothing, man, nothing. Just the price action's got me giggling a little bit. Could have taken a shot off that view app right there. Would have been cool. Oh, wow. We are hearing something. Did Michael say something big is coming next week? I think I saw that. Monday is going to be huge, I'm told.
Huge.
Eddie, I don't know if we can hint at. I don't know what.
We can just say it's bigger than it's big. It's huger than big and bigger than huge.
That's really big. That's
Sounds
really
big.
big. Yeah. Wow.
Do you have any idea what it is, Andre?
I don't. I mean, full disclosure, yeah, I know exactly what it is, but I'm just going to play along that. I don't know what's coming. But yes, I do. It is big. It's very,
We're resurrecting Jesse Livermore. You'll never believe it. Anyway.
Yes, I do. Wes, we're super excited. It's finally happening. It's finally happening. So very cool. See you guys Monday. For the time being. Wow, yeah. Right off that view app, man.
Order.
Well, Emery, that was another play. All right, let's focus in on these trades. We're having some fun around here. We're having some fun around here, and that's always what we do. But trading comes first. We bounce right off of that. There's been awesome opportunity this morning, and we are cleared in terms of numbers, speakers. We got nothing coming like that. Only thing we got on the horizon is Apple earnings after the bell. So currently we're trading.
So John is gone.
He just stepped away.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, so
I hear him.
So the question would be, if the delta stays negative and then we lose these candlestick formations right here in this support zone, that's going to give us more downside formation,
Yes.
right?
Yes, I
So
would say so.
We just tested below
Okay.
50-50 in the ES.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. That's a pretty nice framework. If it loses there, it should try to pop, and then if it fails, it's probably a nice short.
Off of what price, Anne Marie?
Well, my thought is, here's the battleground off of that 50-50.
Yeah.
So if our delta is negative and we bounce off of this zone, then, that run up into 50-60, 50-64, which would give us another region near that VWAP in the ES, would give us a pretty nice shorting formation conservatively. That would be the framework. However, since the volume, the TPO is building, and that's moving the point of control higher up. And for those of us that are a little bit newer, I can't believe that I'm the one explaining this, but it just means where the most volume's accumulated. It means I'm learning about this profile stuff. It means that most volume is accumulating at these prices, and then those prices continue to move up. It tells us that buyers are not afraid of getting involved at these support zones. And so what we have is a very fierce cross current that could really whip us around if we're not careful. Okay. And so that's my only thought. Now, is it a place where you go, hey, I could nip along at 50-50? Yes, you can. And then, low congestion at maybe 43, that's the low of congestion, would be the stop. But you could also go short at that 50 area, and your stop would be up just a little bit higher at that 50, 58, 50-50.
It is chilling out a little bit here around the 50-50s.
Yes, it
After a
is.
pretty aggressive sell-off. Kind of
Yeah,
dancing.
so we just have to watch the direction it moves and then just chase it. That's my thought. I don't know where that would be, though.
All right, so we'll see how it plays around the 50-50s.
We just had Isaac in the chat talking about 48s, 50-48s in the S&Ps.
As a long?
That level, yeah, that's value area low. I'm seeing value area low at 47.5. Now that's today's value area low. We already looked below yesterday's low, and we did see a sign of rejection, and we're negative 16.5 in the S&Ps and negative 7,600 in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ current value area low in TPO is 17,435. Let's see if we can hold this level.
Yes, and then look perhaps for a long then, John.
Yeah,
perhaps.
The longer it hangs out here, the more comfortable I am taking along with
I like that,
a reasonable stop, like a tighter stop.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I got the S&Ps. I got S&Ps queued up. We've been hawking this 50-50 level. So we'll see.
We don't have to lose a lot if we end up taking it.
Yeah, the stop can be fairly tight. I agree.
Like, where would we put the stop?
There you go.
Beneath.
Well, I kind of agree with Anne-Marie about, at the low of the congestion from yesterday, like around, 43 or something like that.
That'd be nice, yes.
The absolute low yesterday was 37. I don't think we need to do that. But we're also pumping a little bit maybe here.
S&P is still, 50-50 short. It's not that the tilt's not moving at all.
Right.
That's crazy.
There we go.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Yep. 57 is trade.
Yeah.
Great idea.
So again,
Great idea.
You know, when you're moving 15 contracts at a time, it's tough to go, hey, I'm all in, right? But if you're legging in and you go, hey, I suspect this is going to hold because of what I think volume point of controls are telling us, then you can go, all right, I do a 5 lot. If it doesn't work, I get clipped a little bit. But if it holds, and now the question is, if we were in this trade, where would we take profit? And we're bumping in right into that 50-57, 50-58 area that gave us such a pickle yesterday for the majority of the day until it broke to the north.
Yep.
So this cross current's super, super interesting.
First out would be point of control. 62.5.
The way I see it too, we could talk about it as a group, but I agree with Anne-Marie. Like if you want 15 lots on from 50-50, there's absolutely no harm in like right there when it was dancing low above, putting 5 on at 53, 5 on at 50, 5 on at 47, and then you have 15 at 50 just like you wanted. Or at worst of the level trades, you have 10, which is plenty of pulled pork.
Yes, it is, Jack.
Yeah. And if you get stopped out, you've got your risk thresholds nice and tight. And so that might be a nice mechanical flow to consider on the points where we all converge on this number and we're watching smaller candlestick after candlestick after candlestick holding the zone.
It did just that.
Yeah.
It did exactly that. Well, the one that got away, Jack. The one that got away, eh? A 10-point banger.
Well,
right there.
you know, at the end of the day, if we're staring down the charts, we can see a lot of these forming out. It's really about the feel of, you know, the vibe that's associated with a snap trade versus one that goes, listen, let's try to hang on to see if a trade develops. Risk parameters can expand wildly if you're looking at plan B versus plan A, and where it's just a little more of the jab, right? You know, the jab. And so I'm a little bit more of a jab kind of gal. So that resonates with me, but you know, some days we can hold it and it's fabulous, and some days it's the see money, take money kind of place.
Yes. All right, on to the
Tails
next
in
one.
the NAS back at 67.
Yep.
Sorry about that, Andre.
No. Please. You're the experts. Trade 50-57 here. We did like the level getting along there. Isaac Rivera, I think, in the chat here.
Yep.
He liked that level as well. So we're getting good levels here. Just got to tighten up this execution a little bit. That's on me. But we'll get it. We'll hammer this sucker out.
Well, yeah, we did a little too much talking earlier when we were looking for that short when we broke through VWAP.
Yes, we did. Oh, yes, we did.
But hey, you know, that's what happens. You know, we've missed better trades.
We also pulled an absolute rabbit out of the hat with that 5K trade. So
with the what?
Yes, we did.
the 5K that we're up was damn near perfect. I don't know if that's the sort of trade that we can necessarily rely on consistently in the future. So the market taketh and the market giveth.
Yes, counter blessings.
Yeah.
I feel that it was a bounce off settle play. I agree.
Yeah, but it was a very good convergence of all kinds of things happening. So it really was a sweet spot event because it just was, right? And we don't get sweet spots that often. Mostly it's a little salty, sometimes bitter. But we take it as it comes.
Oh, the longs off the 17,400. I mean, it was a vicious sell-off, but boy, they got paid.
Insane.
Very, very, very nice.
For sure.
It's so hard to step in front of something like that.
It really is, John.
100%.
You got to have some stones, but for those that did it, good on you.
Yeah.
So we got back to a 50-60 at volume point of control in the S&Ps, which would have been a first out for the longs at the low value.
Well, after all the run up to Jay Powell, we're just kind of now building some structure in the area where it was just before the announcement yesterday.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pounds
pretty
and
much.
fury about nothing. Yeah, like
Pretty much.
Yeah.
took a roundabout way to get there, but
Jack, when I was listening to Powell yesterday, all I could think of was your, AI thing of that. I mean, I'm laughing inside because it was just so
hilarious. Yeah, it was hilarious.
When he started yesterday, when he started speaking yesterday, I had to. And Dolby asked the same question: "Is this really him or is this AI?"
Right.
Jack's got it dialed in, man. Jack's got it super dialed in right now.
Powell out.
Powell out. Yes. We've got a poll question up. Who is up and who is down? Where has he taken no trade? This is up today, so we can click up.
Hands up.
While we're at it, also please click like, please click subscribe. Do we have 85,000 subscribers yet? No, a couple hundred away. Please click like, please click subscribe. On our march to 100,000
by the end of the day.
By the end of the day, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're right. And Jack will get that plaque for the 100,000 YouTube subscribers. That has been a lifelong goal of his. Jack, I think we might get there. I think we might get there by the summer.
We're gonna pass it around like the Stanley Cup from house to house. Like each of us gets a week, doing shoeies and taking the plaque in the pool. Can't wait.
Absolutely. Oh, Jack, you cracked me up. All right, we're kind of just chilling out here, taking a bit of a breather. 17,493 in the NASDAQ, 50.57 in the ES. Hey, John, while we got a sec, what's happening in oil? What's happening in gold? Well, how about that? Let's start with oil. What's happening over there? Yesterday was just a massive sell-off. Are we still seeing pressure to the downside today?
Yes, yeah, we are. We've been trying to kind of reject value from yesterday in the low of yesterday's range. Yesterday's range low, 78.83. We're currently trading 78.79. The market is attempting to push lower. And it's doing a pretty fair job of it. The first thing we did was overnight inventory was long. We took that out back to settlement. I'm looking to see if we see some momentum building below yesterday's low here. As we all know, we kind of preempted this head and shoulders pattern. It broke yesterday. And on decent volume and an increase of 34,000 estimated new contracts, open interest on that breakout to the downside was pretty substantial. So that increases the probability of continuation to the downside. If we hold below yesterday's low, I can see this market continuing to push lower. As far as gold is concerned, talking about it this morning on the opening call, I was kind of sensing some potential downside risks, and here's why. We see the volume, since we've created this pullback, and it's still trying to push lower, but volume is really beginning to fall off.
Yeah.
Yesterday we added 3,500 in open interest on an up day. Kind of feels like we've trapped possibly some longs, but as far as price action today, we're not really seeing any real acceptance below yesterday's range. Yesterday's range low was 2304.90. We looked below it, didn't see any new business. We tested pretty close to the overnight low, which was this kind of rounding bottom. That's one of the patterns that we've looked at with JD. We were unable to take that out, so we're seeing some price action back to the upside. Overnight inventory we knew was very, very, very short. I think when we can even out that overnight inventory, then we may see this market head and turn back to the downside. If we're still holding a lot of those weaker hands longs that I think we added into the market yesterday, but I'm not going to fight this. We're back in range. We're back in value. Check out. Our overnight high is way up there. There's like 23.35, 36 area. So, this market could feasibly pull all the way back up to that level because of the overnight shorts.
Yeah, we are pushing
back in range,
right
back
now.
in value. Yes, we are.
we are pushing in the ES to yesterday's what I will call pre-Powell highs of the session around 50.62 there.
Mm-hmm.
And while things have calmed down, we had some questions in the chat. We do have a few things to show right now, some news and updates. First, they were asking for the quiz winners. James, do we still have those loaded from yesterday?
We sure do. You want me to throw them up right now?
Yeah, let's throw them up for a second.
All right, quiz winners from yesterday. Eat your heart out.
And we're not going to show this for long. You can always rewind.
Decisive koala. I like that.
Land
What about
speed
Bob?
manlet. That's pretty good.
The quiz yesterday was very funny.
Yeah, well, Eddie's doing them this week, and maybe I would make them a little harder, Eddie. There was a lot of people that got 4 or 3 right. People that got one or 2 right. I'm worried they might have a brain injury.
I mean, you know, the day before I had an overflow of rotten tomatoes and eggs I had to wipe off my front window. I mean, we don't need
Well,
the
maybe
eggs.
somewhere in the middle, Eddie. Maybe we can temper that. Not here, not there. Just
Order filled.
bit.
Order filled.
Running. Oh, we're pushing. We're pushing.
Ooh.
Back to VWAP.
65. I have a little through the VWAP. What are you VWAP in the S&P?
Yeah, I see it through the VWAP too.
I see it 65.
You popped it.
Yeah.
NAS tilt at 78%. So some of the traders might end up taking a little profit here in.
Isaac Rivera nailed that one.
Very nice. Let's see if this tilt can get into 80.
All right.
But they should start coming off of these levels. Excuse me.
Still holding some
Yes,
pretty
it's
decent negative
74.
delta here.
Yeah. Are we still? These shorts are
fuel.
just. Yes, it is. Yeah. Shorts are just taking down the chin.
Just shy of negative 14,000 delta in the S&P is still right now. The sellers are just not giving up until
like
they do.
Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah,
they're off the cliff.
Yeah,
they're still running. They
Hey,
haven't
shout
let
out
down.
to
should buy stock in Acme.
Yeah,
I like that. I know that one. Shout out to Raheem. Shout out to Raheem. Large orders at 50.76 cluster in the S&Ps to the upside. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, a lot of liquidity to the upside there. Good, nice call, nice find.
Traders are covering their longs right here as we're watching the tilt slip just a little. We'll just have to see what that pressure point actually does to give us, maybe another higher low that sends us to the top of this range. It definitely feels like there's a lot more bullish activity going on here.
Those 50-50s were nice. Real nice, Jack.
They were
all
going
over
down
that
real
one.
easy.
Oh,
Yeah, that's all good.
Nailed it. Yeah. Gotta be judicious with this house account thing, but yes, we'll keep carrying on here.
I suspect we fade off this VWAP for a bit, maybe come back in. We are really essentially barcoding if we look at 15-minute candlesticks.
Are we?
We're just red, green, red, green, red, green. And so, maybe we're taking breath. Is there anything that's getting released later on in the day besides Apple at the end of the day and the employment numbers tomorrow?
We do have it is non-farm. Yeah.
4 and 8 week
got
bill
non-farm.
announced bill auctions at 10:30 Central.
Okay.
It's non-farm
That
tomorrow.
usually does move things. Yeah. Yeah, non-farm tomorrow is going to be very interesting because if that number, we could see a lot of volatility around that because if that number is weak, It's going to put pressure on the Fed. And if the number is strong, it's going to put pressure on the Fed for different reasons. So I think we could have a very interesting Friday. But since a lot of Fridays are generally trending, it's going to be, I don't know, I think that initial balance event is going to probably weigh heavily in the trading.
All right, well, we're at the top of the hour here at Fast Markets. It has been a fast market this morning. No, so much for that hangover after Powell. No hangover here. Hair of the dog, actually, the way this market's been rocking and rolling. 5066 trading in the S&Ps. We are above VWAP. I mean, where's the news? Jack, did we do news yet, Jack?
Oh, we broke it up. I did the quiz winners first, but yeah, we can go ahead with the news, James, if you want to show it. We got a few things. First, we want to show a new graphic that we have that will be updated. We do have unmute your damn mic, and we have a spreadsheet. Eventually, it's going to be a motion graphic where we are going to keep track of people pulling hogs and seeing how much money goes into, we'll call it the Series Cafe account.
I like that.
I'm just gonna preempt it with $50 right now. I'll pay it forward.
Just blank check it. Blank check it. Yeah.
Also, around it, just seeing some interesting things. The non-farm productivity disappointed this morning. Something that I'll be looking at as we go forward on this. I think a lot of this will determine if the AI stuff is a bubble or not, because one would think that if this is here to stay, we're going to see some pretty big boost in productivity. So something to keep an eye on. We're still on the trend. Now that is a trend I'd love to trade right there. But yep, just some fun macro stuff. And now some fun Wall Street bet stuff. I love this meme someone put.
Inflation. It's just in a circle. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It took me a minute, but
we're so
I got
screwed.
It. Oh my
We're
gosh.
so screwed.
Hilarious.
And then one more thing I saw that caught my fancy. If you know me, it's well known that I can't stand LinkedIn or sort of LinkedIn society mega posters, things like that. There's this example here. In case you can't read it because it's a little blurry, this person is, I proposed to my girlfriend this weekend.
Wow.
Here's what it taught me about B2B sales.
No. Oh, come on.
Oh, wow.
How romantic.
Bro. Wow.
The level of self-awareness on LinkedIn. I mean, I know a few people. I don't know if they understand how much joy they give me and how crazy their post is. One of them became, I don't want to give away who it is, but one of them became an honorary member of the House Medici.
He can't even finish this sentence.
Like he was dressed like an anti-pope and get a piece of paper that said he was a Medici. You know, I didn't even know the guy was Italian.
That's hilarious.
The word you're looking for is cringe.
Yeah, cringe. MP, if you will sponsor me to pay to be a Medici, I'll do it.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Travis Chingo says, always be closing. And I guess that guy closed that deal, right?
Yeah,
ABC.
exactly.
Yes.
Always be closing.
No honeymoon in sales. That's for sure.
Very good. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. It's amazing. Lack of self-awareness is just incredible. All right. Johnny, I'm seeing that I saw Hooper here saying crude to the downside. What are we trading at over there in crude?
It's trading 78.5, and we did take out that previous low. Just looking to see if we can get some sort of continuation to the downside here. We tested now to one of the naked points of control.
Order filled.
78.51. We've
Order
checked
filled.
that. The next checkbox to the downside would be 77.50, which is another naked TPO point of control
Order
from
filled.
way back. That's from the Wayback Machine right there. So the flux capacitor is in operation right now. So I don't know, as long as we hold below yesterday's low, I'm liking the shorts.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same on the boxes for sure. Look at this bounce. Something.
Glad we didn't short
something
VWAP.
else. Yeah.
Yeah.
I felt like it would
Rejection.
fade off that VWAP.
Order
That
filled.
rejection below yesterday's low was just vicious.
I know. Almost a V
And
bottom,
then-
really, if you look at it.
I mean, that's why I'm, if anything, slightly bullish right now between what you said about the Delta Hogue and just like how I'm trying to think of the right word for decimated, abused, destroyed that push below the low was. And then it tried it again and just got smacked
Just
around
couldn't.
at the bottom of the previous congestion area. So, like, I'd have to be convinced on the short.
Order filled.
What was the adjective we used before, Andre? Or the shorts were getting lambasted?
They were getting faced. They were getting faced. They were getting taken on the chin. They
mollywopped.
That was it. That was it. They were taking it on the chin.
It's
Just
a boxing term.
Right cross, just bam.
Mollywopped.
You got it.
Just bam.
Well, we are still popping here.
Yes, we are.
We put that base in 17,400, just beneath it. I don't know what we bottom ticked it at, but it's 80, somewhere around 17,380 in the S&Ps, or the NASDAQ, I'm sorry. And it's just been up and away ever since. We're seeing a move to the upside here in the S&Ps now, 50.72. Those 50-50s, Jack. Very nice. Very, very nice call. Good read there. Good read.
Yeah,
all right, so what are we thinking now?
The low that we got to was just amazing. Sorry, Jack. Go ahead.
Nothing. I was just, somebody was commenting, how was I not on the winners list yesterday? I was number 17. Every day I state the rules of the competition, but there seems to be some confusion about them. The top 5 get resets. The rest are randomly given to those that get 3 or 4 right.
Oh, Jack. So good.
But
so
I'll take
good.
to go back to that trade, Andre. I'll take the L on that too. I was equivocating at 50-50.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
That's what we do. But it's all right. We're going to tighten this process. We're going to get a little bit more conviction, execution. But I think we're executing okay. Obviously, only one trade
It's
today.
been going great. I
think so too.
Remember, it's a process. So
Yeah,
it's
it is a
looking
process.
really good. Every day it gets cleaner and cleaner. Every time it gets cleaner and cleaner. And that's really what we have to be content with as you're building out how all the different minds get together and make a decision. That's not easy.
No, it's not.
Especially in front of thousands and thousands of people. Definitely adds another element of volatility to the situation, if you will. Here we go. George says he's switching over to the ES due to risk. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all.
Not a bad idea, no matter what your reason is.
I agree.
Exactly.
I agree.
Through 50-70 in the ES.
Yep. Nice trade there, Isaac. Isaac will be joining us for Coach's Takeover this afternoon. Nick T as well. Funded Traders Takeover. I scratched that. Not Coaches. Funded Traders Takeover. Please tune in for that. Some of our best traders here executing real trades.
Go broke.
Who's going broke?
Hey, Robert M says I'm going to go broke. How do you know I'm not already broke?
Yeah.
Who's going to go broke?
It's not possible, Robert.
Well, yeah.
Yes, but our traders putting on real trades, real accounts, real P&Ls, one account, I should say, as well. Your top stuff. We do it real. No fake, no filler here. So everything's real.
So if we're thinking about potentially staging a long off of a continuation bounce, I see two levels. I see like 17,524, and I see that maybe 650, 61, 50, 62.
Okay.
Since it almost feels like it's right in the middle of everything.
Yes.
So help me push back on that in terms of where you see price resolution that says, hey, if we hold this zone, we're going to continue to north to the top of the box and potentially, the pre-market highs. What are we, if we were going to, if I asked Dakota's question, all right, where do we go long?
Where do we buy it? Right.
Where do we buy? What are we thinking about if we're trying to harness what we're seeing from this congestion process? What are we thinking about the next trade with the least risk? Crickets.
No.
Okay, so maybe
it's cricket.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you guys, Hogue. Like, I'm having trouble. Besides saying something like, "Oh, just buy it right here," I'm having trouble finding places, buy levels that are near here. I guess if we want to do the pullback.
Yeah, and
But
I think that's the problem. That's why we're sitting in that indecisive zone, because we really are looking at spaces. If we get engaged on the long side, we've got outsized risk. If we get engaged on the short side, we've got outside risk. So, if we say, "Hey, listen, how might we? What does the auction what is auctioning right now in, say, the ES or the NAS tell us about potential price action continuation? John, what do you think?
Well, a couple of profile nuances, right?
Okay.
Opening range is the dead ass high of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Until that breaks, technically I'm looking for shorts.
Gotcha.
If we were to buy the S&Ps right now, okay, value high from the session today is 50.73 quarter. We're buying the high of value.
Yeah.
Typically not going to be a good idea.
Yeah, especially with trend and momentum looking the way it does.
Mm-hmm.
Could we limit risk selling that?
Go ahead.
Well, is that someplace you'd be interested? You're looking for short?
Yeah, I mean, you can. I mean, that's, if that's going to be the upper extreme of value today, that's a decent place for a short. We still have negative 13,400 in delta in the S&Ps,
Yeah.
which might mean we could possibly look for even better trade locations for a short. It's just bad trade location for a long, if you ask me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, you got a market that's the open is the high. The open was the high of value from yesterday. Inside value day today. No real directional activity other than the fact that the opening range is the high of the day, and that could fall. We don't know. So I can't buy it up here. I'd rather buy it on a breakout of the initial balance high, which is 50.8875, than I'd be buying it here. I mean, call me crazy. Market loves to make a liar out of me.
Oh, I see it. I see what you're saying.
Breakout play, but right here, hands off. Well, to Jack's point, what about a cheap short, or what? Playing the ranges, perhaps.
I mean, the cheap short is I mean, value high 73 quarter, 50.73 quarter in the S&Ps. Is it a cheap short if we have to hold that short through the high of the session, which puts us up at
exactly
50.89?
I would say no.
No, that's not cheap anymore.
Right. Yeah. So we either want a better trade location for a short closer to the extreme of the range,
83s,
or something smaller here, just so we can expand that risk to stay in that trade that long or that far. I don't think that's in the cards.
Okay.
and here's the sitch here in the Nasdaq. So opening range, the dead ass high of value yesterday, basically the high of the opening range. We traded down to and through the low, rejected. Value high in the Nasdaq is right here, which is 554, 17,554. We just took a look above it.
Right there. Yeah, we did.
Right. And that kind of gives us better trade location if we were going to look for a short there. But then, you got the high of the session is above the high of the session is really where the risk is here.
Okay. 520.
But, right now, I mean, with the market is inside range and inside value. Value is inside value from yesterday. It's shrinking. It's shrinking.
That's a no trade. That's a no trade.
There's shrinkage. Yeah, I mean, right now, until we can get better trade location on either extreme, I'm kind of hands off.
Well, yeah, maybe we could play. I'm thinking that, with the Fed announcement yesterday, and then we have non-farm tomorrow, maybe there's something to be said about we pushed up, got long. We had that bizarre Powell move. Powell's going to Powell. That happened. Prices rallied overnight, but there's not a lot of volume there. We had that big sell-off that basically got us into the range before Powell.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have the juice to go somewhere else, knowing that at 7:30 tomorrow is when the next big piece of data comes out?
Excellent question.
Do we have the juice?
Well, what I mean is, if I had to look for a reason to maybe short or look for those shorts, it's that kind of staying in the congestion area we were in yesterday that we've been testing around today versus making some big move now.
Yes.
Right before not FOMC, that happened. Non-farm tomorrow.
Right. Asking, or is the market going to be in a holding pattern until tomorrow? Essentially, I think that's a good question. I think the answer would be yes.
We did see some pretty decent volatility and opportunities today.
We did.
If it's just going to range in here, then we've really got to just focus on the extremes.
All right, I agree.
In my time frame, we could be looking at a smaller time frame tick chart, find some smaller opportunities that way.
Okay. What are the extremes, John? I got 5088-ish, 5083-ish in the S&Ps to the upside. Tell me what you think the extremes are. If we do get in there, we can fade those extremes.
Well, I mean, the opening range, which is the high of the session, goes from 5081.75 up to 5088.75. So
it's okay.
It's a $7 opening range. If we get an opportunity up there, I mean, that limits risk.
Mm-hmm.
We got to see what Delta looks like at that point. I mean, we're still negative 13,000.
Oh yeah.
So we're getting a little bit of a pop in crude oil here. Gold's still kind of coming off those lows. The 15-minute chart on the S&P is the 200 session moving average comes in at 5071.95. That lines up very nicely with value high.
Mm-hmm. Dolby likes the short right here in NQ.
Yeah.
We need we got to fade the extremes though. Dolby time. What's that, Anne-Marie?
I said I'm not opposed to that either. I just don't know how much runway it's got, right? It's a snap trade. If it is, because it could collapse. I mean, the short right up there at the 550, 555 area could just snap into 540, right? Mm-hmm. Where the VWAP is. And so that ends up just being, a little bit of a hair trigger trade rather than one that's showing rotation because we have such dramatic cross current. Here's the next question. Has the volume point of control shifted again?
NASDAQ, it's down at 17,504. The TPO point of control is just below that at 17,940. I'm sorry, 49, 494, 494. So they're within $10 of each other, 10 points of each other.
And for the ES, what's been happening with that point of control?
The volume point of control is 5061 quarter. And the TPO point of control actually moved up a little bit on that last pullback because we didn't get to the center of the range. It's 5062.75.
Okay.
So that, when point of control starts migrating inside the body of the profile, if it starts migrating higher, it can be an indication that buyers are in control, that they're winning the game. And that's why I'm so cautious about looking for a short. We just have to really limit the risk because of that. We got the migrating point of control higher in the S&Ps. We've got positive delta in the S&Ps. We're still at negative 6,800 in delta in the NASDAQ.
Jesus.
Order filled.
So I think there's a lot of kind of conflicting information, and it's very difficult.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very difficult to decipher which is most important in the current situation.
Yeah, and it's going to give us sideways formations because of that, right? One of the biggest takeaways for me as a trader is if I can find just as many reasons to go long as to go short, I need to sit on my hands until it gets into a framework that tells me I've got edge, because that's trading day after day. The only way you make money consistently is if you're exploiting trading edges, right? Otherwise, it's a zero-sum game. And so in that space, if you go, oh, I don't know what to trade, whether it's long or short, then what you have to do is sit back and go, okay, well, from a risk perspective, if I've got outsized risk because I can pick frameworks on either side, I just need to wait for one side to confirm and not stress out about, oh my gosh, I missed the bottom, or oh my goodness, I missed the top. It's just something you just have to resolve through, and then not be, if your brain continues to revisit trade action setups that you missed and you feel remorse,
it
is going to affect your ability to completely logically frame out trades in the near present and the near future. This is my experience anyway.
I do. I agree. The trades that you don't take that you see are big winners. Those are hard to get over sometimes, but you do have to have the on to the next one mentality. I think you're spot on with that,
Exactly.
100%.
Exactly.
Even though we've been doing this for damn near ever, still at 50-50s. I'm still thinking about buying 50-50s in the ES right now. I'm still thinking about that. But yes, once the next trade gets executed, those go right out the window. It's interesting.
Exactly.
You take note of the levels. See how price reacts on those.
The last trade has nothing to do with the next one.
It really doesn't, John. You're spot on.
Yeah, gotta have the goldfish memory and just forget about your last at bat, whether you whiffed or, you got called out looking. It just is one of those things that happens. You just have to go
hit
on to
by
the
the
next
pitch.
one.
Tough check.
Yeah.
Were you wearing your or not?
You still get the base though.
Yes, you do.
That's right. That's right.
Yes, you do, John.
Getting hit by the pitch, you get it.
Speaking of which, Jack, how's the concussion coming along? Are we back to 100%? Are you ready to? How are we doing with the head injury?
I think that I'm fine. It was more of I think I'm good.
Order filled.
Okay, good. All right, because
what I know, I hit my head.
Yes, that's true.
There you go.
You okay? You all right, honey?
Oh my goodness.
I am feeling marvelous today physically.
Hey, it's good to hear.
Excellent.
Thursday.
Here, well, we got
it is Thursday, right? Yeah.
About 30 minutes here left in fast
Order
markets.
filled.
I'm going to switch over to the global board right now. The markets seem to be taking a bit of a breather. But while we do that, JD, we got the leaderboard, man? We haven't gotten the leaderboard yet today. I was hoping we can touch on that.
Order filled.
See what Dakota did. That heard he made another move to number one. How we doing, JD?
Hey, what's up, guys? All right, let's take a look at those. Let's take a look at yesterday's XFA P&L leaders real quick. Here we go. Taranjeet and Demetrios, both with huge days trading the NASDAQ. Dewal carved it up, trading both the ES and the NQ yesterday. Miguel was really spreading it around yesterday. Miguel picked up 14 grand trading the Dow, NASDAQ, gold, S&P, and the Russell.
What?
What? $3,700 of that 14 grand came from $3,700 came from trading the Russell yesterday. Pretty good day for Miguel. Way to spread it around.
Very nice.
And Maboob. Sorry. Maboob, $12,000 trading the NASDAQ. All right. Sorry about the chuckle.
Nice.
All right. Bottom half of the top 10
Order filled
list. Let me find it real quick.
Oh, we are selling off
Got
right
it
here.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. I'm watching this 50,
hold up.
57, and 50, 59, because this is the region that I thought if it's going to hold, we might have something up there.
Well, I'll rip through these real quick then.
Oh, good.
We got a little something new. Jack put up a new column on the fund
nice.
trader list.
Did he? Whoa. What is this?
New column.
Jack,
Nice.
what'd you do, Jack? What did you do?
Jack with the new column. Now we get to see previous days rank on the list. But let's start at the bottom here. Demetrios, who we just saw on that XFA P&L leaderboard, moved into 10th place, up from 30th place after that nice $16,000 day yesterday. Yep. Ming also moved back into the top 10. Ming was in 12th place yesterday. Salman took the day off. No trades for Salman, and he dropped a notch from 7th down to 8th. Wei moved up from 9th to 7th after picking up about $5 grand across 3 XFAs. And Drew moved up from 8th to 6th after pocketing $6,000 in a pair of XFAs. Nice job to those guys.
Good movement.
All right, here we go.
Yep. Eddie?
All right, then, let's do it.
I love you.
Wow.
We love you too, Eddie. All right, we'll start at the bottom. We'll start down at the bottom. Isaac back in the top 5 again. Isaac took home a tidy $3,000 profit trading the ES yesterday.
Order filled.
Adam dropped to 4th place after a $6,000 drawdown yesterday. Sean moved up to 3rd from 5th after picking up $2,500 trading the NASDAQ. Daniel took a $16,000 drawdown across 3 XFAs yesterday, but was still able to retain 2nd place for another day.
Very nice.
And our golden boy, Coach Dakota, we talked about him picking up that $4,500 yesterday, and he's really running away with it in 1st place right now. Great trading from Dakota.
And he did that sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kid's a special talent.
Yeah,
he didn't sound good at all yesterday, and he was still.
Oh no, he did not. He gets sick a lot, though.
I hope he's feeling better.
Yeah, haven't seen him in the chat today, so hopefully he's getting that rest. Hope he's getting that rest.
He deserves a little. Yeah, he deserves a little time off too.
He does.
Yeah.
One trader to note. Jerry F, who was on the leaderboard for a couple weeks. He was in 1st place about a week and a half ago. He was actually outpacing Dakota. I think he peaked at around $120,000 or $130,000 account balance. Ended up losing all of his funded accounts.
No.
Oh no! What?
5 consecutive days of massive drawdowns. I think he went from somewhere in the $130,000 account balance range down to like 60,000. So, that was it for Jerry. He's off the board altogether. I was looking for his name. I have a list of all funded traders at TopStep, and he was off of it. So the assumption was that he lost all accounts, and I confirmed that with the risk team just a little while ago.
Oh man!
So I'm sorry to hear that, Jerry. I'm sure you'll be back though.
That's the bit.
Does not look like Dakota's been trading today.
All right, guys, that's all I got for you. I'll catch you
Thank you,
later.
JD. Thank
Thanks,
you.
JD.
Pushing back down.
Yeah, we are. What do we think about these 50-50s? If we get to these 50-50s, what are we thinking?
Well, 4,900 is value low in the S&Ps.
49.
You mean 5049?
5049.
Yes, 5049.
Okay.
Still got a long way to go for that for the NASDAQ. That's all. The value low is all the way down at 17,444, 17,444.
I took a long at 17,500.
Nice.
And I want to take a long right here in the S&P, but I'm just giving
We got
it a
Isaac
little
long
bit
right
more.
now.
Yeah. I like it. It just slipped by me. I still have an order waiting at 5051 though. I'm still waiting down there. I want to see us get up over the VWAP in the NQ, or I think we're going to be in a bit of a pickle, as it were. So watching for that.
All right, well, talk us through this trade, Anne-Marie. You are long from 17,500. What is your risk and what is your profit target?
My risk was
Order
the
filled.
low of the candlestick, which was 487, so about 13 points. But I did take it off as it sort of squeaked into the VWAP at 524.
Nice trade.
Now, on your boxes there, is that about half back?
Thereabouts.
For the day session, for the regular session.
Yeah. So, yeah, just shy of it, because this line in here is, I'm looking for pre-market low congestion, and so that's my thought about why it ought to choke around that 520, 524 zone.
Okay.
524. Okay.
So I'm still waiting on the S&P long, because I don't think it's got enough heat to not come back and retest, but I could be totally wrong. We're sitting in a little bit of mildly negative drift, and so when I take a long off of support, when I have a 15-minute chart that's got downside trend and downside momentum, I'll say, all right, I'm just going to take it to resistance and I'm getting out of there. So I can get in at 500 and get out at 520, 522, something like that. And it allows me to clip and just get a little bit of cushion through the day as it builds up. You can chip away and do 1 and 2 lots and end up making a fair bit of cash. And if you're very wise about your risk, then let's say, you end up making 10 or 15 round trips and you miss out on 5 of them, they're wrong, you're still going to be in fairly good shape.
Good shape. Yeah. Well, just taking a look at the Magnificent Seven here, I mean,
Just going to ask you that, John.
Microsoft, Alphabet, Apple, Amazon, NVIDIA, all pretty much barcoding so far today. Just not a whole lot of activity there. So that lends more towards us being range bound unless something changes that.
All right, so we're in range bound mode. We're in range trading mode. Cool. We can do that.
One more time on the Delta, John.
Delta.
Sorry, Jack.
Negative 14,000 in the S&P.
So it's still building.
Yeah, negative 7,300 in the NASDAQ, at least holding at that level. So
interesting.
Yeah. It may provide opportunity later on.
Okay.
Is it about that time, Jack?
Yeah, while we're barcoding, which someone asked, it just means the market looks like a barcode.
Yep.
Just moving sideways. A lot of fun terms like that. We have a trader lingo glossary. We make up some new ones from time to time. That's how it works. But One thing I did not make up is this Series 3 question that we're going to answer right now.
Oh,
I've
geez.
finally given up. This one's a
I
true
know,
false.
John.
I guess we all have to take that now, John.
I guess we all have to take it.
Yeah. I
Here
mean,
we go. Yeah, we do.
I read through the whole book, but that was like a month ago. I'm going to have to reread it to do the test.
Gosh. Oh, my God. All right. Yeah.
I bet I want to go to MP into like an expensive bet. Like I have not done any studying for it yet, but like have me take it in a week and what he would bet that I would pass. I want to see
I
that.
bet you would,
All
Jack.
right.
You're very smart.
You'd come damn close, Jack. Yeah. Just based on your test taking skills. I bet you can do it.
Don't tell him that. I want one of those checks like John got for dry January. Okay. Let's see that question, James. Pick the shortest one in the book. The speculator's role is to forecast prices. A is true, B is false. I'm not even going to pull this one. Anyone want to make an argument for A?
No, I mean,
no.
What is the No, but what is the speculator's role then?
Provide liquidity.
Provide liquidity.
Yeah,
I knew
the
it.
speculator's
Always
role is to provide liquidity. James, show us the answer.
Yep. When in doubt. Yeah. When in doubt.
A speculator's gift would be to be able to forecast prices, but it's not their role.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Who is the? Yeah. Yeah. It's always provide. When in doubt, Michael still's nailing these questions. But yes. When in doubt.
Who's next on the list in Top Step that's set to take it?
We just learned that we are taking it. So
we're all taking it, Anne-Marie.
Oh.
We are all taking that.
Also, I see Michael's in the chat. Michael, if you
what up, Michael?
I'm very interested in what your setup is right now in the Maldives. Are you like listening in headphones on the beach? Are you at a diner somewhere? Let us know.
See this. You should see. Yeah.
It's very nice there. Yeah. It's very Bora Bora-esque.
Exactly.
Back to school. I'm going to college.
He's in the middle of the Indian Ocean somewhere right now.
Yeah.
You should get a poll together on who's not poll, but like a pool together on who's not going to pass.
No, see, that's.
Oh no!
There's gonna be a lot of shame. There's gonna be a lot of shame.
That's reinforcement.
Oh.
I'm going to take it without telling anybody, and nobody's going to know it until I passed it.
I like that, John. I like that.
Yes. Sometimes you have to hide your hand.
I mean, I should know it all. I've been in this industry for 40 years, but it's the way they ask the questions.
I was just about to say that.
John. Exactly.
Just about the questions. You got to double read them. I get the math, just the way they trick you with the questions. And they do that on purpose. They want to know that you know the material.
Yeah.
Nothing going on here right now. 50-60 in the ES. It bounced out of the previous congestion area. And there's where we're at.
Yeah, I'm going to switch over to the global board here for the last 15 minutes of the fast markets. We put the house account on pause. Unless something really does pop in here in the last 15 minutes, but I was confused. We put a house account trade on, the fast markets ends. So what do we do then? I guess we kind of just set it and forget it. Something like that.
Just pick a stop, pick a target, and whichever one gets hit. We tell you later.
Yeah, then we update for sure. Good stuff. All right, taking a look at crude here, trading 78, almost trading $79 with a low of $78.42. Look at gold here. Gold, boy, what happened to the volatility in gold? A couple weeks ago, gold was seeing $90 ranges. Now we're looking at $20 ranges. Currently trading 23.13.
The central bank stopped buying.
Is that what it was? Is that what happened there? Because boy, we were
Yeah.
rocking and rolling over there. Take a look at the
Andre,
tilt.
a few announcements that I have.
Please.
For you. I've just learned that we got hooked up with limits for the Dow, but also the ZT, ZF, ZN, ZB for the house account.
And I think there's an opportunity at some point there to throw on. I mean, if MP wants size, we could throw on like, 100 by 50 twos, tens trade or so. We could trade. Yeah, we could do it. We can leg it in. But also, in case you guys haven't seen before, James, if you flip to my screen, I just want to show y'all, if you haven't looked at a ZN ladder before, what some rural liquidity looks like. All right.
Let's take
Here's
a
the
look.
high of the day. Here's the low of the day. All right. On the bid and offer, there are between 3,000 and 6,000 contracts worth 100,000 each at each level. This thing is like driving the Titanic.
Hell yeah. That's some size. That's right. That's a good looking ladder.
Also,
Order
if
filled.
you want to know why there's so many, like the shops I were at, we did completely traded treasuries. It's a huge liquid market. And you need this kind of liquidity and size to put on the type of size in these trades at the levels you want to to make some big swingy trades. So one of these days in the house account, I'll pull up the yield spread charts and we'll see what the chat thinks. That's all for now.
I like that. Back to where it all started, Jack. I like it. That's some serious size, though.
Hold me back in.
Yep.
That is some serious liquidity.
That is crazy.
Take that, NQ. Well, let's look at the NQ next.
NQ, yeah, what do we got here? Quick influencer update. Go ahead, Jack, if you got something. I'm just pulling up the influencer.
Fun with your one lots.
Quick influencer update. Pin up $14,000 as of 10 a.m. about 40 minutes ago here. Was at a high water mark of $23,000. So I did see some drop off there. Matthew S up 4,100. Prince, cool name, up $3,200. Tyler H up $3,100. Deanna down about 600. Isaac, we got to update that. I know I did just see Isaac put on a $1,000 winner. Was down about 2,500. Hopefully got some of that back. House account, of course, up $4,700 thanks to these people right here on the screen. Well, not all about Jack. Jack was legging spreads in the treasuries.
Slapped it on, took it off.
Here's in the background there.
It was a quick one, but yes, thanks to these people right here. But yes, we are seeing some green across the board. It's going to be very interesting to see shoulder tap today. I know Dakota mentioned this in slow markets yesterday evening, as well as he was on with us fast markets or power hour as well. He's going to be very interested to tune into shoulder tap with Mick today. I'm going to see what the damage was yesterday, for the better or for the worse, based on that FOMC crazy trading day. Pretty volatile today as well. So we're seeing some good action. I think we may have run out of juice, as Jack says, for the time being. Maybe we'll get an afternoon push one way or another. Power hour could be interesting. We'll see. Nick T says, I am at $2,300 in live for the day. I'm probably done until 1 p.m. Central. Sweet. See you on the Fun Trader Takeover, Nick T.
Nice day, Nick.
For that. Yeah. Please tune in for that.
So I see the traders trying to battle and hold above this VWAP.
Okay.
It's a sideways trade for sure. I just don't know how much heat it's got to the upside, but I like it. So I've, nibbled in that 50, let's see, 50, the 520. I had covered it the last time there, and now it looks like it's trying to hold there a little bit. And so my goal is 539 to 550. It just might grind its way through there. And I did take one. I did take a position in the ES, but I think my entry is a little bit ugly at 62. So we'll see.
Long.
Yes, sir. Long.
62.50 is point of control.
Yeah. So of course that's the most terrible place to get a position, because a point of control means that everybody's crowding in there, and so you're going to see a bunch of.
Yeah. I mean, if you were saying, you
saw teeth. Yeah.
You want to look for the edges. You know?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. I chose poorly. But my stop's
Well,
about 57. So I've got about 5 points.
sometimes
And
it works.
sometimes, yeah. And
Sometimes it works.
what I am thinking is, because the volume point of control is being sticky and popping up just a little bit, and we've got those sorts of things going on, my suspicion is that we're going to try and grind up into the resistance before it collapses again. In essence, I don't really have a ton of data that's confirming that I'm correct, because my up volume candles are lower than my down volume candles. They're smaller in size. And I know Jay would probably have something to say about that.
Yes, he would.
As being, yeah, that would be unreasonable. And so I'm very cautious here in the space, expecting for a bounce, and then I can just get out. But it feels like I'm trading just cause, which always sucks. Right?
It
You know how
happens.
that feels.
I see a bit of a sell-off here in gold. $2
And then
sell-off, I'll say.
crude
as well.
coming back to the session lows.
In my report card feedback, it says I over-exaggerate the moves in all the markets. So I'm trying to work on that. Trying to work for another phrase for when the market is when prices are going lower. I'm trying to come up with another phrase, or as opposed to breaking or selling off or getting hammered. So if you guys can help me with that, I really appreciate it. I don't know how to describe that price action without saying the words sell off or break, but I was told in my report card I do use that terminology too much, a little too much.
Caught a bid.
Caught a bid. That one showed up
a
lot. That one showed
Caught
up
a
a
bid.
lot.
There you go.
Yeah, caught a bid rally. That one showed up a lot on the report
to,
card. People did not like that. Pullback. Yep, that one pullback. I got a lot of
I
that.
want to encourage. Oh, go ahead, Doug. You can go first.
I was just going to say in my report card, somebody said I'm older than the NASDAQ, which actually happens to be true.
Some of them were amazing. I'd like to go.
That's what I was going to suggest, Andre. On one hand, I don't want to encourage a bunch of budding comedians the next time we do this to be trying to talk shit about us. But
can I read one?
There are some of them. Is the one you read to me?
Yeah, from last time. All right, this one I got it right here. I got 9 pages of this stuff, but this one takes the cake. This one got me good. My girlfriend loved it too. How about this? Andre is likable and fun to watch. He's dumb as shit, which is funny, and useless at trading, but all the same, he's pretty representative of the typical trader in that respect. So I appreciate that one
That's
very
awful.
much. Dan Marie, can you believe they said that? Can you believe they said something like that? Ugh, the nerve. But yes, I'm glad you guys like watching. Dumb as shit. Yeah, you might be onto something. But yes, report card feedback was there was a lot of positive stuff in there, but that one took the cake.
External motivation, Andre. I don't care if someone thinks I'm dumb as shit as long as they love me. I want to be loved.
Oh my gosh.
Tweet
Okay,
second.
so
Pretty
I'm
much.
gonna go flat. I'm going
Okay.
flat at 535 on the NAS. Yeah.
Rather be lucky than smart.
Absolutely. How about dumb as shit? But yes, we got new lows here in the oil, I see.
Dang it. Just
What happened?
popped up there. No, it just popped up another 20 points. And, 55 was the number I was looking for, but I was just.
Because you were holding it down.
That's
what you should. Probably that's it. That's it. The power that I have. Wow.
We did pop. We did pop there.
Order filled.
Selling off here. About 5. Pop. We popped. Yes, we did.
Yeah. So it's a nice framework overall, but again, so sideways. Very sideways.
Mm-hmm. Bounce pop. That's the word I'm going to start using. A pop. Not going to use rally.
Catching a bid?
Catch a bid. It's a pop. The market pop. There we go.
I'd say prices.
We're pushing
Yeah, you can do that too.
70 in the ES.
Thank you. But it has to be relative to what the previous price was. I guess you can do that. Yes, the pop. Gold is not popping. Gold is what do you call that? Gold is selling off a little bit, I'll say. Oh, crude as well. You get a pop in the equities as well. Dow hasn't been getting much love lately from us. John, would you mind? We got 5 minutes here left on fast market. Would you mind pulling up a Dow chart profile? Let's see what we're looking at, what we're dealing with in the Dow. We haven't given much love to the Dow, the YM.
Well, see, this is what I'd be looking for in like the S&P or the NASDAQ. So the Dow opening range, the high of the day. That's this gold bar. The high of the day, 38,321. The low of the opening range, 38,266 approximately. So the market moved lower, did not take out yesterday's session low, didn't even get to session low from value from yesterday, but this is what we'd be looking for we don't have a lot of delta here. We've got 187 in delta here. The Dow is not, the volume's 38,000. So we don't get the same kind of deep deltas that we do in the other products. But, if we were able to get back into the opening range in the NASDAQ or the S&Ps to look for the short to limit risk, that's what I would look for. We just had that opportunity in the Dow. Back inside the opening range, couldn't take out the high of the opening range and began to rotate back to the downside. Now, that was a while ago, but we're still kind of holding inside value. Range bound day, and until we take out the high of that opening range, it looks like better opportunities for shorts, quite possibly.
Great stuff, man. Actually, just put it here in the Slack, John. It's awesome. I can just throw it to you about any market or any chart, and boom, you can just go with it. It's pretty badass, man. It's pretty badass. It's sick, man.
Well, just here to help, Andre. Just here.
No, man. Just on demand. John, YM, what do you got? Boom. Like that, man. Hope you guys appreciate that stuff. If you do, hit like, hit subscribe. What you got there on demand analysis. Any chart.
Appreciate that, Andre.
Yeah, man. You're on fire. Before
there's that 55.
Yeah, it's 55s came in, Anne Marie.
If you have multiples on, Anne Marie, I've found sometimes if it's just kind of sitting there and it's not getting to your level, you sell one, and then the market thinks you're short, and then it goes to your target.
That's an old school move right there, John.
You got to sell one for the rally.
Yes. One to the trading gods. Yep. Wow, that's old school. Yeah. All right, we got 2 minutes here. Just want to thank everyone for joining us, watching us. The day is not done, though. Do not forget. Huge news on Monday. We're not there yet, but Monday is going to be massive. I believe you guys have been asking for it, and we are going to deliver what that is. I'm not going to tell you right now, but please tune in for Monday. Big week next week. Before we get through that, we have a big day today. So let's do the schedule for the rest of the day today. I'm going to fill a little time here while we get that graphic ready to go. We do have a big day. It's going to be really cool. Coming up next, we got Dolby Time. Coach Jay. Man, Ho's getting a lot of airtime today. Great to see. And we got Top Quiz. Hell yeah. Hell yes. And then we got Top Quiz with Eddie and Vanessa. I think sounds like Eddie calmed down the people that are coming out with their torches and pitchforks. Good to see Eddie with the top quiz questions. Myself and Brett with shoulder tap. Then we got JD and Robert for group coaching. Is it? Okay. And then the funded traders take over with Nick T and Isaac. Please tune in for that. And Power Hour with my guy, Justin Werline, man. You guys got to tune in. See this cat. This guy rules. Justin Werline is the best.
Order filled.
He's a young kid, hell of a trader. A little brash, a little cocky, I'll say, but knows his stuff. And be sure to tune in for that. He's very awesome. Then we got Dakota. Slow markets. We'll see how he's feeling this evening. We'll check. I'll give you an update if something does pop up with the scheduling. I see he hasn't traded much today. So, Dakota, if you are watching in bed, get your rest. Feel better soon. The pop has continued, but we are...
Eat some soup.
Seriously, get some sleep. All right, that's it for Fast Markets right now. We got power players come up after that. Anne Marie, thank you so much. As always, we love you around here. Everyone loves you in the chat, except for that one bully. Hopefully you're not here anymore. Go away. You're not allowed. Jack?
Real quick, Andre, right before we end this, real quick, we remiss, we do have a new
animator on the team.
Oh, yeah.
Just hot off the presses, they sent me some new work that we can throw up for these kind of things on the screen. So, James, let it rip. Oh, there it is.
Crying.
Be nice in the
Anne-Marie.
comments.
Just catching strays.
I need one of those.
I know who made that.
We'll make them for everyone.
Love you guys. You guys are the best. Stay tuned for Power Players coming up next. Jack is having way too much fun behind the scenes making us laugh. But thank you guys, Jack. You're the man. John, see you here on the next segment. Anne-Marie, we'll see you again shortly, but we'll see you tomorrow, actually. Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. Thank you for everybody.
Absolutely.
Power Players coming up next. Great train, by the way.
Take care, everybody. Bye.
Order filled. Order filled.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Power Players. We have some very powerful people here. Got Coach Jay, Mr. Hoagland. I'm just some guy. And markets are moving a little bit. Congratulations on the house trade this morning. Got a solid, like, what, $4,500 approximately. And we were talking a little bit in the green room about the house account and house account management. I think that'd be a great place to start. And I might even have a thought or two as well, because it's going pretty good right now. Coach Shea, what were you saying in the green room?
Yeah, so we were talking about, coming to a collective decision and then managing a trade once we have it on. I really like the decision tree that D shared yesterday. And I think traders could use that even if you're not making a collective trade decision, right? Where am I looking to get in? Where am I measuring my risk? But what we were talking about, Dolby, is, and I think a lot of traders do it. I know I do it myself. We measure the risk almost to a tick, right? Which is like, hey, I can risk 20 points on this trade. But once the trade is going in our favor, we don't measure out the reward side of it, which I think we can do, right? We all, have, and we develop skills for analyzing the markets. But measuring out that reward doesn't usually happen the same way. And I think you've seen it even in some of the house account trades, right? Where we'll put on a 15 lot. We're okay with letting the trade hit a full stop out, right? With full size. We never want to trim that way. But when a trade's going in our favor, we want to trim as early as we can to secure some of those profits. It's a difficult thing to do. We kind of talked about why that is. Hoag, you mentioned it's human nature to do it. But being able to combat that human nature, I think there's a lot to gain on the other side of that, and it's just figuring out exactly how to do that.
Yeah, the human nature of it is nobody wants to admit they're in a loss, right? That they're going to take a loss.
Yep.
So there's that kind of mental mentality to say, well, I'm in a loss right now. But if I don't take it off right now, it could come back and make me whole again or make me money, right? So,
Yeah.
That's why I think everybody's fine with taking their full stop loss. I mean, we look at these trades and we say, okay, this looks like a good opportunity. If price gets to this level, that's telling us that the trade is wrong. The hard part that you were just talking about, Jay, is, having a profit target set and sticking to it. There's most of these trades we're taking. Today's, I think, was the right thing to do because it was contrary to the current trend. We said, this is a see money, take money trade. And I think we handled that one very well. But there are going to be situations where, we're in a really good trade location in the direction of the trend. And, we're going to look at the risk and say, okay, here's our risk. You're right. I think we could be better off with saying, okay, what is a potential profit target? And if we're in a trend, sometimes it's better really not to have a profit target. I mean, if you're in a real trend and it's going to keep going and going and going, you're better off just letting it go and managing it with some sort of a trailing stop, which I'm historically very bad at.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. I actually used a trading journal recently to try to figure out exactly that. And I saw someone in the chat say that's FOMO, and I don't think it is, right? I think we do a good job of analyzing markets, right? And we need to analyze when the market's going in our favor. One of the things that the journal tracked was the efficiency of your trades, right? So it's where you got in, where your stop loss was, and where the market ultimately got to. Whether if you would have held for that full move. And I looked at some of my trades, right? And the market trading the NASDAQ might move 100 points. And my efficiency score was like a 15%.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's just like, hey, you're picking the right trade locations, but how can you, your expectations for the outcome of that trade are pretty good, but how can you maximize that efficiency? I'm never looking for anything close to 100%, right? That's not realistic. But 40, 50%. I think there's still a lot of room there.
Order filled.
Yeah, I agree with everything you say. And I'm kind of curious to see how the risk reward is going to play out in the macro sense for the house account. And I've done this before, and I think traders in chat have probably done this before. When you trade a lot of size, and Andre's taking most of the trades, I've taken one. It is absolutely nerve-wracking if you are kind of getting thrown into, putting on a 15 lot or 20 lot trade, because the numbers get really big really fast, and so it's very tempting to take profits quickly. But if we're risking $10,000 a day and we're only willing to risk 5, the math might not work out. I'm not saying it won't, because maybe we just put on, absolute bangers and we have a great win rate. But I am kind of curious to see how that is going to play out. Because I've done it, and I've seen traders, do it as well, where we want to trade size, but we can't handle the responsibility to trade size. And the responsibility is sitting in a trade and letting it play out.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
What about kind of adding to the strategy for the house accounts? Let's say we put on a 15 lot and we get close to our profit target. I'm my 10% rule says that anytime I'm within 10% of a winning trade, I can take it off and call that a full profit target hit. But what about if we add the Dakota rule? What if we had a runner?
Yeah, it's a great way to think about it, and just trail it as it goes.
Just trail it as it
let
goes.
it stop you up. That's how I normally take profit. I normally don't get out at the market. The market's usually coming back and getting me out, because I'll trail even with that that last position. But yeah, it's a good idea, right? And I think we've seen a couple of trades that would have played out that way, and it's not always going to work. Nothing works 100% in trading, but when you see it enough times and you identify there's an opportunity, and then it's about, hey, how do we maximize on that opportunity if possible? I agree with that, Hogue.
And just to be clear, I see a couple questions about the 10% rule. I call it the 10% rule because I'm taking 90% of a profit target, leaving 10%. So when the market gets to within 10% of a profit target. So I've made 90% of my profit target. And then I'll just, if it doesn't look like it's going to go, whatever, for whatever reason, I'm allowed to take it at 10% away from the profit target and call it a full profit target hit. Just my little, some may call it a weakness, some may call it fear, whatever it is. But if I'm 90% to a profit target, I'm not going to let a lot of that go back. So I may as well just take it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I believe the saying is, "Don't be a dick for a tick." So don't stress out over that last couple. Just take the profits, move on to the next one.
I mean,
so easy to remember for you, chat, right there.
Yeah. And everybody that has been within a tick of a profit target and then had that profit target greatly reduced, raise your hands.
Mm-hmm.
Already
been there.
Order filled.
All right. JD asked an important question. How many do we let run? Right. In your case, Hogue, maybe 10% of the position. Right. Whatever 10% of that position is, we just let it go.
Yeah, and either trail it or just let it go.
Leave. Yep.
Yeah, and also like the last, I think like the most stressful times in a trade are like the 2 to 3 ticks before you get stopped out and the 2 to 3 ticks before you hit a take profit. those last 3 ticks just always seem to just take forever to get to your profit target. Forever.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I find that anytime we have risk on, time slows. Rips had a good word for it. I forget what the word was, but I mean, it's everybody. When you have risk on, the fact that you have risk on just makes time just stop. And it may seem like it's an hour and it's been 5 minutes that you're in that trade. Something that even after 30 years, you still feel it. It's still a thing.
We got some interesting price action right now in the equities.
Yeah, I'm looking at it too, Jay.
Order filled.
It's a quick 50-point drop in the NASDAQ while no one's watching. This market
is control.
Yeah, it still looks heavy to me. Anything can happen. But I'm looking at this right now, and again, my screens are always messy. I'm drawing stuff during the day. I got to make sure I clear these out every day. But the opening range, 3-minute opening range up here, this red rectangle. We're not accepting back inside that opening range at all, right? Since we left the range, we haven't even traded 50% of it. And then this red line here is anchored VWAP to the New York session open. And it's the average price is lower than the opening range right now. So this market still looks heavy. We had a ton of selling all day. Not surprised to see a pull up, but I might be looking to sell at some point later today.
Yeah, I'm in my.
Sorry,
Dolby. Trade on. I'm in my trading combine account, 50K. I am trying to pass this on air only, so all trades taken on air, no trades taken behind the scenes. I got short 17,518 and a half, just one contract, E-mini NQ. Stop is at 17,526 and 3/4. Don't tell Goldman. And we're gonna let this play out. This is not really a breakout or a range trade because we're kind of at the bottom of a 15-minute range, in my opinion. So I'm kind of at the. We're starting to catch a
preempting the breakout.
Yeah, I'm kind of betting on a breakout. So we rejected off of 17,562. So I'm going to see if we get continuation to the downside. It's cheap trade, only risking 165. So let's see if it plays out.
Nice. Yeah. Dolby, where your trade is right now, so if you have a 30-minute chart up on the NASDAQ, you see that, I guess you call it is that a hammer candle? I'm the worst with chart patterns. But
no idea.
The 9 a.m. the 9 a.m. central candle, right?
Yes.
We're kind of sitting at the high of that right now. If we accept back, and this is why I was looking to short it as well, if we accept back inside that candle, I think we could trade back to 450s. But the high of that candle is what's supporting the market right now, right around 17,511.
I'm not an expert at candlesticks, but I think that's called a morning star.
Is it? Okay. Yeah, I'm the worst at it. Anytime JD brings up, a chart pattern, I'm sitting here taking notes because I'm learning something. But
I'm looking for a quick break here, just because of the type of trade that I'm in. We have seen a series of higher lows. So we do kind of want this to reject pretty quickly. We're not really getting it, but I am in a product that I'm not super great at trading. So I'm just going to hold this and see. But if we hop to my chart, yeah, we just got this yellow line that's just kind of just showing that buyers keep on stepping in a little bit with the higher lows. So we'll see, but very, very light risk. We're just looking for a quick breakdown here.
We just
and you said 480s, right? That was you said, Jay. Sorry, 480s.
I would look for 450s. If we're talking about holding the full profit targets, right? Keep that as the full profit target, and then just assess how the market's doing when we get there. Right? Obviously, 500 is going to be a major level to kind of get through. Need to see some selling.
Oof, man.
Just
I like trading NASDAQ every now and then, just to remind myself that I don't like it that much.
That you don't like it. Dolby, you're kind of diddling in the middle here, you know.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit. It's a little bit of a diddle middle. We are looking for just a range continuation short. That's really what the theory is here.
For you, Dolby, it's more of a paradiddle diddle.
Ooh, I like
Order
that.
filled.
Little drummer reference there, Chad.
Little
You
drum
catch
reference
that one?
there.
I caught that one.
Right, left, right, right, left, right, left, left. And all of their variations. So good momentum so far. 1 minute,
Stick control.
Yeah, speaking of which, man, is there really, Mom, is there really such thing as a perfect man? Of course, dear, they're called drummers. Oh, thank you so much for that one.
You bet.
Thank you so much for that one. Yeah, we're not really getting the speed of the move that we want here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Dolby, I
so
know. Go ahead.
That bar, that 9 o'clock bar, we're being told that is a Dragonfly Doji.
Ooh.
Dragonfly Doji. Hard to remember all those.
Let me find a pen and write that down. Dragonfly Doji. Dolby, is there? Are you seeing any trades in the Dow at all? I know you said you don't really like trading the Nasdaq. Do you? Is there a reason you switch between the two, or?
I think just for the sake of like volatility, I want the value of the Nasdaq right now.
Gotcha. We got Dragonfly Doji in the chat.
Let's see. I haven't even done any annotations to the Dow yet. So fresh chart.
Got to put your emoji on there too.
I shouldn't I?
You're short. Put the bear up.
That's right. Definitely got to take advantage of the emojis. Daily range low. Let's see. 4 hour. Not a whole lot.
Storm Scalp says Dragonfly Dolby.
Ooh.
Not a Doji.
Like
it's a Dragonfly Dolby.
I think YM looks a little bit heavy. So we have a 1 hour range that's very, very tight. Also looks like my NASDAQ is starting to print. So I would say the 1 hour range low for Dow, 38,045. 1 hour range high, 38,287. Very, very close to the daily. And let's keep on zooming. 15. Yeah, I would say we're at the bottom of the 15-minute range right now in the YM. So it kind of aligns with my NASDAQ short a little bit.
Short.
Similar structure, yeah. So 15-minute range high. And then we'll do 15-minute range low. So if we can get below 38,163 in the YM, I think that'd be very bearish. If you're a bullish person, I think you could probably find some value here in a long with a relatively tight stop. My 2 cents. Yeah, a little 1 minute consolidation too. It is making higher lows. It is something I've been keeping an eye on.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if this ends up rallying off the bottom.
If we can switch over to my charts real quick, I do want to bring up, I don't know if anyone's been paying attention to the Japanese yen. I know we did add it to add currency futures to topstepX recently, but this has been a great trade. Coach Paul has been talking about this one in At the Buzzer for a while. This is a market that's been in a heavy downtrend, but I think we just had a news article out the other day. The Bank of Japan was like a $23 billion intervention for the Japanese yen. So
wow.
It's been providing some really nice trade opportunities. You guys know I like these 50% retracements. And what I'm looking for, I'm going to take some of this stuff off the chart so we can see it more clearly. But this is clearly bank intervention right here, right? We see the volume in an hourly candle, ton of volume coming in. And then if you frame out that candle, we're going to do it on the 30-minute chart. Give me 1 second. If you frame out that candle, we have a ton of buying that came in there.
I got stopped out.
You got stopped out, Dobie?
Okay, I got smoked. Yeah, I think they just ended up. Buyers are really good. It was a very speculative short position, and I probably should have time stopped it and just been like, I'm not getting the action I need right now, so I probably should have flattened it. Just a little bit of inexperience in taking a trade that's a little bit out of my system. That was more of a momentum play, so I should have flattened it if I didn't get what I wanted.
Got you. But yeah, this yen, we see this yellow line right here. That's 50% of that. We'll call it an intervention candle, right, where they're injecting liquidity into the markets. It holds, and then we get a nice pop. And then same thing last night, right, where
halfway
at the close, right at halfway. I was actually short this market. I was short somewhere around here in slow markets with Dakota. And then I'm seeing this pattern. I'm just like, you know what? My profit target is somewhere down here, but if this halfway is going to hold, I want to at least trail my stop and take some profit on it. Very happy I did, and then seeing it hold. So I'm going to see how many times that pattern plays out, but it's waiting for volume, right? I don't want to take a trade in it right now, but if I see one of these candles again, then it gives me an area to lean on for a trade, somewhere around 50% of that trade, manage the risk, and then take the trade from there.
We do have Dakota in the chat here. He's saying he's long 7 NASDAQ at 17,515.
That's a great entry.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, we basically just swapped. I was looking for the breakout or the breakdown, and he was looking for the support. And lo and behold, Dakota won.
Yeah, that I mean, we were right at VWAP, right? VWAP being supportive, that 17,511 being supportive as well. Nice trade.
Yeah. That was a very nice trade. Yeah, sometimes the question I just need to ask myself is, like, who are the happier traders today? And, you know, it seems like buyers are the ones who are probably the happiest. They're the most aggressive, according to the charts. You know, it's definitely getting range bound, but, you know, sometimes you just have to kind of yield to who is making the higher lows and the lower highs. And typically, if you kind of lead with that one, at least first, it can kind of pay off. Because anything else is a little bit more complicated because you're looking for some sort of like, you know, reversal, some major pattern to take place. And typically it's easier just to go with the crowd.
Yeah. I think this time of day kind of fits your trading style perfectly, Dolby, with the range bound trading with just lower volume. Normally for me, this is the time that if I made profits in the morning, I'm giving it back because I'm looking for breakouts. I'm looking for momentum. But with that volume slowing down, if you can identify where the extremes of that range are, right now in the NASDAQ, it looks like that 511 area and then to the high 570. Looking for those to hold, just not expecting a volume breakout on either side.
Yeah. Yeah, that was not ideal. I do feel a little bit out of practice, but it's okay.
Well, you're a busy guy, Dolby. You're a busy guy.
I don't try to watch the charts if I'm not on air, so I'm only looking really when I'm on. So I do have my journal though, writing stuff down all the time. Just got to get 1% better every day. That's all it takes. What's kind of funny though is that if you go to YM, you have a series of lower highs, kind of just coming off of like 38,287, 252, and then it also goes back to like 321. So very, very, very tight market in the Dow. I mean, complete wedge formation.
Yeah.
So the action would have been, you know, obviously much, much better this morning for placing trades. So I would try to get short if I wanted to 252s. Try to get long 175s. I did call that, but I just didn't take the trade.
You know what's interesting right now, and again, I do this to try to stay out of trades. There's 29 things on the watch list that I have here, and I'll just scan around to see what's in an interesting spot. Soybeans right now. Soybeans is up 2.3% today,
Wow.
and trading right at the major level, 1200, 404 contracts sitting at 1200. Right, that's potential for a lean trade, right? We would do that in another market, right? Hey, we see a big order sitting out there. There's potential for a lean there. Soybeans has been under this 1200 level for almost 2 months, or the full month, and trading back up to it now. I don't think we have it on topstepX, but if you're on other platforms, it is available for you. This would be a cheap short, right? If you thought this is going to be the high for the day. If I short right now, right above, I go a point above 1200. It's $175 trade.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yep,
that's not bad at all. We'll probably get
did we just close
ag stuff. Oh, maybe I think they do close the. If you
It
do
might have just closed.
decide to trade agriculture stuff, definitely be aware of the market closure times.
Oh, for sure.
They are a little bit different. You're kind of playing in a different game. So make sure to check your contract specifications if you do decide to trade ag. They're kind of in their own world.
Yep.
Oh, didn't you say the soy is like the NASDAQ of the agriculture?
It is. It is. I haven't traded soybeans since 1990, I think, 1989, when I was at the Mid-Am trading mini beans.
The mini beans. That's funny. Yeah, if you drive through the Midwest, you're going to see a whole lot of soybeans. So did you take that trade in the soy there, the soybeans?
I didn't, but it's cheap.
Order filled.
We're not doing much else right now.
Rejection off the Nazi.
Cost me less than $100. Let's see. Yeah, I'll take it. And
man,
someone asked what the
way too early.
Someone asked what the lean trade is. I just put the trade on in soybeans. Someone asked what the lean is. It's seeing a bigger order and trying to get out in front of it, right? So that's 410 to the 410 contracts sitting at 1200. That's a passive sell order. So getting in front of that passive sell order is the idea. So I put it on. We have a trade on. I actually do like this trade. I'm not just doing this for tradertainment. It's a cheap idea, and if we take out that order, it'll cost me about $100.
Yeah, it's nothing. Cheap trades. That's what we're looking for. Looks like I was a hair early to that little Nazi short that we wanted. I think Dakota said he's out of that one. So in and out, reading the market very well, per usual. See, now it's like, oh, do you take this short again here at 510, or is this going to be more of a chop fest? Because now we're at the bottom of a 5-minute range in the NASDAQ. Let's try it. All right, we'll try to buy one instead of tight stop for NAS.
Yeah, I like that idea, Dolby. Right, this is the range trade, right?
Yeah, it is,
and that it's been showing the bottom of that range. Why not?
Let's see.
Where do you set your stop on that?
It's wild. Just $4.99. So it'd be my last. If this loses, I'll hit my personal daily loss limit, which is a feature in topstepX, by the way, that you can set. So I've set mine to $500, even though the maximum is $1,000. I only want to risk about half. If I was really, really doing a trading combine, I was doing about 300 to 350 of risk in crude oil on the day. So that was about 2 trades, and that's it, in and out, and try to get a good runner.
Do you have a daily profit target set as well, right? Where if you make a certain amount, you want to stop at that point as well, or do you just
whatever the maximum is? Yeah, it's 1,500 because I'm in the trading combine, so I just set it as 1,500 because you can also set a take profit limit in topstepX. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a good.
Dan Trader,
one
I tried the range breaks, right? Yeah, it is good. It is. I think the personal daily loss limit is an awesome feature. It's going to save so many traders just the frustration, and also just you know, if you don't have to develop the skills of that kind of discipline, that just saves traders a ton of work and effort, because it's really, really hard to stop trading. And if you can just offload that to a button, that's pretty good.
Yep. I think what would be really cool as an addition to that feature is, and I think it might be a little bit more difficult to code, but a percentage-based take profit, right, on your profits, right? Where if I'm up $1,000 and I say I want to risk 20% of that number, then if I lose the 200, then it cuts me off. I think that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
So if anyone's listening that's developing it on TopStep TV, I might put that in a feature request.
Yeah, that'd be I think I've also seen people wanted like a percentage trailing stop on the account too. Just like on the whole thing, trailing stop. That'd be sweet. Kind of hanging in there with this Nazi long, bottom of the 5-minute range. A little bit of buyers coming in. It doesn't feel great, but I also try to not read momentum because I'm terrible at it.
Yeah, especially for a range trade, right?
Yeah, what's your upside target, Jay? What do you think we could get?
40.
I was just going to say that.
40?
Yeah, that's where it just sold off from.
If I'm being really optimistic, I think 560, because that would be kind of the top of this kind of wedge that we're in.
Okay.
But it just doesn't, I don't know, it's not really making me feel too good right now, but I'm going to hold it. But something feels weird in the ladder.
These emotions that you're feeling, Dolby, I feel like that anytime I take a range trade, because you have the extremes. You have the extremes of the range, but you don't know how long it's going to take to get there, right? And that's what is difficult for me holding onto a trade.
Order
right?
filled.
It might do it in 5 minutes, right? We just saw we rejected from 540 to 511 in a 3-minute candle, but it might take 30 minutes to get to the other side of that range. I just don't have the stomach for it.
Yeah, I also just do not like range trading in NASDAQ. It's just not. I don't think this strategy translates very well. Just the market is way too volatile.
Yeah.
And there's our DLL. So we were right on the first trade, but bad entry. And then bad timing on the second one. So we will switch to another account, 100K account. Switch to that one. Every account was positive at some point in time, but I've not been in practice. Out of the pocket, as Rip
Order
likes to say.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just got to throw trades on there and just kind of see where you're at.
That rip off that recent high, Jay, up near that near those 540s. It seemed like there was something to that. I've been looking for, somebody said something, anything like that. I'm not seeing anything, but it seemed like there was more to that.
Yeah, there was some volume in that candle, and again, this is lunchtime, low volume. But in that 3-minute candle, there was about 3,000 contracts sold, 3,000 contracts traded. It was a negative delta candle, negative 440. So some sellers did come in there. And again, I think we have, so this move down, this entire move down, we're going to talk about this on Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie tomorrow. This entire move down, we had selling at major levels. The way I'm reading this is there are still sellers down here at some point. And they got to make their money. And that's the way I read it, right? Somebody sold at 17,450, somebody sold at 17,400. Eventually, if they were an initiative seller, right, they're selling to open, they have to make their money at some point. So I wouldn't be surprised that the market comes back down and trades there eventually.
Well, I mean, it's kind of congruent with the opening ranges being at the dead ass high of the sessions and all the equities today. Seeing some pretty negative delta. As a matter of fact, negative delta in the NASDAQ has expanded to negative 81 or 8,200 right now. We're still at 11.5 in the S&P is negative. So we're still, we're still seeing some aggressive sellers in this.
Yeah.
So thank you for letting me know about that volume on that bar there, because that seemed like there was a little bit more to it.
Yeah. I think the difficult thing right now is that with it being lunchtime, the likelihood of us seeing follow through on something like that is really low, right? And that's why we're kind of seeing it pop right back up. Where if that was, during fast markets, we would have just kept going.
Yeah, quite possibly.
So volatile.
Yeah,
It's such an annoying market.
Especially if we were long, it would have just kept going.
Yeah, right. Also, I probably should have spent time annotating my charts for NASDAQ before putting on a trade. Just give myself a little more context. Yeah, okay. Yeah, my trade was pretty silly in hindsight. Pretty silly trade. Got a little
Jay, how much homework do you do before you allow yourself to trade?
That's a great question.
That's a great question. I feel like I'm always doing homework, Hogan. But if you're saying for like a like an intraday trade decision, I have to have the 30-minute chart annotated, right? I have to know levels on the 30-minute chart, and then from there, it's pretty much you're good to go. But if those 30-minute, and I usually do it the night before, where I'll look at 30-minute levels. If that's not annotated, then I probably shouldn't be trading it.
So you do a little bit at night, you do a little bit in the morning. It's all about finding your levels off a 30-minute chart.
Correct.
And then bing, the bell rings. Do you have specific kind of hypotheses or things that might happen that you're looking for?
Yeah. So on the 30-minute, I will be looking at the moving averages, 20, 50, and 200 moving average. Shout out to Coach Paul for those, just to try to identify what the market is doing, right? If the moving averages are positioned this way, this is telling me that the market is in a downtrend and I should be looking to short it, right? And then the levels that I've plotted out, I'll be looking to short around those levels or trade around those levels. I've tried to really simplify the way I'm trading the NASDAQ, and I have it on the board over here where it's trade the major levels and only take trades after reactions to those major levels, right? We just saw one, right? 17,500. If sellers, and I think I've said this a couple of times on this show, but if sellers are convinced that we need to trade below 17,500, they would go ahead and push the market, right? So I'm watching the reaction. We trade 17,500. You might not be able to see it because there's a bunch of stuff on my chart, but I'll clear it up that way. 17,500, we traded right here. Sellers can't push it. This is a potential for a trade. Now, does that mean that the market is going that way? It doesn't, but it's a 34-point move, and there's something to take out of that trade. And kind of measuring it out from there. I did get stopped out on that soybeans trade. It looks like we did take out 1,200.
Damn.
And this market may be...
and running.
Yeah. Yep. So $100 loss there. I'm okay with that.
That's nothing. We
might be changing the trend in this market. And soybeans, the NASDAQ of the grains, right? This is a market, traders, if you haven't traded it before, provides a ton of opportunity. And a little different than the equities.
How did you get interested in trading grains?
Yeah, just looking at different markets, really. Talking to Coach Paul, talking to Coach Jack that trades corn. Just looking at different places and trying not to be so siloed in one place because it doesn't work for me. I know other traders, and I can't wait for Isaac and Nick T to get on. I'm looking forward to their segment. But Isaac, it says I'm an ES trader, right? And I don't trade anything else. For me, my brain doesn't work that way because I'll be looking for a specific pattern in a market that's not providing it. So just scanning around to try to find that pattern instead of forcing that pattern in a market that may not be getting it. That's just the way my brain, it's overactive that way.
Well, and it's smart because, these patterns are kind of transferable, right? They're all auction processes. So, what might provide opportunity in one product, a specific pattern, anything that helps you limit risk and expand profit target on any product, I'm good with that. So,
yeah.
If I could, I'd just like to answer one question from the chat. My delta information I get off of T4. But we can't really administer the profiles for T4 for people in the trading combine or in the live account. You mentioned that you've got cumulative delta that's starting from 6 p.m. The open yesterday. If you're on Tradingview, then I'm not sure. There is a way that you can anchor the cumulative delta to the opening session. Let me know if that's something that I can help you with. And I will be on group coaching at 12:30. So let me know if you want me to show you that then. I don't want to waste these guys' time. This is too important. And just show up for group coaching at 12:30 Central Time if you want me to take a look at that for you. So, all right, thank you guys.
It's gonna be a fun question to answer, Hogue. But we have Top Quiz coming up, and that's gonna be great.
Oh yeah,
that's
right.
I know isn't that fast? Like 45 minutes, boom, just
Yeah.
like that.
That was quick.
It was way
Is it an
fast.
Eddie quiz? Is it Eddie's quiz?
It is, Jay.
I did not study.
Yep.
I did not study.
Eddie is.
Oh,
I know.
man.
What is harder, the Series 3 or a Top Quiz with Eddie?
I think it's an Eddie quiz for sure.
But we do have one of chat's very, very favorites as our guest, Vanessa. Vanessa is going to be joining us. So, chat, if you want the chance to win a free reset, to be entered into a raffle for a free reset, please stick around. Top Quiz is coming up with Eddie and Vanessa. Gentlemen, we'll see you later. Thank you all so much, and have a good one, and trade well.
Thanks, Dolby. Thanks, Jay.
Thanks, guys.
Always
Thanks.
a pleasure.
Vanessa, they showed up for Top Quiz.
Oh, good.
They're ready for the challenge. How you doing, Vanessa?
I'm doing amazing, per usual. How are you?
I am fine, thank you very much. And as I said before, I really love that shirt. Very summery for the weather we've got here. And you're out in Vegas. I'm here in Chicago, and I'm loving that shirt.
Thank you. It's nice. It feels flowy. Like moving
There
it.
you go. Well, are you ready for a sixth grade challenge?
Oh, don't say that. I'm as ready as I'm gonna be, but
All right. Well, there's love, there's hate. We'll see what happens here. Let's get started. We're running out of time. Jack, remember, if you can't just run the rules through us again one more time, please.
Yeah, please excuse. There's a wild pug barking in my background. I know what MP feels about that. Top quiz. You're going to get 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 correct, you'll be eligible for one of 50 free resets that we will raffle off to 50 of those people. If you finish 1 through 5, we'll also get free resets. Be sure to answer the questions as they appear on your device. We're 6-second delayed, so you'll want to answer them on your device. So that is all. Eddie, take it away.
Thank you, Jack, very much. All right, let's get ready for the first question. Sharpen your pencils, pick up your favorite Crayola, whatever you're going to use to answer, and let's get started. Okay, well, people still signing up. Boy, everybody wants a challenge.
They're
Here's
signing
our
up
first
more than
question.
once.
3, 2, 1. Aspirin comes from the bark of what tree? Now, 3 of these are used to make Major League Baseball bats. One of them is used to make aspirin. There's your clue.
square. I have no idea.
Square circle is
Oh,
right.
dang
There you
it.
go. Oh, my goodness.
What?
Ah, yes.
Wrong answer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Willow is the correct answer. There it is. Dollar Moon, Get With It, and Q Dragon Master. Mina, and look at Grav is Grav. I hope I say that right. He was here yesterday. Smart trader here. All right, let's get to our second question. What's the boast? What's the boast? What's the most abundant metal in the Earth's crust? Is it lead? Is it iron? Is it Metallica? Or is it aluminum?
I want it to be Metallica just because that's so fun. uh, it's that one.
She
That
said
one,
aluminum. Yes, she did. Congratulations. You got that one correct. Way to go, Vanessa. Way to go, Vanessa. All right, so let's see where our leaderboard is. S Moon's still holding the top spot. NASA out from space. Okay, guys. Jackie is goaded. Jack is goaded. And Geomarg 23. There we go. There's our top 5. All right, we ready for our third question?
Yes.
So far, you're 1 for 1, Vanessa. What ingredient is not included to make basic beer? Is it yeast? Is it caramel, hops, or malt?
Caramel. We're gonna go diamond.
You gonna say caramel?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe
right.
it's malt. I don't know.
Maybe it's malt?
I'm gonna go caramel.
Chocolate
I
malt?
don't know.
All right. I'm gonna say we're gonna go with your first answer. Yes. Look at all these drunks. Oh hell, it's caramel to put in my beer. There you go. Congratulations. And for all you Sunday shoppers, yes, it is. Caramel is not in basic beer. All right, for our last and final question. How's everybody doing? We getting these right? Good to go? I hope so.
Yeah, I just want to toss
All right.
something back. Eddie wrote the questions today, but I see someone saying, LOL, it's not aluminum. The answer was about crust, Earth's crust.
not the iron core or the mantle, but the crust. And the answer is aluminum. I checked on it.
I checked on it. I do research on every question to make sure they're right because I'm tired of eggs hitting my front window.
Daniel M., it is not iron. The question was not what's the most abundant metal in the earth. Then the answer would be iron. But the answer was in the earth's crust. The crust.
Crust like bread. Crust.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man, I'm gonna get a pumpkin. I'm gonna get pumpkins tossed at my front window now. All right, let's get to our fourth and last question.
Well, first we got the
Oh, we got to do this. Oh, Moon is still holding that top spot. Jack has moved up to second. NASA is still in there. Delana. And Eddie is the Goa. Goa.
Last question.
What's a Goa?
Well, the question's up.
Who is Daddy P that wore the purple tie on Top Step TV yesterday? Was it Coach Dakota, Fluky Stokes, Jerome Powell, or Risk Manager Mick?
I mean, the only one I don't know. Yep. I was like the only
Jerome
one with the
Powell, correct, Vanessa. You did very well today. Good job.
Yeah.
That was very good. Very good. And yes, that was
There are no stupid questions.
No.
Just stupid people.
There you go. If you didn't get in, Jerome Powell is it. Let's take a look at our leaderboard here. Yes, the leaderboard. Eddie DeGoa in third place. Second place, Nassau. And first, there it is. Got to be
Great
Dollar
job.
Moon. Dollar Moon. Congratulations.
You did it! You did it! I knew you would! I just knew you would!
Very well done. All right, so that was Top Quiz. I missed the fourth and fifth one again, Jack. I apologize. But Vanessa, thank you very much for being with us today and participating. You got 2 out of 4, which was pretty good, right? You got 2 out of 4, 3 out of 4.
Something like that.
I was hoping you'd get 5 out of 4.
Me too. Maybe that gets me that bobblehead.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully we get you back here next week. It was a pleasure doing business with you, ma'am. And please come again.
As always.
We'll be right back here.
Bye, guys.
And once again, thank you very much, Vanessa. We've got we've got coming up here next, Shoulder Tap. We've got Andre and Ben. Ben's got some juicy juice. So stick around. We'll be right back. Bye, Vanessa.
Bye.
welcome back to Shoulder Tap with Ben from the Risk team. Ben, how's it going today?
It's going really well, Andre. Having a great day. Feeling good. Got some good sleep. Things are warming up here in Texas. It's about time to hit the lake, go float the river. I don't know. I'm getting that itch. I want to go do something fun on the water now that we got 90-degree days here. So
90
I'm
degrees.
good, man. I'm doing well. How about you?
Wow. I'm okay. It's not 90 degrees up in Chicago today, but it is pleasant. I will say that. So let's get right into it. Yesterday was a wild one. This morning was a wild one as well. Kind of looks like we're in a range for the time being. How are we looking on the board today as far as our funded traders?
Yeah, we look good today. A lot better than yesterday. Yesterday is, as you might expect, for anyone that's been around long enough or seen these shoulder tap segments, in the aftermath of an FOMC day or CPI, any one of those big market moving economic releases. As you might expect, a lot of people, put on positions into it, small or large, and get blown up. You hate seeing it, especially when several people that might have been up money on the morning. If you're able to make money during some chop ahead of an economic release like that, to give it all back is just a crime. But it's a lesson that everybody's got to learn. You got to find that out for yourself and just hopefully don't repeat that. So lots of accounts went from green to red yesterday, unfortunately. Of course, some people made some money on it, but that's far outweighed by the number of people that got wrecked into it. So that's why we recommend people, flat into those numbers, let things settle down. There's going to be a great opportunity afterwards. The market has to readjust to that supply demand shock one way or the other. So there's always going to be opportunities. There's always going to be another trade right around the corner. Just a reminder to be flat into those numbers next time around.
Okay, I didn't know that people were really going. Now you say they're going into the FOMC with position. Are they doing with some size too? I mean, are we talking, 5 and 10? Like, what are they hoping to happen? Are they just hoping to hit just catch one? I guess is what.
Yeah, I think Mick mentioned it a few days ago, earlier this week. Nathan had just put on I think he had an 8-lot position on. It was either 8 or 10 contracts going into that. Something seemingly benign. I think it was Canadian GDP. There might have been something else that was U.S. related that had even less of an impact historically. But something about that number, I don't know if the algorithms caught it or what, but just a lightning fast move to the downside. And we got caught and went way past the DLL. That's what happens in live accounts. You're going to have slippage when the liquidity evaporates like that. And got caught on the wrong side and was more than double the daily loss limit. So tough lessons to learn, and I think it's really damaging psychologically too, because Nathan, for example, just ended up blowing the account up entirely today. You see that happen. You take a big loss, try to recover it. Chase those losses and end up losing the account. So some hard truths about this game. It's brutal, but you got to learn from those lessons and move on. And that's going to be one of our themes for today for our trading cards is learning lessons from history. We've got kind of a surprise, hopefully. Some people that have been fans of Shoulder Tap for a long time should recognize one of these names. We've got don't call it a comeback, but I'll give some quick shout outs
let's do it.
We have on the board today. We'll give some quick numbers. Nicholas T, shout out to you holding it down for the Dallas traders up 2,500. His live account today. Pinson is. I'm sure we spoke earlier about Pinson was up about 24,000. Currently sitting up 18,000. Still in a trade. Short 8 contracts in gold. That is still red. We got very close to liquidating that trade because it almost gave away all of the profits. At one point, I think it was red $11,000. That's just criminal, giving up more than half of your wins when you're up north of $20,000. On the risk team, we don't view that as acceptable. That is reckless trading, and you're not allowed to be reckless in a firm, an account that is funded by our prop firm. So that's part of my job, Mick's job. We manage the firm's money in that way, and we want to see you win, but ultimately you have to capture those profits and take them home for them to be real. So still monitoring Pinson. It looks like that based on where gold's at right now. It looks like he's still kind of red, but we're leaving the trade on to see if something ends up happening good for it. We'd love to see him go up more, or at least capture the bulk of those profits for the day. So currently up about 18,000 for Pinson. Brian P up 4,100 in the live account. Good to see. Prince U up 3,200. Tyler H up 3,100. And we've got Lucas P, kind of a standalone in the XFA, up 16,400. Not a lot of big green in the XFAs today, but that one kind of stands out. So make sure you capture that, Lucas. If you're listening, take some of that home with you. At least half is our kind of our guideline. And not to be overshadowed, the live account, our live house account. Andre, you guys have been killing it with that lately, putting on good trades and up 4,700 in that account today. So good to see it. Just a quick word on that account, something I've noticed tracking that throughout the day. Love to see you guys, lock that up or be extremely selective in the afternoons. I'm seeing profits, taken in the morning on some morning trades, and then maybe we take something, just afternoon or during power hour and end up giving some of that back or even go red. So I'm all about power hour. I understand the opportunities that show up in that market, but be selective because we monitor those trends, and over time started to see that trend of profits in the morning, giving some back in the afternoon. So just a word of advice for
Great
you guys.
stuff, Ben. Great stuff. Really appreciate that. So get a little bit more defensive in the afternoons with the house account. I do like that feedback. Getting feedback directly from the risk team. How about that? This is pretty cool. Really appreciate that. Thank you for monitoring it. Thanks for doing everything you guys do. This is really good stuff. Let's get right into it then.
All right, great. First up, we've got Hughes. Hughes B, our famous, or at least as far as the risk team is concerned, a little bit infamous trader out of France. For those of you, I know we've got a lot of new viewers, people that have just started tuning in recently. We'll give you kind of a brief history lesson on Hughes. Hughes is a big-time, high-flying NASDAQ trader that made a ton of noise in the Top Step community and in the prop firm community period last fall. So during September, October, November, managed to run his live 150K live account up to north of $100,000 in profits. Took at that time the largest payout in Top Step history of 50K. He took a cool 50K payout, total payout of $62,000 over that period of time. But this guy is, if there was ever a home run swinger, it's Hughes. He has got the stomach to let trades ride out to $20,000 or $30,000. I'll give you kind of a quick overview of those live account trades. He put up 29,000 one day, 28,000 another, 17,000, 13,000. So he's someone that can stomach those large moves and ride them out to, looks like his sweet spot is kind of that, $25,000 to $30,000 mark. That's where he says enough is enough, and I got to take this home. But there was he ended up losing that account. I believe it was the end of December. Ended up blowing the account up. So took a significant amount of the money out of the market, which we will always sing your praises for, Hughes. It's probably the best thing we could say about his performance in that live account is taking 62 grand out of it. That is no small feat. Really impressive to take that kind of profits out of the live markets. And he ended up going on a 9-day losing streak. Almost blew that account. Ended up recovering that with a $28,000 winner in December, and then it was a kind of a quick trickle beyond that. It's impressive when you get on tilt how quickly you can, or how many days in a row you can actually lose, right? For someone that shows such promise and really profitable trading and jaw-dropping trading, for that matter, to then go on just what is almost statistically impossible, right, level of losing. It's tough to see. Hughes was in the account for 75 days, over 75 days in that live account. So that's not by accident. We know Hughes is a good trader, but he got, tilted, emotional. There's things that could be going on in the personal life, probably a combination of things that end up leading to that account. So that was, those were some of the highlights of Hughes in that live account, running that account up to over 100 grand in a short order, about 60 days. And since that point in time, since he lost that live account, we haven't talked much about him. He's been off the radar, been kind of, I would say treading water at best, kind of dink and dunking in some XFAs, churning through some accounts. But recently has gotten back on a winning streak. He's been in this 150K XFA trading about 1,800 a day an average P&L, 75% winning days. That's not on a huge body of data. We've only got 6 trading days completed for him. So impressive over that period of time. Obviously, we want to see continued and steady success in this account before we consider calling Hughes back up. But he's high winning percentage trader. He finds his spots in the markets, picks his spots, puts on some size, and keeps moving. He also trades pretty frequently, 34 trades a day on average in this account. So he's making a lot of a lot of plays during the day, averaging $254 on the winners and $667 on the losers. So, of course, we'd love to see those turned around, but when you're able to string together, 10, or I think in this account, his longest streak has been 14 winning trades in a row. You can make up for that kind of risk reward skew. So, yeah, we're excited to see Hughes back. I'm doing some profitable trading, hoping to see him take a payout and start building back towards the type of trader that he's capable of being. I will say we saw something yesterday. He was one of the ones that got caught on the wrong side of the FOMC, had a position going on into that number, which is tragic, really, because he had about $7,000 in profit leading into that. So I'm someone, I'm kind of a hardliner. I've lost money in economic releases more than I care to admit. So I just have a hard rule against it personally. I always recommend people stick away, just stay flat until things settle down. But if you are going to have a position for whatever reason, fundamentals, the perfect trade is aligning in your eyes, go with a fraction of the size that you would want, right?
Yes.
Either one contract or micros is got to be the practice, because the amount of a stop loss you're going to have to not get blown up on it is going to be pretty wide. And it's just not advisable. If you feel like you have to do it with incredibly small size is my recommendation. But yeah, Hughes ended up hitting his daily loss limit in this account as a result. So that, that's been kind of the plague of his trading activity recently. And he did something almost identical, even more egregious when he was in that live account. It was up 18 grand, had a size position on into it, ended up hitting the daily loss limit for that day, 6 months ago or whenever it was. So that's my number one recommendation. You just have to learn from those mistakes, right? You got to journal. You got to find a way to be disciplined enough to say, okay, I touched the stove. It was scalding hot, right? I got third degree burns because I had a $24,000 swing in my P&L the wrong way intraday. So got to find a way to sear that into your memory and refrain from clicking the mouse and putting yourself in a similar position where something similar could happen. Because again, Hughes is a fantastic trader, but when you're putting yourself in positions where you're going to blow through all the progress you made for 2 weeks straight, it's going to be really tough to be consistent and profitable in this game. So, Andre, what kind of thoughts do you have on Hughes reemerging in his current trading?
Like that, well, I must admit, I was not expecting. Well, I knew the name was coming up because I do get to preview the trading cards before they come out. But when I did see Hughes, I go, "Is it the same Hughes?" And I got to ask, what happened? How did the process happen? I know we took him off. He busted out of his live account. What was the process like for him coming back? Did he start right back in a combine and just work his way up to a live funded? Tell me the story, how this all came about.
Sure. So he took a little bit of time off, not as much as I probably would have liked to see or would recommend for someone that, hits 116,000 in this live account or whatever he eclipsed and then blow all that out. Some of that was with payouts, to be fair, right? He took a considerable amount of payouts. But when you go through something like that, especially with the amount of money you made, I think it's important to take, several weeks off, a month off, whatever you got to do to, take care of yourself mentally, maybe even see a therapist. There's nothing wrong with therapies. Trading psychology is a big part of the game when you get up to that level. So, he took about 2 weeks off, never really gave it a hard break, I think. But he wasn't, really ripping through accounts, I would say. He was taking a week or two at a time, a couple times made it to an XFA, busted out of those. So thankfully, he wasn't spending, thousands of dollars on accounts or anything like that. He was trying to get back in the swing of things. And I'm very hopeful that, he can put that together. Yesterday was not a very positive sign, doing, some of the things that got you burned last time. But, we're hopeful. We always, we love a comeback story. We always believe in our traders, especially, he already did the hard part, right? He already proved that he can grow an account to $100,000. I don't personally see a reason why Hughes can't be a $200,000 or $300,000 per year trader, taking that amount of profit out of the market. But in order to do something like that, you have to stop yourself from taking those massive drawdowns, to stop yourself from losing 10 or 20 grand in a day, because more than I know he has the daily loss limit, and there were notes. I was looking through some notes from months ago when we were talking about this, that those daily loss limits are the only reason that he was in the account for as long as he was. And that's true. Having that speed bump in there is helpful. That's why we have it as part of our program. But Hughes is proof that if you're truly tilted or not in the right headspace, you can just hit that daily loss limit day after day and still blow through an account. So
come on,
find a way to stop chasing that dragon and create a profit target, right? I love that we have that as part of our topstepX platform. It's a fantastic feature that you can lock yourself out. I see, $2,000 in green on the screen. I'm going to hit the lockout button. I'm going to go, take a nap, go to the grocery store, go do anything except give that money back. There's a lot of positive things you can do besides trade that money away. So set a profit target. I know he's a big swinger. Maybe that number for him is 5 or 10 grand, but heck, I mean, the number of times he hits 10 grand and then comes back down to the daily loss limit, you're never going to have big, consistent success doing this. It's always going to be kind of treading water, only pulling home, 50 to 100 grand a year, which again is good money. But I know based on what Hughes is doing and what he's capable of doing that he'd like to eclipse that. And that's why he's blowing the account, because he's trying to, doing that, we call it extrapolating, right? Doing that math in his head of, heck, I did 30 grand in a day. If I do that twice a month, bada bing, bada boom, I made 500 grand on the year. And chasing that dragon is just going to end you, you're going to end up in the ditch. So that's where Hughes is at now. Positive to see him back on a trading card, but a long ways to go to get back to where he was.
Good stuff, Ben. All right, well, you make sure to keep us up to date with how that story develops. I know we've tried getting a hold of him. He's been a little bit elusive, if you will, but it's good to see he's back trading and making some profits, but sounds like some of those habits have not fully gone away. We'll see how this plays out. Ben, please keep us up to date on how the Hughes story develops, because, maybe he did learn something during that break. Who knows? We'll see. Keep us up to date. Let's go on to the next one.
Yeah, let's move on to Pinsin, someone that we mentioned earlier. And I'm having a little bit of deja vu, actually, when I've been digging into the trajectory of Hughes's profile on that live account. Pinsin is in a 150K live account currently, and on I want to say a downwards path, because they're treading water kind of around what the balance was that we transferred them into. But for having traded 38 days completed in this account, we should number one have taken a payout. And Pinsin, if you're listening, that's my number one takeaway for you is to take a payout, lock in today's trading profits, take a payout, take that max payout, right? Take 50% of it out, and let's trade smaller, because right now we're not looking good on our statistics. 23% winning days, 33% winning trades, and having an average daily P&L of minus 1,000. Something that was made me want to beat my head against the wall was realizing their best day that they had, having an $18,000 day, which is huge, to then go on immediately afterwards and hit 9 straight daily loss limits, which totals to $27,000 in the red. So 2 weeks of trading, giving up all $18,000 and then some, actually going red from that point is man, that's brutal. It's brutal on your psychology. It's brutal on your time, right? It's now you've lost money for 2 weeks of work that has probably been stressful, not fun, all of the different adjectives I can come up with. So somewhat similar to Hughes, just trading too much size, taking an average of 10 lots per trade. And a lot of those blowouts are on one trade, right? You put on one trade, 10 lots, you're on the wrong side of it, and it's over in a couple minutes. What do you have to say, Andre?
No, I'm saying, is that right? A lot of these blowouts are just on one trade. That's what we're looking at. Come on, man.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that are on one trade, 1 or 2 trades. I mean, the average loser being $2,200. You're almost knocking out your daily loss limit with a single losing trade. That's just not enough runway, because clearly when you're making these types of big winning days, $18,000, $10,000. Clearly you can analyze the market and put on a trade that is profitable and let that run out, let it work in your favor. But if you're doing so with such size that your idea never has a freaking chance to tie its laces, then you're not going to get to where you want to be, and your trades aren't going to work out, and you're going to get depressed and turn into this this spiral that we've been talking about on Shoulder Tap today. So we don't want to see traders get in that death spiral. We love big winning days, but I'd much prefer to see a $5,000. Similar advice to what we talked about with Hughes. Set a $5,000 profit target for the day. If you hit $5,000, you're shutting it down and you're walking away, right? Of course, you're going to cap yourself out. You're not going to have those $18,000 days, but that's okay, right? You want to stabilize that P&L curve, because having these massive peaks and canyons off the other side are it's impossible to sustain that long term. So it's good that you're capable of putting up big winners, but at some point you got to say, pre-plan and say enough is enough, and that's all I'm going to do for the day. Also taking a payout. He could take some notes from Hughes in that way. Take a freaking payout, pay yourself. Otherwise, what are we even doing here? So
Great
that's similar to what we saw from Hughes. Interesting point about PinSyn is very diverse product trading. So trading everything from equities, energies, metals, currencies, trading the yen futures, trading copper, trading crude oil, obviously the NASDAQ and ES, gold. So, trading a breadth of things. I think if whichever product you land on, generally when I see that diversity of product trading, that tells me that it's probably hopefully a setup that they're looking for. And they're sort of product agnostic, and they're just looking for a particular setup in a particular market, it doesn't matter which market it is. So I like that style of trading. I think that's healthy. But again, if you're going in with 10 lots and it's a great idea, maybe in a lot of cases it was a fantastic idea, you just didn't give it a chance to work out. So knock it down a little bit, trade smaller, 1 or 2 lots, and be comfortable. Build those $5,000 days, and come away with a nice, healthy, winning month. That's what we want to see from PinSyn.
Well said, Ben. And also, don't blow out the day on just one trade. There goes your day. There goes your entire day. What first trade you blow out and then you're done for the day, and you come back and do it again. Come on, there's better ways of doing this. There's better ways to do this. I can only
I was going to say, as a day trader, pinning yourself down to only a 5-minute opportunity is 5-minute opportunity. There's a whole lot of day left, and
yes,
you're going to miss something. You're going to miss something that you really, really like to be in later on. And again, that's part of that compounding psychology of, oh man, if I hadn't, risked so much this morning, I'd be around for this afternoon trade. And, you're just beating yourself up about it. So work on getting on the right track, PinSyn. Reach out to the risk team. We're happy to work with you. That's what we're here for, is working with our live traders to make sure you're on the right path. I think we got just enough time to move on. I do want to highlight something really positive we've seen. If we could go to OWN, our last trading card for OWN. Really happy to see the trading that we've seen from OWN. OWN's trading a 50K XFA that just got called up to live. I was pumping my fist when I saw this trade report. There's 20 days traded, which is a pretty significant body to look at and evaluate from the risk team's perspective, especially when you're trading like this. In the 50K account, for those that may not be aware, your daily loss limit is $1,000.
Yep.
And OWN has not really even come close to that. The worst day that OWN has had was a $600 loser, and otherwise having a pretty significant winning day percentage. 70% winning days, 54% winning trades at almost a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio is fantastic. That is very steady, profitable trading. You're taking small, controlled losses. You're comfortable with being wrong. You will admit when you're wrong, and you're willing to walk away prior to hitting that daily loss limit. Those are big checks in your favor as far as the risk team is concerned. And we want to help enable those types of traders, empower those types of traders to continue to grow, because really, as far as I'm concerned, the sky's the limit with OWN. I don't have a whole lot of recommendations outside of, work with us and find ways to size up on your best trades, right? Identify what your best trades actually are and size up on those, because unlike the 2 traders that we just highlighted, who have, big spikes in their P&L, and then they, a big canyon on that P&L curve on the other side. OWN has, very shallow speed bumps. They have those spikes, capable of putting up a $2,000 day in the 50K account, and then very, very shallow drawdown on the days that they're drawing down. So overall, really steady, consistent trading. Happy that OWN is getting called up to that live account. Love the 50K account size for that reason. And we're really looking forward to having OWN as part of the live trading team here at TopStep.
Wow. Well, Ben, that does it for time. That was, we just kept it moving right away, moving right along, I should say. This is one of the best trading cards you're going to see. This is a trading card that's going to set up for sustained success, and that's what the risk team's looking for. I'm not going to put words in their mouth, but I know this is the type of trading card that they're looking for. Move them live and expect great results out of someone like this. Ben, thank you so much for doing that. Shoulder tap was an absolute pleasure. This is our first time doing this, like you said, and it was a pleasure doing it, and we're going to do it again. We do have Coming up on the other side of this little break, we do have, oh boy, we got JD and Hogue group coaching. Also, real quick, we have submit at the top of the chat here, submit your submission for Roast My Trades. Roast My Trades is tomorrow. Everyone loves that segment on Fridays. We roast everyone's trades. If you're interested in getting your trades roasted, click the top there, and we'll do that tomorrow. But Ben, thank you. That's an absolute pleasure. Group coaching coming up next.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. It is that time of day again, 12:30 Chicago time. That's 12:30 in the Central Time Zone. You made it to group coaching. I'm JD, behind the curtain. You are staring at John the Goat Hoagland, senior performance coach with more than 40 years of futures trading experience. Hoag, what's up today? Caught a nice stinger. Had a nice one in the house account. That was the only trade we put on in the house account, though, right? Just that one.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked too much about getting that short early in the session, and but we did catch that nice bounce. That was definitely a see money, take money. We saw money, we took money. That was a nice kind of against the
nicely
trend
laid
trade.
out. Yep. Yeah, I love the way that worked out. The process was golden.
Yep.
All right. Well, we've got your questions. We've got a couple left over from yesterday, too. Thanks to everybody that submitted their questions. We had that form in the chat for quite a bit today. And yeah, if you send a question in, we're going to try and get to it. Coach Robert was initially supposed to be here. He got called away back to Jupiter on business. So Hogue is stepping in, and we're gonna rip through some questions. All right. What do you say, Hogue? You ready?
Yeah,
Wanna get into it?
absolutely. Absolutely. Let's dive in.
Cool. All right. This question from yesterday.
Order filled.
Oh, I'm sorry. This question is from Tuesday, actually, from Shub. Shub wants to know, he's got a question about trade management. How do we decide when to get out of a trade if the market is moving our way? How do you set an exit strategy?
Order filled.
Well, you should have an exit strategy plan before you get into a trade. Let's say you're doing it on the fly. You know you just want to be long in the market, but you don't know where you're getting out. Does that make sense to you?
100%. So, I think the most important thing, Shove, is to recognize the current market state. If you're in a range trade, you should be, kind of working the extremes and trying to get out, as the market rotates to the other extreme of the current area of balance. There's lots of different techniques, of course. If you're in a market that you believe is going to continue to trend that way, then your best bet is just to sit back and sit on your hands and let the trade work out. You can trail a stop, in case there's some sort of a break in that trend or that structure. Just today on fast markets, we took a trade that we knew was counter trend, and the plan for that one was see money, take money, and it worked out very nicely because we did end up kind of continuing the push to the downside, at least for
Order
the
filled.
short time frame. So, if you're in a trade that the market is going your way, take a bigger look at the picture. Is the trade in line with a longer time frame trend or even a shorter time frame trend? That's something that you may want to stick around with for a little while. But if you're in a market that is really range bound, it's set extremes of highs and lows, and let's say you're short at the high, you think about taking a profit as price continues to rotate near the low. Maybe start thinking about taking a long as price rotates near the low. Maybe you'll get that rotation back up to the high. So there's no one way to manage a trade this way. It's more of taking a look at the current market state, the context of the market, and then making that decision, of how you're going to manage that trade. Best laid plans of mice and men often go astray, but if you're in a market that's moving your way, think about the current market state. We had a trade on that went our way, but we were against the current market state, and our plan was to see money, take money. If we would have gotten the short that we were kind of looking at early in the session, and the market was continuing to push lower, that would have been something that we probably would have thought about sticking in or sticking around a little bit longer in. We can say that all we want. Hindsight is, of course, 2020, but Shub, staying in winning trades is one of the most difficult parts of trading. I mean, you see that money. It's very tempting to just take that money, but if you look a little bit further away, look at the bigger picture. You may be in a market that is in a trend or beginning a trend. If you recognize that, you just increase that muscle to be able to say, I'm going to stay in this a little bit longer, maybe trail my stop to a previous, swing low if it's a long, and see if I can get more out of this trade. It's a very difficult thing, Shub. Great question, too.
Yeah, sometimes the hardest thing to do is hold on to a winner. Just like you said, you see that money, you want to take that money.
Yeah.
But yeah, look at those higher time frames. You're never more critical on ourselves than we're in the middle of a trade, right? You don't really get smarter once you put a trade on, but you start analyzing the market a whole lot in a completely different way. You start assuming maybe you're wrong or this is the end. It's going to turn here. But yeah, you just got to, just like Hoke said, take a step back, look at those higher time frames. You might have the trade of the century on.
We all have a tendency to overmanage trades. Just remember that the next time you're in that situation.
All right, let's move on. We got one from Hoop, our boy Hoop. Hoops. This is from yesterday. We didn't get to this one yesterday, but Hoop says, "Hey, Hogue, my friend, I miss the days of the floor. But TopStep is building something very close to that environment and educating traders as well. Wish we had that on the floor." I'm going to ask two questions here, if possible. One is technical. Second is more from the mental side. First, the technical. I use 4 range charts in a top-down approach. Do you have a feeling on 4 range charts and their benefit and downside? Part 2, second question. Any recommendations of processing all the information we take in from TopStep and other traders in the charts and organizing trading plans and thoughts? Really struggling processing all the information. We are throwing quite a bit of information at people throughout the day. And yeah, I could see if you're not used to being in the hot seat like that, it could be a little overwhelming at times. But well, let's start with the first question. How do you feel about range charts?
I don't have a lot of data to talk about that for you, Hoop. I've never really used range bars that much, range charts. So I'm not the right person to answer that question because I don't really have any really good thoughts on the benefits or the downside. If that's a tool that you're using, you're probably better at right now deciding what the benefits or the downside of them are. And I'm sorry I can't help you. Nobody knows everything, of course, and that is just one thing that I can't really speak intelligently to. So I'm going to leave that one behind for now.
And that's fine. Coach Robert's going to be on with us tomorrow, so we could follow up with him. He's a huge proponent of the range bars, the range charts, and the tick charts. So that's something he enjoys talking about, and he can show some great examples too. So we'll save this. We'll put this one in our pocket for tomorrow. Hoop. How's that sound? But we can't get to your second part. We can't get to the second part of your question though about organizing all the information being thrown at you guys and putting together trading plans based off of it. We have any tips for, I guess you could say, collecting or gathering all the data that we're sharing and bundling it up into a nice little trading plan?
Yeah. There is a lot. I mean, even just by looking at the markets, there's a lot of information coming at every one of us every day. To be able to streamline and bring all of that information into one stream of consciousness is a gift that I don't have. I don't know many people that would be able to take all of this information and use all of it and kind of bring it into that one stream of consciousness to be able to to be able to process all that information. So, my suggestion is, Hoop, just, be paying attention. You've got oodles of experience in trading. You're using what you're using for a reason. And not all the information that we put out here on Top Step TV, not all the information that the chat talks about is going to be useful for every person. Right. So you've got to, we have this opportunity to spend a lot of time together, talk about trading, talk about different tools in trading. It's up to, I think, each individual trader to look at the things that we're talking about and say, this doesn't really jive with me. So I'm going to not look at that and we'll continue, looking to add information that you find useful. There are people that look at the market profile and they say, well, that just doesn't make any sense to me. It's antiquated. Um, but it's not. To me, it's not antiquated. It's just a picture of what the market is trying to tell us. Some people recognize the usefulness in that. Some people won't recognize that as useful. They'll be looking at something else. Maybe it's candlestick patterns or things like that. Volume. All of these things are available to each of us and so readily available. Hoop on the trading floor, we didn't have the opportunity to sit and look at a whole bunch of different charts for different products and different time frames and different types of charts. We just had to use what we knew and find a way to profit with that. Yeah, there were sometimes charts up on the walls and they would kind of rotate through different time frames, and you could watch that, and you could watch the cash market, and all of this different stuff was available. But we have so much coming at us now. I feel you, Hoop. I mean, it's so difficult to try and take all of this information and again sum it down into one kind of stream of consciousness that you're going to be able to use. With your experience, Hoop, take the things that you learn that you deem useful and hold on to those and learn to use them. The things that don't speak to you, don't worry about trying to absorb all that information. You might feel like you're going to miss something that might deem itself very important at some time in the future, and I get that. But if we try and absorb all of this information all at once, you just end up, I think, with more of a um, paralysis by analysis type of situation. And the dad wisdom today, I think, is going to speak a lot towards being able to make a decision decisively and and work the results of it. Great question, Hoop. I really appreciate you and you being here and your floor experience and everything that you bring to the chat. I wish that there was something more succinct that I could answer these questions with, but there's so many enigmas in trading. Sometimes more information isn't necessarily better. And as for the range
Order
charts,
filled.
Robert's going to be your guy to ask that question, and we're going to try and keep that on the side for Robert tomorrow.
Sweet. And whatever you do, don't listen to what Andre says. I'm joking. I am joking,
Order
of course.
Of course.
Thanks for the question, Hoop, and thanks for all your contributions in the chat. We do appreciate it for sure. It's great having guys like Hoop in there, giving direction to everybody else. It's a big help. Makes our jobs easier, makes our lives easier, and it's good for you guys too. So thanks a lot, Hoop. Appreciate you. All right, next question comes from D. D wants to know which delta indicator do you use in TradingView? What's the name of the delta indicator that you use?
Well, in TradingView, they have cumulative delta, but I don't use TradingView. And if you do have TradingView, to get the cumulative delta, it's an upgrade in the subscription of the platform. So I've never seen it. I've never used it. I'm not sure if you're able to kind of anchor the delta indicator to a specific time frame or time of day. Again, I apologize. I'm not that familiar with TradingView. I don't use it. I don't have it. And but if you do have TradingView, just look under indicators and look up Delta, and all of the Delta tools that are available on TradingView will pop up. But if you click on it and they ask you for an upgrade in the subscription, that's what you're going to have to do to get that.
Excellent follow-up question.
The only way I can answer that.
Just to follow up on that, where do you get your Delta information then?
Okay, so I've got T4 platform. I've had it since I stepped out of the trading pit, and on the market profile, you can add Delta, and if I have regular trading hour session on there, it gets me just regular trading hour Delta. Unfortunately, we can't administer the market profile for people that are using T4 in the trading combine or in the live account. But there was a question in the chat a little while ago about using day session only delta in Tradingview. So I'm going to show you how to do that right now. So what we're looking at here is, let me get this up here. If I can get it. There we go. Oh, it's not going to let me. Oh, here, hang on. So this is the cumulative delta, and that's what it looks like on Tradingview. But this is also anchored to the beginning of the regular trading hour session. So what this is saying here is that the regular trading hour session has almost 1,800 negative delta. We saw earlier today that it was down around negative 14,000. It's currently right now down 1,700. So we've taken a lot of that delta off. But the way to set that on Tradingview for anybody who's interested in this is go to the configure chart elements, then click on the month and the time frame. Oops, hang on a second. Indicators. No, wait a minute. Okay, here we go. You're going to have to go to Tiki cumulative delta line. You can find that in community community elements, community chart elements, indicators, whatever it is. You'll find that here. Explore community indicators. So you'll go to this and you'll click. I just want to be quick with this. I apologize, but go down and find Tiki cumulative delta and then install it in the program. Then go to chart elements, then click on Tiki cumulative delta line. You want to go to session. If you are in Central Time, you want to start the session a half an hour before the regular trading hour session. For some reason, that is just how it works best. Okay. So session, start hour, 8 a.m. That's 9 a.m. on the East Coast. You know where your time zone is. So start the session a half an hour before, then hit save. And now you've got your cumulative delta, which is going to basically zero at 8:30, and you're going to have an accurate delta, daytime frame only delta. Because if you have the cumulative delta, you're going to have to do a lot of math throughout the day. Well, it started at plus 20,000. Now it's at plus 18,000. That means delta for the day session is minus 2,000. May as well just set it up that way. It is currently reading as accurate. We're down 1,740. I'm looking at down 1,700 and now 1,800. It is presenting as accurate right now. Just remember that electronic trading is not perfect, and sometimes there can be little differences or variances between different platforms and the tools that they're using. So again, find it in Tiki, go to chart indicators, chart elements, Tiki cumulative delta line, click on that, session, start hour a half hour before the regular trading hours, save, and then you've got it. All right. Hopefully that's going to work out well for you.
Awesome. Thanks,
JD.
Hogan. Yep. Thanks for the question, D. I see some people in the chat. We're still getting questions about when topstepX is going to be available to everybody. Can't really disclose that, but I'm going to say it's not today and it's not tomorrow. But hang tight because it's coming soon. All right. Let's move on. Toby123 says, how can I better learn analytical techniques? I'm assuming this means Toby wants to learn more about technical analysis. Honestly, you can just sit down, open up a web browser, and do a search for technical analysis and find pretty much everything that there is to know about it with, a couple clicks of the mouse. I think some people kind of consider the Bible of technical analysis to be John Murphy's technical analysis of the futures markets book, of the financial markets book. Technical analysis of the financial markets. That's the name of the book by John J. Murphy. It was published over 50 years ago, but people reference it all the time. It's got
Order
all the
filled.
patterns in there, everything you possibly need. You can refer to our website also. We have a blog series on technical chart patterns. You could take a look at that. You could seek out help in our Discord channel. I'm sure our coaches would be willing to help you out to learn technical analysis, how they use it, what types of tools that they're using. What else we got, Hogue? What comes to your mind if you're trying to learn technical analysis?
There's always new ways to think of things and new ways to look at things. We had Brian Shannon on. This is his book, Technical Analysis Using Multiple Time Frames. I haven't read it yet, but I'm looking very much forward to reading it. And there's different types of technical analysis too. I mean, there's candlestick patterns, there's traditional technical analysis. There's lots of different ways to kind of do that. But Toby, none of these books are page turners. These are all textbooks. There's a lot to know and a lot to learn. So give yourself time. And, as I kind of suggested a while back, just give yourself 15 minutes a day, half an hour a day. Get that technical analysis book. Look it up online. Some of these books, some of these older books, especially, you can sometimes find like free downloadable versions, PDF versions of them. And just, it takes time. We get that. I've been at this, for 40 years, and I learn more every day. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. But it's all about you, Toby. How much are you willing to put into learning your technical analysis and getting better at all of that? That's the question. Put your heart into it. Do something every day to learn, and before long, you'll be moving right along as far as getting better at technical analysis.
Yep. And again, there's no substitute for screen time either. Make sure you're in there watching the markets, trying to identify these patterns. The more you do that, the easier it'll be.
Good point, Jimmy. Good point. Yep.
Dan Trader in the chat has a recommendation to the Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns. I have not read that one, but I assume it's got to be pretty good. Dan Trader is not one to, I would say, slack on something like that. So yeah, I'll check that one out for sure. Thanks for the recommendation. All right, next up, Baba Booey. Baba Booey says, can you please go over how you set multiple products on the topstepX screen? Mine stay the same in each window. Sure, it's just a setting, but can't find it.
Sure. So first off, you're going to want to go to select layout. I've got a 4-screen layout selected here. So if you only had one product on there and you go to 4-screen selection, all 4 are going to be the same market. But just click on it and then type in here. This is the S&P. This is the NQ. If I want a different time frame of S&P right here, I just type in ES, and then I click on that, and then it's going to have ES, a 5-minute chart and a 500 tick chart. So then you can choose 4 different markets to put on this screen, and then save your layout, name your layout, and then and save it. So now I just saved it. So now I'm going to have to save it back to NQ, back to NQ. Now I'm going to save the layout. So it's just a matter of changing each window to the product that you want, and then saving the layout. All right. And you can set up different layouts too. Like, you can create a new layout. There's all different things that you can do here. But that's really, if you just want 4 different charts, change the products on all 4 charts and then save the layout. Hope that helps.
Yep, pretty simple. Just make sure you save everything you do in topstepX. And yeah, you could set up as many different workspaces as you want. So keep that in mind also. All right, we got time for one more. We're going to close it out with one of Hogue's specialties here. Kirti asks, can you please explain? Oh, and let me mute Isaac real quick.
Sorry, guys.
All right, Isaac is now
All
muted.
right.
All right. Can you please explain what is the meaning of base of the late spike? Can it be seen only on TPO charts? And also, what is its significance?
Okay. All right. So let's see here. We're going to go on the 30-minute chart here, and we're going to look at gold. Okay. So we know that the regular trading hours for gold are from 7:20 to 12:30. So the range for the regular trading hour session in gold yesterday was, basically from 23:21 down to 23:04 or 23:05 approximately. Because the FOMC meeting came out yesterday after the settlement for gold, it doesn't mean that there can't be good information after that. So because we've got this late spike here very handy, we're going to discuss this one. What a late spike is when the market is range bound and right at the end of the day, the market pushes away from that range and then closes higher. Technically, is this a late spike? We're just going to treat it as one. So if, let's say, this is what we saw at the end of the day. We saw range, we saw price push away from it and then close on those highs. When we look at the gold yesterday, the highest volume was actually after the settlement price. So that makes this late spike important. So the late spike is when price moves away from balance at the end of the day and doesn't have the time to show acceptance through time after the close. Okay. So the base of the late spike, we would say, would be the high of the range that was established early in the day. Let's call it 23.2160. When the market goes up and then closes up above that level, that's what creates the late spike. What we're looking for is for the market to show us acceptance in time by closing in or above that late spike. Well, today the market opened below that late spike, indicating probable rejection of higher pricing. You don't need profile to see it. I think there was an opportunity earlier in the week here in the S&Ps where we saw, let me just double check here. Okay. Yes. So here is an example of a late spike. The market opened, rallied. Well, the market opened, balanced, fell, balanced, and in the last 30 minutes of the day, extended the range below and closed on the low. This is a late spike to the downside. What this would indicate is that the market would seek lower levels to facilitate trade, but didn't have time to show that it was bringing new business into the market down at those levels. Well, the next day, the market opened below the late spike. The base of the late spike is in essence where balance broke very late in the day. So the base of the late spike here was 50.8675. 50.8675. So that is meaningful because we if we think the market's going to go lower, we want price to pretty much remain below that level. We opened the next day below the late spike. First indication of a higher probability of lower pricing. The market rotated. It took forever to even close the gap. So this was indicating possible acceptance of lower pricing. The FOMC came out, boom, we rally and we close back below the late spike and the base of the late spike. Look at our highs today. The base of the late spike, to be exact, was 50.88.5. Our overnight high, 50.90, 88.5. That's 6 ticks above the base of that late spike. This was an anomaly. This was a news-driven event, and sellers did take price back lower. What's our regular trading high? 50.88.75. What's the base of our late spike? 50.86.75. We tested to it. This is going to remain resistant until proven wrong. Okay? Okay, so the base of the late spike, basic late spike rules. Opening in the late spike, but below the base of the late spike is a secondary probability of acceptance of lower pricing. Opening below a late spike, in other words, the way we did yesterday, is a higher probability of acceptance of lower pricing. There's your basic rules for the late spike. There's where to find the base of the late spike. Anytime you see a market that moves significantly away from range at the end of the day and closes away from range, that creates the late spike. Okay?
Beauty.
Great
Thanks,
question.
Hogue. And we are over time, so we're going to get out of here real quick. Stick around. We've got the Funded Traders Takeover coming up next. Andre with Nick T and Isaac. You
Sorry.
got two of our...
I went too long.
No hurries, Hogue. We got Isaac and Nick T coming up. Isaac's number 5 on our leaderboard, and Nick T is also in the top 20. We're going to have them on for the Funded Trader Takeover in just a minute. Hogue, let's get this dad wisdom, and then we're going to take a real short break, and we'll be right back.
See, this goes with Hoop's question. If there's too much to think about, it's going to be very difficult to make a decision. Dad always said, if you'll lose more by not making a decision than by even making a wrong decision. Make the decision and take the trade. Trade well, everyone.
Order filled. 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 Order filled.
Man, I am a lucky guy, and so is the audience. Today, we are here with the Funded Trader Takeover. The man in the middle is Isaac R. The man on the right is Nick T. Gentlemen, how are we doing? Thank you guys for joining us today. I hope the audience is really ready for a super special segment right now. Nick T, how's the trade going today?
The trade's going well. I've had a pretty good morning in the live account, up just under 2,500, but it's been kind of a choppy mess. I've given back some points, got some points back, taking a stop out in about 3 seconds this morning at the total low for the day. So that was unfortunate. More of a panic flatten than it was a,
Order filled.
normal stop out. So not exactly what you want to do.
No, I saw that. I did see you get long there in the chat. Speaking of that, it's getting long. Isaac R, I think you got long around the 50-50 level in the ES this morning, this morning. Tell us about that trade. How's it going so far today?
Well, I took a few trades, taking some heat in some accounts, seeing some money in some other accounts. The team as a whole did very, very well today. We had some people pass combines, people throw up some nice P&Ls. I actually have a couple of my combine traders here, a couple of my live funded traders here, my XFA traders here, and it's a little bit of a mixed bag, but overall it was all good. I took some heat because I did decide to get a little aggressive personally. Kind of as the leader of Big Tick Energy Group, I do get some freedom there as far as risk exposure goes. So I took some trades before the open, and I took some trades as well right before some of the numbers came out at 10. And I'll be honest, I took some heat on that. But obviously, you guys saw in real time during fast markets in the chat, I was calling out a few levels, calling out a couple positions, and they were each 10 to 15 point winners. And I think I called out 3 of them. So it's been an interesting post FOMC day.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Well, while we speak here, we are catching a bid, like my man Isaac reminded me in the green room. S&P's trading 50.86 right now, about 4 points, 3 points beneath the highs of 50.90. Here we go. Just new highs here in the NASDAQ as well, trading 17.630, 632, call it. That was well up against the highs as well. Seen a sell-off in popping crude. I take that back. Popping crude in a rally in gold. So we do have some markets moving right here. So if you guys do see some opportunities, you want to take some trades, by all means, let's do that. But we got you guys are 2 of our all-stars right now. Nick T, let's talk about that panic trade this morning. What happened? You felt like you were catching a falling knife. You got long almost around the damn near lows, and it just didn't really go your way?
Yeah, it was one of those situations where I was comfortable taking a long just below the previous day low at 399. So I was kind of just sitting at 395, and it basically, almost nicked my stop immediately. And it just looked so heavy where it's like, you know what, let me see if it just kind of builds here for a second. I'm usually pretty good at kind of catching those knives and longs off excess lows like that. But this was a situation coming out of yesterday where we kind of just unwound everything post press conference with Powell that I'm just like, you know what, this actually looks like some aggressive selling. So I'm just going to wait. And it was more like, I'll just get out for a couple points of a loss and regroup here. And then unfortunately never got back in long, took a couple scalp shorts since then, but could have just been riding that this entire day and been very happy right now.
Absolutely. Isaac, let's talk about these S&Ps. What are your thoughts? We saw the Powell, we saw the big reversal off of Powell as if it was roundabout way. We got back to where we started. What are your thoughts moving forward with FOMC, what we heard from Powell? And where we're going. And for the rest of the week, for that matter, we got Apple after the bell. We got non-farm coming up tomorrow. Thoughts on the horizon, what's coming up towards us, and what happened yesterday?
So I will say I was a little bit disappointed with some of the price action at FOMC. If you look at a daily chart, the entire candle or bar for yesterday was actually smaller than the sell-off that we had the day before, which historically, or maybe not historically, but more often than not, you'll know that, the Monday, Tuesday, and early part of Wednesday leading up to FOMC tends to be chop city, right? Sideways, ultra tight ranges, very, very little, average true range. So those weeks tend to be a little bit difficult. Even taking a loss in my live funded account today, a pretty sizable loss. I hit my personal daily loss limit, which is a nice chunk of change. I'm still up 11 grand on the week, and we still have tomorrow. So I could lose $1,000 tomorrow and still be up 10 grand on the week, and I could make 1,000 to 5,000 tomorrow, and I could be up, anywhere from 11 to 16 grand tomorrow. Not trading the P&Ls, but that's a really nice position to be in. Just like when you're in those trades and you have your stop trailed in the money, and you're either making this much money or this much money, that's the best place to be in. But we've had, pretty exciting. I mean, Monday was really tight, and even with Monday being as tight as it was, I think I put up 3 grand. I think I put up 3 grand in my live account and maybe another 2,500 in my combine on Monday. And I mean, when you look at that daily bar, the candle was this big. But I was a little disappointed to see the range as small as it was yesterday for it being FOMC. But when you look at what the Fed did or didn't do, right? Did or didn't do as it pertains to, prime rate, it's kind of in line with the activity we saw. Don't get me wrong. There was a lot of, up and down, whiplashing. People could get chopped up really bad in there, which is why I had the bulk of my team lock themselves out of their topstepX accounts. But I think the most important thing, especially if you guys end up putting up my charts up, even if it's just for a brief second, is that the daily, since, the better part of April was pretty much a short-term bear trend, right? Yep. But the 100-day simple moving average on the daily has held. On a very, very aggressive sell-off day that we had on the 19th, we did peak under and we did close underneath the simple moving average on that day. However, the very next day, we were trading above it, closed above it, and we've honestly spent the last week and a half bouncing on that moving average. So, what that tells me is that overall, the market's not finding enough value. That maybe the market's too cheap underneath that, we'll call it 49.80 to 50.50, right? So 49.80 up to 50.50, we can do some business in that zone, but the market's not really comfortable taking it much lower. But we also haven't really gotten that follow through, that commitment from the bulls and the bears letting go to really take the market higher and retest some of those all-time highs that we were seeing at the end of March and beginning of April. So the way that moving average is playing as support, though, gives me confidence as far as bull sentiment goes. But I'll tell you, man, these candles that we've been seeing on normal days where we're not getting, crazy geopolitical news hitting the wire or any other, earnings releases, even who was it that I think we had what earnings, like AMD, 2 other ones. It wasn't really that exciting. We had one coming out right at 1600 hours, 1605, and I think 1500 hours. And we weren't really seeing major sell-offs or major spikes. So I think the really important thing with Amazon's earnings coming out, and it's the first of the month, right? Tomorrow's Friday. Let's really see what some of these bigger players in the market, some of these institutional traders do with respect to that moving average in the S&P as we close out the day tomorrow. I think that's going to be something really important to watch because it's going to set the tone for the rest of the quarter. May and June, we're going to see either upward movement, downward movement. Maybe for the next week or so, we might see some chop, but we're gonna pick a direction here real soon.
I think you're right. I think you're spot on that we have been in this range for quite some time now. We'll see if we do break out of it. Nick T, I want to talk to you about the gamma, what you're seeing with the gamma play, and please explain that to the audience for those that aren't familiar. But what do you see with that? How do you use that to your advantage in your trades?
Yeah, so a good trader friend of mine did a really good deep dive of FOMC with it yesterday, of just in terms of how different, the call and put walls throughout Powell's initial statement release that the algos went a little crazy with, as well as during the press conference, just how the options activity throughout kind of that press conference was moving pretty much up the chain the whole time. And then as soon as it stopped talking, it almost was like they just started closing those positions and moving it back down. So it's something that I use to, not typically during FOMC, because I think it's a little less relevant, and just given how illiquid it can kind of be, you're just kind of playing against algos and institutions. So it's not exactly, I know you guys preach it, but it's not the best time to be trading for anyone who's less experienced or just isn't used to trading event volatility. It's just a great way to, blow your account and or, hit a daily loss limit from the day. So typically what I do is I'll look at, longer term gamma exposure, on a time frame, as well as 0 day to expiration, just kind of seeing where it's sitting in any given day. So as far as today, I'm still seeing, pretty much the largest strike, where you would expect at a big round number at 50-50. So no surprise there. And then still seeing a pretty large wall around SPX 5000. So not much has changed. It still looks like there is some downside risk, that is, or at least how market makers are positioned today. Still potentially looking at another trip this week, heading back towards 5,000. And I think, even right now, as ES is kind of failing to break above the opening range high for the day, we could just be sitting and waiting for Tim Apple to save the world again. I don't exactly know, as we're making highs in NQ here, it seems like we might stall out at this level as the market is waiting on all the fear in the world that Tim Apple is either going to send us back to 3860 SPX or to new all-time highs. So we'll see what happens here upon close. But I know that's always a fun area of the earnings season that I know everyone anticipates.
Tim Apple indeed saving the world.
I'm waiting for on pins and needles for Tim Apple to save the world. I don't know.
I got it. I heard you the first time. Nick T. Oh, that got me good. Like Coop liked it there in the chat. All right, guys. So I need your eyes assessment. You are two of the traders that we lean on heavily for these house account trades. And we were just talking about Hoag's previous quote of this dad wisdom coming into ending group coaching coming into this power player session. So Nick T, I want you to tell me what Hoag said and what stuck out to you and how we can apply that to the house account trade. Because as you see, we are very conservative. Oh boy, Isaac's laughing now too. Everyone's loving this shit. You can see we're hesitant to pull the trigger. We'll pull the trigger. We're finding trade levels, finding execution. How can we refine this process? Help us with it.
Well, I guess my first thought is there's too many cooks in the kitchen at times. That's my first piece of feedback. And I mean, Isaac would probably agree with me. I know Dakota would probably agree with me, where half the time, you have a rough area of a level and you just have to execute. And I think Hoag's little quote was more about like, you're going to lose more sitting on the sidelines than taking the risk, to enter and potentially taking a loss. Like, you're going to lose more mental capital. And I know last Friday, Andre, during Power Hour with me, I know you lost a little sanity not jumping into the same trade I was in the house account after a good day. So it's like that same, I guess, mentality. But yeah, sometimes it's just like, it was me with catching the knife this morning. You just kind of got to jump in and at least a rough area of where you're wrong. I know we're looking for defined risk, but I still think there's those low risk areas where even at the, you longing for 400 today on NQ with some size in the house account, you kind of knew where you were wrong. Even if you were going to catch it there, you knew how much further it could go before we're wrong and we're going way lower.
Yeah, that was the trade of the day. Get long beneath 1400 or 400s there in the Nasdaq. But yes, we got. They want to know why you smoke, Isaac. Isaac, why do you smoke your cigars? They're delicious, right?
They are delicious. They make me feel good. They taste good. They smell good. That's it.
I appreciate that. All right, Isaac, tell us your thoughts on this house account thing, how that we got going. We lean on your levels. Today, the 50-50s and the ES. Jack and yourself are all over that trade. A little late to that party with pulling the trigger, the execution. How can we refine this process and make it better?
Definitely, like, less people trying to sit in the captain's seat, right? I think that ultimately one person has to be given, the key and say that, even if there is mostly agreements, which some out, it's not unanimous, right? There's some outstanding disagreements, then that person still has the freedom to go ahead and pull the trigger, right? There's also just been a little bit too much deliberation, right? Like, whose levels are we leaning on? Like, I stopped submitting my levels because I'm like, my trades just aren't being taken, right? So it's like, you guys are looking at maybe one too many sets of levels, right? And I think, especially for the house account, I think what it's going to have to be is that early on in the fast market session, pick an instrument, right? So you're not toggling between NQ or ES or crude oil or whatever. Pick your instrument right off the jump. Probably align that with whatever the guest that you have on for that segment trades. Right, so if I'm on ES, right, if Deanna's on maybe crude or one of the metals, Nick NQ, and then aside from, picking a specific instrument, also have a bias. So say, right out the gate, you guys have Hoag on there, Andre, you're on there every single time. You guys have people who are smart enough to say, okay, overall, I'm only interested in longs today. And I'm only interested in shorts today. And I'll only take a position then if one of my setups present themselves close to or at one of the predetermined levels and with the bias that I'm interested in. If those three things don't line up, the instrument chosen, the bias chosen, and then having clear defined levels for the day, don't take a house account trade. Then there won't be any beef and any drama. I know the Top Step TV chat loves it, but sometimes we can go without the drama.
I agree. I'm definitely down for that. Less drama, the better. All right, well, I appreciate it. So streamline a little bit more. Focus on one instrument with people on air and a little bit too many cooks in the kitchen. Yes, I like that a lot. So I appreciate that, guys, very much. And Isaac, hey, if you want to throw those levels in there, trades aren't being taken. I get it. Feel free to throw them in there, though. Like those 50-50s today were money. Should have pulled the trigger on those. But yeah.
I'll be a lot more active submitting my levels daily. Pretty much it'll end up being every single day once my boot camp is over in my Discord. For right now, I'm trying to keep it as exclusive as possible. But as soon as that's cut, I'm going to be giving you guys my levels every day. Hopefully, I can come on to a few fast market segments so that I can trade them with you guys and the house account. And speaking of trading, I have a limit order set at 50.84 to go short in the S&P with a target of 68.75. And that's a 10-point stop with 3 contracts. So we did go up and just barely tickle that level, but didn't get a fill. So just figured I'd let you guys know I do have a short limit order placed. And we'll go ahead and see if because to get over 90 to 95 in the S&P, we'd have to become quantitatively overextended, which I don't think the market's looking to do at this point. If we were in power hour, especially like that last 45 minutes, anything can happen, right? But as it stands right now, we're just coming up to 2:30, right? Anybody who was in extended lunches have come back now. So the bulk of the players are in the game, with the exception of, MLC, imbalances and liquidity injections coming towards the end of the session. So this would be like, for me, a one and done. If the short fills, ride it out just below 50.70, take a 10 to 15 point winner on that with little to no heat. You saw we made our way when we were catching that bid when we started this segment. We got up to 88.5. Couldn't quite get into that 90s to 95 area. So that tells me, the bulls don't really want to make this market overextended. They want to keep it in quantitative balance. And mean reversion is naturally going to come into play as the product of that, right? So we'll see if we get the fill here.
I like that. With the target of 68, he said he's working to offer 84s. Let us know if you get fill. We're about a couple ticks away from that, trading 83 half right now. With a target of 68. I got VWAP pegged at 50.66, so I can see where your target is right around that range. That makes a lot of sense. Quick peek here at crude. Crude did turn around. We did see a sell-off at the beginning of the segment. It did recover some of those losses. Everything else kind of trading sideways, but I like that play. I just got a range trade going on. Nick T, in these type of markets, will you be trading Power Hour at all? I know we traded Power Hour last Friday. I think we got you on tomorrow for Power Hour.
I just got a fill, by the way, guys.
You did get filled. Wow,
I just got a fill, and I'm already up $150 on the position. Immediate rejection from that level.
Beautiful. So, okay, all right, let's talk about this trade. So you are in that trade. Let's throw it up there. Please update him, Isaac, on what your position is, how many times, and from what price, so we can update the board.
Yep, 50.84, short S&P, 3 contracts.
Thank you. So when
the plan is my target's an extended target, meaning it's a little bit greater than my typical 10 points. The average true range is there, right? If you double ATR, target expectancy is realistic with what I'm looking for. Also, that would put the target right at the 200 period simple moving average on the 50-minute chart. So we should expect some sort of support if we can even get down there. But of course, if anybody in my Big Tick Energy group is in the Top Step TV chat, knowing that I'm short at 84, I guarantee you a dozen to 50 people can jump in the Top Step TV chat and let you know at what level would trigger for me to trail my stop, and then what level I would trail my stop to eliminate risk from the trade and capture a gain. That way, the only 2 outcomes are a gain, because I have hard concrete rules on trailing my stops. That's a really important part of my strategy. So basically, on an entry, it's at 6.5 points of green. You trail to 4.5 points. That way, at that point, you're taking no less than 4.5 points on the trade. And then, depending on if it's a standard target or an extended target, again, it's Big Tick Energy. We call the group that because we're not looking for trades if it's less than 10 points. If there's less than a 10-point target expectation, we're not getting in that trade. So once we're at 4.5 points, if it's an extended target, Then we have trailing parameters that we would lock in no less than that 10 points if we even peak a point above that or a handle above that. So it's a 4 at 6.5. We trailed a 4.5. Then we trailed a 10. And then at that point, myself and the people in my group, they can trail at their discretion, right? See money, take money, and aggressively trail that stop so you're not leaving too much meat on the bone.
That's very good stuff there. Nick T, what are you looking for the rest of this day? We got about 90 minutes left in the trading session today. Like you said, we got ample earnings after the bell. How would you be looking to attack the rest of this market, if at all?
Yeah, not really looking at too much. I did take a stab short, but I'm probably going to get out here in a second. I don't love the way NQ is. Yeah, I got short at 620, just trying to get a quick scalp as we were heading potentially back towards like 580, 585.
Right.
So I'm short 620 right now. If we kind of burst out of this, I just don't love the way at the end of the day NQ kind of makes these hold my beer candles, and you can get ripped by 20 points without even trying. So if it breaks the high of this, which it looks like it's about to, I will be out for about a $600 loss. Let's see.
All right, so both these guys are getting short here at the upper end of this range. And I do understand why. It is quiet. Like we said, we got some earnings after the bell, non-farm tomorrow. So these guys are just saying, the bulls are going to come in here and start buying this up when no one's looking. But like you said, there's a hold my beer pop that we could see. We'll see how this plays out. Nick, if you could update us on that trade.
I see some sellers initiating up here at the high. So it is one of those things, like if ES can protect the opening range high, I still like looking for shorts. But if it kind of starts to build above that, no chance am I taking a short thrust today.
So this is the
on the
moment
ES
of truth,
86 was the level you wanted to be in at. But of course, to ensure that you got to fill, I front ran that a little bit. I'm willing to take an extra 2 to 3 points heat on the trade to ensure a fill in this scenario, but really the level you wanted to be at was 86 quarter. So, and we're trading right now at 86 quarter. But sometimes you got to do a little bit of a front run, take a little bit of heat. That way you can make sure that you catch the wave, because there's nothing worse than being right, but not being right because you missed it.
All right, talk to us. All right, talk to us through these trades. We are seeing some sellers stepping in a bit. We'll see how this. We'll take a look at the tilt here for you guys. We got NASDAQ long 57%, ES 63% long right now. So there's long. I don't know what Delta is. We get a Delta update from John if he is.
So you're reading my mind. I was gonna say, Andre, if we can get the Top Step TV chat, the viewers to participate, if we can get two things, if we can get a VWAP update in the S&P, and if we can get a Delta update in the S&P, that'd be really nice, because we know John can get it to us. But let's see if we can get some activity going from some of the people viewing right now, and get those pieces of data for us in the chat.
Let's do it, chat. Get in there. Tell them what you think about this trade. Levels for being short. You guys bullish or bearish? Here we go. Thank you, John. Oh, ES minus 1100, NQ minus 4400. We did see ES peak at around minus 16,000 today, so they've peeled that off significantly, almost to neutral in that delta. We're at minus 1100.
And we got a VWAP update.
I got your VWAP. I got you at 50. So we'll throw it in the chat there. What do you got, VWAP? Andre Coda says 66.
VWAP's 5066.
Yep.
And my target would be nestled just over 66. Even if it's, some people are saying 64, 64 3/4, 66. So either way, my tentative target as it stands right now is just above VWAP. So in a way, I'm almost leaning on VWAP. However, I didn't know what VWAP was. So there's a lot of coincidences that you see like that in the market, and a lot of my team knows when I say, is that coincidence? They usually respond with AQM. No, it's algorithmic, it's quantitative, it's math. When you start seeing simple moving averages align with certain levels from previous sessions, etc., there's no coincidence in the market. It's either raw data or it's math.
I like that. I like that. So you're saying it's not a guessing game, huh?
It's not. It's not. And really, the only way to really have a chance at this game is that you got to try to play like the bigger players, but scale down. The more that you can trade, like I think it was who was it, Silver Fox, or that you guys have on? I know Rips just did a podcast with him. He was
Austin
like more of a Forex guy before. Austin Silver, there we go.
I'm out
Silver
of that,
Fox.
by the way.
He said
out.
What is it? Oh, you're out of the trade?
I'm
I'm
wait.
still in it. He said like if you're not a trader that has, payout proof, if you don't have statements that you can show, and if you're not a trader that has worked for a larger firm, I don't want to hear anything from you, right? I don't want to trust whatever platform you say you need to be on, what prop firm you need to be on. I don't want your levels. Like you got to have some sort of credentials. I don't know if on the stream on YouTube if there's like restrictions. I can't really say what financial institutions and banks that I've worked for, but I've worked for some of the bigger ones. Both nationally here in the States and also internationally across the pond as well. And that is all stuff that has helped me, really make my arsenal that much better. And a lot of people don't know this. About 6-7 months ago, I actually applied to be a risk analyst with TopStep because I kind of felt like something that would be another good thing to kind of add to my utility belt is to learn the risk management side, not at the trade level, but at the account level, meaning, the entire prop account, the house account, managing, hundreds, if not thousands of traders. It didn't obviously work out, but that's fine because here I am on TopStep TV and I'm still, in the top 10 or top 5 as far as individual traders go. But you got to constantly be doing things to improve because even though this is in college, right, we have our dues, we have our tuition, and you got to get every little piece of education that you can to have any shot at making it in this game.
I agree with that. All right, Nick T. So you are out of the trade. You are flat. You got stopped out, or did you manually stop it out?
No, I took the stop. I didn't want to. If we run those highs, I didn't want to get ran for another 10 points for no apparent reason. So I'm just kind of waiting and watching here. We might get an excess push above 35 on NQ. Granted, I got cut at 30-ish, 30 and a half, whatever. So there's a chance, my entry should have been that. And, that was potentially a top tick stop out in a way. And we go back down. But no, I think we might run these highs.
Yeah, well, we're certainly butting up against them here. 50.88 in the S&Ps with a high of 50.90 on the day. Pretty much we are at the highs right now.
We become overextended. Yeah, we're at the highs now, and if we hit 95 or greater, we get to a point where, on a quantitative standpoint, the market has become overextended. So many standard deviations away from the mean. At that point, it's really, really hard to. You don't want to get in front of that running bull. You don't want to try to catch that falling sword, right? If it was the other way around, right? If we were looking to become overextended to the downside, that's where I don't even say we're trying to catch a falling knife. You're trying to catch a falling sword. And that's actually kind of what happened to me this morning after the numbers that came out at 10 a.m. So, we just hit that 90 now. That means we did get a little bit of support where my entry was, which also is in line with value high from yesterday's session. So now it's going to be a matter of, we did hit 230. There should be some added liquidity, some more players entering the game. We're going to see if we could take this to 95 or higher. That's why my stop is situated 1 point before that, because I don't want to take any more of a loss outside of what my loss would be at that level. Because if we can get there, we're likely to see us going much higher than that. Plus, we got big round 5,100 just above it, right?
Yeah, I see that. I do see that indeed. Yes, we are kind of just we are rallying, so to speak, catching a bid, Isaac, if you will. And the volume's a little light right now. It is got, like I said, 90 minutes left in the session. We will see where the stops are situated. I'm assuming the stops just above 5,100. Where do you think the stops are in the S&Ps there, Isaac?
Honestly, the stops were probably right around this 90 level, and also right where my stop's sitting. My stop's sitting at 94 even. So there's definitely some stops in there because, again, if we can get through 90 to 95, at that point, some of the more strategic traders, oh my God, we're doing thumbs up on the camera again. Some of the more strategic traders are going to have those stops set before that overextension, right? So that they don't have that cascading effect of like lots of stops starting to get triggered just above that. So that's why, again, I wouldn't want to go much further than 94 because I'm pretty adamant that if we get into 95, that's when we could easily see another 10-point, bid that we catch to the upside as we start looking for that 5,100, 5,105. So at that point, that's how you end up hitting a $3,000 daily loss limit on 3 contracts by having your stop too wide and not paying attention to some of those levels. So, I'm willing to take a little bit of heat on this trade, right? And like I said, I front ran it. So there's an extra 2 to 3 points of heat that I normally wouldn't have taken if I had gone in where I wanted to, but I also wanted to ensure the fill. So we'll see. There's only 2 outcomes. I'm either going to get stopped out or I'm going to hit my target. And the only guarantee we have as far as what direction the price is going to move in is to the right of the screen. None of us know if it's going up or down, but we all know that it's moving to the right.
I'm seeing a call buying picking up around 50.75 on SPX. So about 10 points higher, which would line up to about, 5,100 on ES.
Where we're at now. Yep.
Yeah, that was a good manual stop out there.
On
that
your
would have been
trade?
another 20 points. Yeah, on my NQ short, because that would have been another. I mean, I would have definitely cut it at a new high. So even that was an extra 12 points roughly.
Get smarter every
We are
day, but
just-
here you are watching Top Step TV. Let's see.
Yes. Hey,
Yeah, sometimes using a manual stop out when you can clearly see a trade is not going to move in your favor and it's potentially going to blow up in your favor or in your face. It's a good call to just get out and reevaluate rather than just wait for it to hit your stop in that situation. Because the thesis changed there.
$5. What did I get fined $5 for? They're trying to find me $5 here in the chat. I wasn't on mute. I don't know about that. Anyways,
they're probably
hey,
just
Nick
saying you guys weren't talking enough.
I mean, I talk plenty. You should see my report card. They say I talk too much all the time.
I think aren't you like the main host? Aren't you supposed? Isn't that your job?
Kind of, Nick T. That's besides the point. That's what the report is. I talk too much.
I called you the MC today.
I saw that. I think
Andre's
you
the MC.
did. We are the MC.
I hope Andre's the MC for our segment today.
Indeed, master of ceremonies. Anyway, I gotta say, Nick T. Question: You said you're what, a couple grand outside the being on the top, the what is it, the live fund in the top, the leaderboard in the top 10. How close are you to being on it?
Well, I'm sitting above 50K in just my live, and I've had some terrible terrible sessions on my new XFAs. I just can't get one of those off the ground. It seems like these days without giving back a lot of gains. So I'm still sitting just probably right above 50K. So I know I think number 10 on there was like 52 and change. So I'm probably right there. Hopefully tomorrow, if I can not blow up the day I'm having today.
I love it. I love it. Okay, great. So you get there. Question. Sam has a question here. I'm going to direct this towards Isaac. Isaac, can you explain what front running? Yes. What do you mean by front running? What is front running?
So, I found historically with my trades that, you get really good at picking levels, and that's great and all. If John Hoagland has seen it in the chat in real time on Top Step TV, where I'll call the low of a day, from the start of the session, right? Or an hour before the market close, say what the top's going to be. And that's fine and dandy. But, sometimes, you can't, no one knows the exact levels, right? You can have a general idea of somewhat of a range, right? And if you're really, really good at determining those areas, what that means is if you're not a market order trader, which you shouldn't be, because, just a spread between, where the price is when you're pressing that button and where you ultimately get filled, it could be, over the course of weeks or months, thousands of dollars in money left on the table, or potentially losses as well. So if you're letting the market come to you with limit orders, if you're just like, okay, I can't really see this market going beyond 50.90, right? And if it does, there's some wiggle room there, 50.95. I'm like, okay, well then maybe I should get in at 86, right? If 90 is where I want to get in, let me front run that by getting in a little bit in advance, right? Just in front of that, and I'll get in at 86 or 87 rather than 90, because if I'm looking for 90, nothing's going to upset you more other than a losing trade of seeing it go up to 89.75 and then not filling and then seeing your 20-point winner happen. So, you might want to front run a moving average. You might want to front run a level. You might want to front run a big order that you see in the DOM. If you see somebody had called out one of my trades in the chat earlier today during fast markets, and they're just like, so Isaac, did you enter the short yet? And I said, no, I'm waiting to see what the market does with that 600, not lot, but that 600 worth of contracts sitting at this level before I do anything. 10, 15 minutes passed. We didn't really eat up that liquidity. Kind of looked like a failed upside auction at the time. I took the short. It was a 10 to 15 point winner, right? So that's what's meant by front running is, getting in front of, literally trying to, undercut, if you will, a level or a moving average or another trader or size that you see at a level in the DOM.
Well said, yes. Everything's a zone, essentially, as Freddie A said here in the chat. Everything's a zone. So when Isaac points out 50-90s, he's willing to get a little earlier, 86, 84s, just to make sure he is on the move. Levels are important, but execution at or near those levels is what we get paid for, Jay Cook says in the chat. Well said.
I like that.
I want to turn to the NASDAQ here, Nick. Do you see this having legs more to the upside? We are coming up to 17,650. We're kind of just drifting higher. So what are you thinking here?
Yeah, I think we may continue to drift higher, at least towards 5100 ES, and then it'll drag the Nasdaq up there. I have another level, but it's closer to 17,700. So
what is 700?
I don't know. It's basically. I mean, it's a pretty round level. I don't weigh that one very strong on my 4-hour chart that I use in TradingView.
Yep.
But basically we kind of almost to a T. Let me look. No, actually, never mind. That was the other level. Yesterday, one of my other ones, a bit closer to 800, we pretty much, after FOMC, bounced or sold off right from. So the 700 one, I don't have as much confidence in, but I could see this just continuing to grind up as we are seeing call buying continue. And, like I said, everyone's kind of just waiting on pins and needles for Apple.
Yeah, that's what kind of zombie drift all the way to yesterday's FOMC spike. Says fade my trade. Could be what we're seeing right now. The volume.
Hey, Nick, do you have any expectations for Apple going into earnings?
No, I just
twofold question. Any expectations for the earnings, and what do you think the sentiment of the S&P and the NQ are going to be after those earnings?
Yeah, I really don't know. I do, I would say I focus sometimes so much on futures that I don't look too in the weeds of single stocks. But I do find it very funny that the Vision Pro is now completely, gone from talking points and recent memory. If everyone remembers that fun little gadget that Tim Apple put out there in the world that nobody cares about anymore.
Which one was it?
The $3,500 snorkel that you can, apparently.
The ski goggles.
Yes.
Yeah.
Snorkel, ski goggles. I mean, it's summertime, so I'm going snorkel now.
Gotcha.
The most expensive ski goggles you've ever owned.
Yes, I do remember that. Yes, that was a lot of hype around that. Isaac, good question about. Yeah, it really was. It was like, hey, in the chat, put it in there. What are you expecting out of Apple's earnings today? Guidance, all that stuff. Watch for a special dividend. Again, they're saying here for trading made easy. Interesting. We'll keep an eye out for that. I mean, why not?
Nick, talk about your call buying. I saw Dan Trader, who I interacted with a lot in the Top Step TV chat, has some questions about where you're seeing that, where you're reading that. Can you talk a little bit about where you're seeing that call buying and how you, if you want to elaborate a little bit more, how you use that in your trading?
Yeah, so it's not I wouldn't say call buying. It's more so where the gamma exposure is shifting on any given day. So there's a few products out there in the space that, you can get free trials of and try. So people like GexBot. There's a few others that, are basically just aggregates in the same mentality that they're using. Spot Gamma. I mean, so if you kind of are curious, they have a ton of, e-learning and things to kind of understand this. But a lot of people don't actually believe in this having that much of an impact. I'm on the other side of that mentality where I think you're very wrong if you're not at least paying attention to it in intraday and as we drift closer to those larger strikes. Heading into like an OPEX week, it just kind of tells you where, you can call them whatever, institutions, market makers, just where larger players are positioned, whether it's to remain gamma neutral or these are just their orders sitting there and they're using it as a hedge against other positions. You just are seeing that just like you would on Bookmap, just a large pool of liquidity, whether it's, you want to look at it in the form of options or, orders on the ES book. It's the same type of mentality. That's how I use it. I use it just to guide where large positioning is sitting and kind of not even take an intraday bias, but just have an understanding of where price may gravitate towards those larger option strikes. Because as we've seen over the last few years, that's pretty common. It does tend to move towards those.
Yes, I agree with that. Isaac, talk to us about this trade. What do you think? We did see a rejection up at the highs here, 59.2, seen a pullback a bit. Call it what you want, 50.88. You are short from 84s, a bit of heat, nothing too crazy. Even. 84 even. Your stop, if you don't mind telling me, where would your stop? I know you said it. Could you please remind us where your stop is?
It's right at 94. It's a 10-point stop. It's right at 94. That's a point under where we would basically get to a point of overextension. I saw a lot of crap talking in the Top Step TV chat about me going short and being clueless. I'm number 5 on the leaderboard. Talk to my equity balance. Listen, guys, call me a narcissist, whatever you want. This is my business. This is my job. This is my livelihood. It's how I pay my bills, how I fund my lifestyle, how I fund my other businesses. And mind you, I have no XFAs. I don't do any copy trading. I have one live account. I never trade more than 3 contracts, and I'm still here, and I'm not going anywhere. Okay? We got to that 90 level. Some of the stops got triggered. We pushed 2 points out. Am I saying I'm going to be right on this trade? No. Right? I'd be a gazillionaire if I was always right on my trades. I take losses. I said I took a loss today on my account. I'm still up 11 grand for the week. For the week. Most people don't make that in a quarter or in a month, right? We're talking about a week worth of trading. We hit that 90 level. We checked to see if we can get overextended. We triggered some of those stops. We went up. And to the point that Andre just made, we rejected it. However, I wouldn't say that we have a pullback. And we definitely have to be very careful because 86 is that line in the sand. That's where I really wanted to get short. Again, I front ran it. We have lots of support. We have support at 88. We have support at 85. Then we have support again at 77, right? So we have to break through those areas of support in order for this short to work. It either does or it doesn't. One institution can come in here and put one market order in that blows me out of the water. But I have my risk planned out. I know where my exits are, both in the money and out of the money. And it's either going to work in my favor or it's not. There's no sweating it.
I love it.
You know?
I love it. Well, that got the chat fired up.
You guys want to talk crap about trades? Yeah. You want to talk crap about trades or strategies or individual traders, but you're still here watching, right? So either be a part of it, take it all in, and trade, or be a nuisance. It's your call.
You heard? Oh, that's so great. That's so great. Nick T, do you take crap in the chat yet? Have you hit the level where you know it's a badge of honor when the people start talking crap on you? Or has anyone hated on you in the chat yet, Nick?
I mean, if they do, I have no idea, man. I'm an unemployed trader who does this to pay his bills. I don't have a Discord. I don't have, I really am not an influencer in any capacity, man. I'm just a guy who was working a big tech job, got laid off, and found a way to refocus that same energy that I would put into thousands of hours of client meetings and calls into trading. So for me, it's worked. And, I enjoy this lifestyle. I'm not saying I'm going to do this full time. But for me, it's something that's allowed me to survive.
Let's talk about that, Nick. How close are you to actually trying to pursue this full time? Because it kind of feels like you are doing it full time right now.
I mean, I have I do some small consulting on the side, kind of back in my old world of technology and, helping companies kind of come into the 21st century, offload like Oracle systems into, new software and things like that for their business. So doing that in conjunction with trading to pay my bills, I mean, it's been nice, but who doesn't love a very safe 9-to-5 with, good salary and benefits and healthcare and all these other fun things that, that make the wife happy more than anything else. So that I don't feel like I'm, I have to eat what I kill every single day. So like I said, I'm good at this. I'm more than happy to do it full time, but it's one of those things where I feel like I can be on the cusp of doing that, but it's like anything else. This game can be a crapshoot at times, and you can go on cold streaks. I mean, I have done it. I've been real hot. I mean, I've had 6-figure months and I've had 0 months. I've had negative months. So it can just really depend.
I'm yet to have a 6-figure month in trading. Yet. I haven't experienced that yet. I've had 6-figure months as far as just overall income goes, but not trading. That's badass.
I've learned you got to hit it when it's hot. So like a month like October where we get volatility and it's a trader's market, that's when it's just, hey, press it a bit. And I did that last year and it worked out very well. It does not work for every month. You need the VIX over 20. There's no question.
Oh, interesting. Noted. I like that.
Which I am also team the VIX is not real. Just FYI.
I would explain that one. What is it?
I think it's pure. There's a massive amount of volatility selling by institutions that are keeping it very subdued, in my opinion, and keeping us from going a little haywire and keeping us, kept us under 14 for a long time. It seems like at some very uncertain times, and you can see these like little spikes at times if you watch like in Thinkorswim. You need a better software than Tradingview to actually see these little spikes up, but more often than not, it seems like those little spikes get immediately sold as we head towards like the expiration and things on Wednesday and OPEX week and things like that. So yeah, I joke, but there's clearly a very large player in the vol selling game that has been keeping volatility subdued for the last few months.
Interesting. We'll keep a closer eye on that. But yes,
I'm not a fan of his or hers.
having it under 20 in such uncertain times does seem to be a bit weird. I do remember the VIX was trading in the 70s back during the financial crisis. Those were different times, long time ago, many moons ago. Taking a quick peek, Isaac, did you get stopped out there? Because I do see a 50 for 94 halves traded. Yeah,
I got stopped out by 2 ticks. 95 is that line in the sand. So we're either going to absolutely reject that level and then revert back to the means, right? Or we're going to become overextended, and then we could see a run up way past 5,100. And to think, there's still an entire hour left of the session, and power hour at that. So, you guys got to make sure that like on this particular account, now with that trade, I'm down 479 on the day, right? So it's crazy how you could have 2 good trades, right? And then 1 bad trade. One was trailed, one was a target, and then it could put you negative for the day. But again, this isn't really the time of the day that I trade anyway. I'm a 10 a.m. to noon kind of guy, and sometimes I'll nurse a trade going into 1 o'clock if I'm already in the position. But for the sake of trade entertainment and trading, we're here and we're taking these trades. If it makes sense, if you guys looked at the charts, you would see where I got in. You would see where that support was. We ran up to that 90 level and we grinded there for a while. Then we made a little run up right to that 94. And while Nick was talking and I got stopped out, we've been grinding at that level as well. The market needs to decide 1 of 2 things. Do we become overextended or do we revert back to the mean? So I'm watching the markets real closely to see what happens here.
Appreciate that. Well, we got about 4 minutes left here in Power Players. Live fun to take over. All right, guys, I want to pick your brain about some levels going into Power Hour. Give us some trade ideas based on some levels. I think you just said over 95 is the line in the sand. Isaac, if we can get through 95, where do you see us going in the S&Ps?
5110.
5110. Up to 50.
Yeah, actually, hold on. I might, because I'm just checking the simple moving average on the 1 hour chart. Yeah, so right where we're trading at right now is actually the simple moving average on the 1 hour chart's actually gone up by 2 points. At the start of this session, it was at 90. That sell-off that we saw between the opening bell at 9:30 and when the number came out, so we'll call it 9:30 to 10:30, right? Opening bell plus the numbers released at 10 a.m. That sell-off that we saw was immediate rejection off of the 200-day simple moving average on the 1 hour chart. And we're back up to that. So that massive sell-off that we saw going into lunch hour up until now, even this slow grind upward has been an attempt. So ultimately, that's why I said it's the line in the sand. We're either going to break above that moving average, which we just did right now. There's 94.5, almost 94.75, right? So if we can close above that, we should see the opposite effect of that rejection we saw at the opening bell. But if we can't deliver, then we're not going to see quite the sell-off, at least before the earnings, down to the levels that we saw earlier. But we should see a run down to at least 50.80 if we fail up here. And there we go, 95, 96, 96 quarter. What I tell you, that's why I wanted my stops at 94. Because I said if we hit 94, we're going in that same direction with more. Look, 97.5. This is why I had my stop where it was. I was willing to take $1,500 worth of heat. Yeah, exactly. Because I would have been down what, 2,250 now, 2,400, right? Like it doesn't make sense. So you got to know where, and that's what Patak. Nebraska does a really good job with the house account. Like, you're giving me levels, you're giving me levels, you're giving me targets. Where's my out? Where's my out? Right. You have to know where you're getting out before you get into the trade. If not, you'll get your ass handed to you every day of the week.
Every day. Well said, Isaac. Number 5 on the leaderboard for a reason. The good stuff like that. Nick T, you got any trade ideas going into Power Hour or levels? I've seen a lot of 16 or 660s where we're at right now, and then I'm seeing 690 here to the upside. I think you were talking about 17,700. Is that kind of where you're targeting the upside?
That's a big round number. 670 was another smaller one that I had. I do like the rejection off like 96. I mean, obviously, if we can make a run to 5,100, so be it. Big round number. I'm not surprised, but that I don't do a ton of TA on ES, but one of my lines is sitting right there at 96 as I just checked my 1 hour chart. So there you go. Sometimes it works.
96 was the level that I said I was interested in.
Let's do work. They do. All right, guys, that was really, really good stuff. We have Power Hour coming up. Justin Whalen in the house. It's been a minute since we've talked to him. I see him in the green room right now with a smirk on his face. I wonder what he's laughing about. It's been a minute there, Justin.
It's
been a minute. You know the question I'm going to ask you, the very first question I'm going to ask you. So get ready, Justin. Anyways, guys,
I don't know Justin, but I hope he knows this time.
He knows what's coming. We love you, man. We love this kid. He's really a hell of a trader. He's got a lot to say, and he's very good. He backs it up. Isaac, Nick T, we really appreciate your guys' time. Let's get you guys in the chat if you guys don't mind helping out the levels. Really appreciate it. These guys will be on again shortly. Thank you very much. Power Hour coming up next with Dobie and Justin.
Thank you guys. Take care.
Order filled. 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 Order filled.
Welcome back, everybody, to Power Hour, the man in the middle, one of my personal favorites, Justin Werline. Welcome back to the show, Justin. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. Thank you for having me on again. I always love coming on with you guys. So
I appreciate it. My partner over there to the right is Dolby Time. Dolby, let's we're hunting for. We got the house account open again. We're hunting for some trades. We're looking for some levels. The bosses before in last segment. Nick T, Isaac R, targeting 5,100, 5,110 upside in the S&Ps, 17,700 upside in the NASDAQ. We will see if we get there. People in the chat do remember you, Justin. They do remember you indeed, Justin. So let's just get it out of the way.
Probably for one specific thing.
Yeah. So again, I am Andre. That is Dolby. So Justin, with that being said, do you know our names?
I think it's Andre and Dolby.
Very good.
Give it up.
We can move on.
Well
Thank you,
done.
Justin. That was fun. Thanks for being a good sport about that. That was a lot of. That was funny. I know you're running around the world right now. Where are you on this globe right now? Where are
Order
you?
filled.
Right now, I'm back at home base. I'm in Boise. So, but I've been traveling a lot, like the last 20 days. I was in Sardinia, and then I was in Miami, and then I'm going back there in a couple weeks. Then I'm going to Arizona for a little bit. So, kind of
going back to Miami.
But that's what's great about trading. You can
Order filled.
do it wherever.
So you said you're going back to Miami?
Yep.
What's her name?
Huh?
What's her name? Why are you going back to Miami with such a quick turnaround?
Oh, wait, what a read.
It's for okay. First of all, we'll say this.
Order
Number one,
filled.
great read. Second of all, that's not the only reason. Okay.
Hey,
I'm
all right.
some
Oh,
stuff
fair
as well.
enough.
I'm
Fair
filming
enough,
some
man. I
stuff
love
as
you,
well,
man. I love you, dude. You're the best. Like I said, you are one of my
Order
favorites.
filled.
All right, let's get back to the markets, Justin. How have you been trading? So you've been trading all around the globe, right?
Yeah.
You're in Sardinia, you're in Miami, obviously living a life. You got a lifestyle to keep up, maintain. You got to pay those bills. So how have you been trading lately?
Pretty good. I've actually taken only 2 trades in the last 2 weeks, but they've been probably my biggest trades of the year. I had my biggest trade of the year last week, which was a $32,000 trade on NQ, and then today I just took a trade, and I'm up 12K on the day earlier this morning. But I've literally only taken 2 trades in the last 2 weeks. So,
damn, Damn. Okay, boy, you want to talk about patience, man? I thought we were conservative, patient, Dolby. This guy's the king of patience, man. Very, very cool. Let's throw it over to Dolby. What are we looking at here in the S&Ps and the Nasdaq? I mean, we're kind of up against the highs here. Maybe give the old
I was
college
gonna
try one more
say
push to
real
the upside.
quick
What are we
that
looking at?
I was about to say there might have been an opportunity to hop into a long at 50.90 in the ES just because that was resistance becomes support, and we've had such a strong uptrend.
Yep.
Bulls have been all about making the higher lows. I do think we could possibly hit 5104. So if it can come back down, I think we can find a cheap trade on the upside to finish the continuation from daily range low to daily range high.
Okay, 50.90. I do like that long on the pullback there. We get a Delta update.
Only if Justin likes it, though.
Yeah, Justin, what are you seeing here? He goes, man's only taking 2 trades this month.
So, what's your bias here? What are you looking to see? Kind of want to pick your brain a little bit about how you're looking at the markets right now, and then I'll tell you how I'm looking.
You talking to me or Dolby?
Both of you.
Oh, I just kind of just said it. I mean, we're in a nice uptrend. We tested daily range low, and I'm a range trader, so I think we can go range to range. I think there's a little bit more upside to 5104, and I thought we could have had a cheap entry at 50.90 just on the pullback. Support becomes resistance, or resistance becomes support type of move. Just that continuation of that uptrend. I don't know how much room there's left in this trading session, but I do think 5104 would be about 18, 20 points if we can get there. So we could maybe find a cheap trade. That was my theory.
I like that.
I'm kind of looking at. I like the pullback idea too. I definitely want to see NQ start to kind of come back to this imbalance that we left. We've started displaced through this recent high after the morning session. We took that previous session low. We came back, took the New York high. We're at all-time highs for the day. I would like to see us pull back into this imbalance. We left on the 15-minute. So if there's a way we could possibly, see some sort of accumulation here on a smaller time frame and then start to pull back into this imbalance, and then from here we can possibly expect to see higher prices. But I would like to see a pullback too, so I'm on the same page.
Cool, I agree. I like that too.
What time? That's 5 minutes.
This is the 5 minute, yeah.
Okay, and is that what they call a fair value gap?
Yeah, this 15-minute fair value gap.
What do we call it, Dolby? How do we say a fair value gap? What do we call it?
I don't know. It's not a box, Dre, so I don't know what it's called.
Oh my God, here we go. All right, we're pushing up against 5100s in the S&Ps. We might not get that pullback. If we do, Isaac said in the previous segment, the line in the sand was 50.96. We did go past that. So we might get a push here to 5110, 5115-ish area. We're actually going to try to play the momentum here. Maybe we will. We'll see what happens around these 5100s. I'm sure there's some stops just above 5100. I'd like to get the pullback before getting long, before having to pay by the daily highs to get long. So we're going to be patient here. We are seeing new highs in the NASDAQ as well.
I think NASDAQ is playing a very similar formation to the YM. It's just a little bit more blown out and expanded. So I have a daily range high of NQ of 17,793. So, I mean, can we make that space? I mean, maybe, but I don't have a single range. Like, we're in breakout zone time.
Yeah.
Everything is 4 hour, 1 hour, 30-minute, 5-minute is just all green straight up.
Order filled.
Yeah, I think we're looking for accumulation, right? We just need this market to chill out for a bit and see if we can hop into a trade. Unless you just want to smash a long button real quick.
I would smash long if we weren't at the actual level of 5100. I'm sure we'll act as some resistance for a hot minute. Maybe we'll get a pullback off of that. But right now, let's see how these 5100s behave. The 5100s just went bid. And we're off to the races. So
maybe a cheap short at 5107. So there was a 5-minute range on May 1st at around, yesterday? I think around like 2 o'clock. So a little consolidation up there, 5-minute bottom. That might become resistance if we can get up to 5107. So maybe a cheap short.
Okay.
You think it's going to top out to the upside?
It's going to be cheap. If we do it, it's going to be cheap.
Love a cheap trade.
Love a cheap trade. Yeah, definitely love a cheap trade. Cheap trade's been the theme of the week. So Justin, tell us about that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Justin.
No, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, you go. I wanted to hear about this $12,000 winner you had. Did you get long at the bottom there after that sell-off?
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, I'll go over
nice
this trade a
trade.
little bit. So
nice trade, dude. That was the one that got away.
Took a long here. I'll put my stop here. I'll kind of show you kind of my bias So
nice.
Going into the morning, I'm bearish going into this week. I've been bearish pretty much the last couple weeks. Since we came up, we failed to tap into this imbalance. ES ended up taking this high. So there was a divergence between indices. ES took this high here. There was an SMT. NQ did not take this high. So we have a smart money technique. This is a divergence. Once we displace down, this initial move from FOMC, the only reason why I'm a little like hesitant right now is just because of this move to the left of us. This FOMC move doesn't really give us a lot of indication as to whether we want to go take this previous high or we just want to rebalance back to equilibrium of this range.
Yes.
But in the morning, the biggest thing I was watching is, okay, this was the recent low in which I knew stops were most likely going to be,
what prices?
resting.
Hey, when you say this, hit us with some prices for those that aren't watching.
Yeah. So NQ 17397, which was the previous session low going into the morning. Once we took that low, once we took that low, and I recognized that we didn't displace through it, we just simply swept this recent low. I was expecting price to most likely go back to the New York high that we created in the morning. So biggest thing that I was waiting for is I need just to see more structure. So I need to see some sort of internal stop rate, some sort of internal model to show me actually when price wants to move, because a lot of the time a bias doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, I got that. I'm working I'm working the fifth. I'm working 90s right now.
Okay.
A lot of time, like a bias doesn't mean anything until I'm actually looking for when price wants to move. So once we started to get displacement through this high to the left of us right here at 17521, this was at I actually can't see the time because let me see, 10:55, 11 a.m. New York. Once we displaced through this, I expected this area to hold, continue to consolidate. And then this right here is why I took my entry. Like the most important part of it is because this becomes something called turtle soup, which is an ICD concept on
turtle
ES.
Soup?
Turtle soup. Yes, it's called turtle soup.
Okay.
On the left of us, NQ ended up coming down and stop rating. So basically what's happening here is all the initial people that ended up entering long positions, like if I was to enter a long position here, I'm putting my stop here. We end up coming up. We create a new swing low. At this point in time, when we're here, everybody thinks we're going to continue higher. Right? We rebalanced. We're most likely going to, have a straight up move. And then everybody moves their stops to this low. So what happens is the market will retarget, come back, sweep this recent low, stop out all the initial people that were long, and then move higher. And so the validation of this happening is there's an SMT here as well. So if you notice, when NQ or ES ends up taking this low, right here, ES or NQ never ends up doing so. So ES takes the low, NQ does not. This becomes another SMT, which is a divergence between indices. And then again, I zoom in because price is completely fractal, meaning it's the models inside of models. I zoom in, SMT, we got displacement. And then again, the exact same entry model. We got displacement through the swing high. We pulled back to the fair value gap. I entered long, great risk, and then held it all the way to buy side, which was the draw on liquidity.
My God, beautiful, beautiful trade. That was the one that got away this morning. We got a little too picky or a little too greedy with the entry, and the sell-off was vicious. But yes, what way to get in there. Nice read, nice trade. Well done. So that's exactly how you carve it up. We got a delta update here. ES minus 1,800, nothing big there. NQ minus 4,000. NQ minus 4,000. We are working this 90 bid here, Dolby. I do like that pullback. Got confirmation from Justin, got confirmation from Dolby. Previous segment, with both Isaac like that move up to 51.10. So we'll see if we get filled here, and then we'll got the stops. Yeah,
Sorry,
I know.
We got
Nick.
news tomorrow.
Do we have news tomorrow? Oh, we got news tomorrow, right? We got non-farm payrolls tomorrow. We got big, we got big stuff coming up. So keep that in mind. We also have Apple earnings after the bell today, so we might see a bit of a muted power hour. That's okay. We do have a trade idea. We are working it right now. We just haven't hit that price just yet. We're not going to force trades today. The house account is up about $4,800. Some good levels there.
If that's the case, I wonder if we push to like 5104 and then reverse super hard and maybe go back down to VWAP, unless the market knows something that we don't and they're just super bullish on this news. But it seems like the market just wants to do a bunch of volatile things and then just kind of go back and hang out in the middle and then make a move and then do the same thing the following day.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the first time. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting a bit of a FOMC/Powell hangover day today, and it has been anything but that. So the volatility and price action has been there today. There is no doubt about that, as you see from Justin.
Yeah,
up a cool 12 G's on a day like today. One trade, one winner, 12 G's. How you doing? That's what trading's all about. Yep, traveling the globe. Yep, being young, running around. Man, to be young successful trader. Ain't nothing like it, huh, Justin?
There's nothing like it. There's nothing like
it. I like it. So we'll get into that. All right. As you see in the lower right corner of the screen right here, you see the countdown clock to the end for the closing bell, as well as the hashtag we're launching now, hashtag Power Hour. My man, Dolby Time. What is hashtag Power Hour?
Oh, we're on the Twitters. We're on the X's.
Yes.
Please tag us at topstep. Hashtag Power Hour. I will take your post, whether it be something funny or one of your accomplishments, and we'll share it on Power Hour in like 15, 20 minutes. So hashtag Power Hour at topstep on X. Hit us up. And if you don't, I'll just post stuff from yesterday. But I want the fresh.
Works too.
I want the freshest.
That works too.
Freshest posts.
For sure. Good stuff here.
Right now, market is pretty much a no touch for me. And the only reason is because as much as I would want to see price rebalance, but the biggest thing in kind of which I pay attention to is what has to happen first before whatever that bias can play out, right? Right now, there's no reason to fight this because there hasn't been any sort of accumulation up in this range. There hasn't been any sort of displacement to the downside yet. So there's no reason for price to rebalance here just yet. So taking any sort of short or just is kind of just a guessing game. I need to see more accumulation here, recognize if there is some sort of manipulation, and then a reason for us to actually rebalance back into this. So right now, I'm just kind of waiting for price to consolidate a little bit and then see if we want to start to displace kind of we're starting to here.
We're working these 90s.
A little bit more structure.
Yeah, it's coming down pretty hard. Ray, how you feeling about those 90s? Still like them?
Yeah, I like the thought process going into it. So yeah, I think it was solid. Trend reversal here. Nah, I'm short, not gonna lie. Look at that V. Laugh my ass off, it says here in the chat. Yeah, I do like it. I think we're uptrending here. Let's see.
I'm gonna keep an eye on
we got Justin saying it's a hands off. Am I understanding that correctly, Justin? Hands off right now?
Yeah, at least for me.
All right. Well, we are working these 90s. I'll take. I mean,
oh man, the ladder's kind of misbehaving a little bit.
What is?
The ladder. It's just a little wiggly. I think we're gonna get a wiggle soon. I'm feeling it.
Okay. Well, we are working these 90s here.
All right. What's your stop at? It's gonna be pretty tight, huh?
Well, basically the initial stop is just $2,500, and then we adjust off that. Basically, it's just a emergency stop, and then we can adjust price once we do get in. There might have been a rejection, though, a failed upside auction, John. Boy, we're talking ourselves. You can talk yourself into or out of a trade.
Yeah, it doesn't take much, does it?
No, it doesn't. Here we go. Justin talks a lot about cultivating good habits instead of good outcomes. Can you ask him for a rundown on what he considers good habits if time allows? Justin?
Of course. Yeah, that's like the number one thing I preach because I fully believe if you want to become a successful trader, the only way you're going to become a successful trader is by having habits in place that are going to protect you from losing money. Because a lot of the time, trading is more about keeping money than it actually is making money, because you can make fucking $10,000, but if you don't have the habits in place to keep it, and you say you broke your rules, came into the day, and you just took a random setup, and you're like, oh, I made $2,000, it means absolutely nothing because you don't have any habits in place to actually keep that money. So every single morning when you come into the market, you need to be focused on building good habits. What does that mean? Only trading your setup, waiting for high quality setups, having good position sizing, not over leveraging, following your rules, stepping away when you need to step away, recognizing your emotions. If you can't do those things every single day, then you're never going to be successful, because there's going to be one day where those habits go out the window and you don't have the discipline to follow it. And all it takes is one trade for you to say, oh, I'm going to enter in 5 more contracts or whatever it is, because you're focused more on making money than the actual process itself. And you end up blowing up. It's not about making money. It's about following your rules, and that is what is going to make you money. If you're focused on the outcome and not the actual process itself, you will never be successful.
There you go. Good stuff. Good stuff. John says here 50, 88, 75, 50, 88, 3/4. His initial balance high may provide a degree of support as once already. Good. So I like these 90s. If we can get hit on them, I like it. So far, so good. We haven't gotten there just yet. I'm a little greedy with the entry.
Yeah. I mean, you could make an argument that if we were super bullish, we would want to have our entry like within the previous 5-minute candles, just because you're assuming it's always going to make a higher low. But you're giving up some points in doing that.
Right. You are, and like, well, actually, an interesting conversation we had during shoulder tap with Ben from the wrist team. Oh, yes, I can. Yes, you got it, JD. Thank you for the reminder. I got to maximize it. Ben from the wrist team noticed something about our house account. The trend and some of our tendencies he sees in the house account. We do tend to make money in the mornings, and then we do give some of it back in the afternoon.
Small sample size.
Yep.
Small sample
Learn a
size is
couple
right.
ways.
Small sample size is right. So, there's something we're gonna be mindful of, but just something to keep in the back of our mind. So we're gonna keep the stops tight, and we're not giving back the whole day on this trade if we do get into it. But we are seeing catch a bit of a bid here.
See, I would maybe even switch to trying to play a short side if we can really push.
Wait a minute, Dolby. We were just talking about longs. Now we're getting short here.
Well, I
What's
know,
happening?
but now we're all the way up here. It's just, I mean, the 5-minute consolidation trade is gone. We're not
I'm
going to
just
be able
watching
to.
here. I'm not doing nothing.
It's okay. I like this. I like this conversation. It's great. Abdul has a question for Justin. Give us a bit of your early days as a trader and how you became successful.
Yeah, I started trading freshman in high school. Pretty much similar to everybody. Did not know what the hell I was doing. Blew up many accounts. Took me around 2.5, 3 years to actually start making money consistently. Was working 2 jobs at the time, and in high school, I would pretty much the only times that I would have to trade is I was in my morning classes, just on my laptop pretty much every single morning. Was not paying attention in class, trading all day, every day. Like I was just in high school, and the kid was literally known for just the kid that would just sit on his laptop all day. But that experience, built up to where I am today. So all the little time and hours that I spent in class has also got me to where I am now. So but it was just thousands of hours of watching the market, testing ideas, building good habits. Again, the reason that the people ask me like the aha moment of trading, what was your aha moment? I went from being unprofitable to having a $300,000 year. And the only reason I would say that has nothing to do with my actual strategy. It has everything to do with the fact that I just completely shifted my focus from wanting to make money and then in turn being satisfied from building good habits. I think the true way to success in trading is a complete mental shift of you not getting satisfaction from making money, but getting satisfaction from building good habits. Because if you go into the day, like I said earlier, and you make money, but by the end of it, you journal and say, hey, I broke all my rules, you should be saying, this money is not mine. This was a terrible win. I'm not happy I made this money and I broke my rules. And I'm not satisfied. But if you come into a day and you lose money, you lose a small amount, but you did everything you were supposed to do, you followed your rules, you took the exact setup you should be taking, and you end up losing, that's a great day. You should say, I'm happy with that, because those habits in the long run, it's a longevity game. You are going to make money if you consistently follow those habits. So it's reprogramming your brain to get satisfaction out of building good habits, not making money. And that's kind of how I was a big shift in my trading.
Amazing. Process focus on the process, and everything else takes care of itself. I love that, Justin. Quick question for you, Justin.
Exactly.
What platform are you trading on?
Like my broker?
Yeah, whatever
like
I think on the screen. On the screen we're looking at.
Yeah, this is Tradingview.
Tradingview. Very good. Well, guys, it is a bit of a slower power hour for the time being.
I don't know, Dre. I think
about
we got
what?
Some opportunity here.
What's the I'm working a 90.
Really good. Really
I'm working
good
a 90
5-minute
bid.
range. There's a lot of opportunity here.
I don't
a lot
see
of opportunity.
Get out of here. Get out of here, man.
This is a really good 5-minute range.
7-10.
So what are you looking at right now, Dolby? Like, what's going through your head?
Oh, he just
boxes, Justin. That's it. Just draw a box. That is what
okay,
we
but
do.
like, what's your bias here? Like, what's the reason for you wanting to take a short right
now? For a short, I mean,
yeah, short or whatever you're looking at.
Yeah, but I think there's a trade setting up just off of the 5-minute. So 5-minute range, buy bottom, sell tops. We really just have to pick a direction. But I do think that when you have a tight range like this on the 5-minute, it offers up good risk reward. So you can basically place an entry and have a cheap stop because it's just going to sit on the outside.
Where do you see a tight range? Because when I'm looking at a 5-minute, I just see this.
He's challenging you, Dolby. He's
I'm on the 5-minute, bro. What are you talking about? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're on the 8th candle right now.
Oh, okay. I see your screen. Yeah, okay. And you want to pay? You want to play to the bottom of that range?
If you were to so if you wanted longs, you want to get long around 50.90. If you want to get short, it would be around 5100.
Okay, gotcha.
And I have a bullish bias since we're making higher lows.
I do too. I do too. That's why I work in these 90s. If we get filled, we'll take the fill. If not, it's okay. I'm cool sitting on our hands, not forcing a trade. It's nice to have a couple back-to-back good days for the house account. Great team effort, great team trade. We put some of Justin's socials here in the chat. There's his YouTube channel. I put his IG in there as well. How many followers do you up to there, Justin?
On IG, like 110,000, I think.
Man, did you pay for any of them? Are they all? Is it all organic?
No, it's all organic. It's all from Reels, Instagram Reels.
Is that how it is? Whoa. Respect. You can give us some tips on how to grow ours as well.
Just spit facts.
Yes, we are trading. Hey, quick, let's get to 85,000 subscribers here in the YouTube channel. We're less than 100 away. Click like, click subscribe. Let's get this march to 100,000 going. We are trading 50.97 here in the S&P. See if we can push up to 5,100. See what we do around there. But not a whole lot going on. All right, got another question for you. Keep the questions coming, Justin. They got a lot of questions for you. Yep. Ask Justin if the giant wick from yesterday's markets on analysis using ICT concepts.
Yeah, Greg. So that's what I was saying earlier of how this is the only thing that kind of is like sketching me out, at least for like right now, the bias, because I'll basically like run through my bias for the week. So bigger time frame. Number one, again, understanding markets are completely fractal. We're in a market maker sell model, meaning I still think NQ most likely is going lower, going to go hunt this recent low, which is at 16,583. We've displaced through these recent lows to the left of us. We rebalanced back to equilibrium of this price range. We have the SMT. So now this model right here, which is again is a buy model and a sell model, now becomes the exact same thing zoomed in, right? So this entire thing you're looking at is this on a smaller time frame, right? So when you zoom in, it's the exact same bias. This becomes buy side of the curve. This becomes sell side of the curve. So I'm expecting us to probably rebalance. Now, after we tap back into this imbalance from yesterday FOMC, we wick back again, exactly what we did before, wicked back to equilibrium, back to OTE of this previous price range and rejected. So right now we're kind of in a weird point because I wouldn't want to see, it's not that we don't have to go back here. It's not that it's going to invalidate the setup, but it's more of the confidence between it because we don't need to go back and take this high. Now, if this high does get taken, I wouldn't expect any more higher prices. If we want to go and work our way up to this massive wick, one of the biggest things I would pay attention to is consequent encroachment of this, which is going to be the midpoint. So if you start to see right now, we're starting to break through this, which it can expect to see us kind of work our way back to that high. If that is the case, I'm watching to see the reaction. So right now, the reason I'm hesitant is because bigger time frames bearish, we're starting to work our way. It looks like we want to start drawing to this previous high, but we don't know that yet until it actually happens, right? So it's kind of hard to place a trade off of it when the bias of the internal time frame and the external time frame aren't aligned, right? Because I'm bearish on a bigger time frame. So playing against that bias, especially once we already reached that previous high, like once we've already displaced through this, I don't want to be taking longs when I'm in a premium, meaning if we have this entire range that we've created, right? I'll pull this up. We have this entire range from the previous session high on from FOMC to the low we created today. This is a premium. The high of the zone, this is a discount. If I'm taking some sort of long, I do not want to be taking a long in a premium, especially when the external bias is bearish, because most of the time we're going to just roll over and it's not going to be worth it. So that's why right now I want to see us roll over into this 15-minute fair value gap back to discount of the range. And then if there is a long opportunity, that's the only way I would be looking to take a long. But bigger time frame, I'm still looking for price to sell off. Coming into the later this week, you guys can view this chart and then again see what happens later this week and in the coming week. But this is pretty much my bias. Could end up coming up to take this high. If we do, I wouldn't want to see much higher than this, but I do want to see us start to roll over to this low, and then this will become a finished model.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, well, we did see some wiggle there. Still trading in the middle of this range in this S&Ps. The range we set between 50.90 and 5,100. We're trading 93s right now. Might pull this bid here. The idea may have faded.
Yeah, I don't know. Justin doesn't like it, which is good enough.
He didn't like the short. You like the short or you like the long?
I think the long's too expensive.
I think either. I don't like either right now. Like right.
Ooh, all right, no, that's fine. We cancel. Pulled. That's fine with me. We can bank it here. We got about 30 minutes left on Power Hour. I think we have top quiz winners ready to go. JD, is that right? Are we good to go there?
We sure do, guys. 1 second. Incoming with quiz winners. Is everybody ready? Chat. Quiz winners. Quiz winners.
I'm lurking
They're
back
gonna ask.
Very
here.
ready.
I am ready.
They're gonna ask. It's okay. Nothing. That's pretty good. I don't think we violated anything there. That's pretty good. There you go.
Yeah, I
everyone's
really
very well behaved.
I didn't take any time to go over this too in depth, but I didn't really see anything offensive either. And I'm sure if Jack saw it, he would have deprecated it.
Yes. Real quick
Or
update.
redacted it, I should say.
Okay, shoot, we are selling off a little bit here. I pulled the bid, Dolby, on those 50-90s. It would be the bottom end of that range, that 5-minute range.
I mean, Justin's not wrong. It is expensive. Like
up here,
the upside, yeah. I mean, the upside that we're looking for is about 5104, and there is room to the downside. So I mean, it's totally justified to pull the trade. It would be it's like a somewhat expensive long, but you know, if we're making the assumption that we think we're going to try to get to 5104, then I think that would be a decent, you know, cheap long within if you kept like a tight stop within that area, or maybe even try an entry at like 50. What is this? 5088.
88. Hogue loves that level 88s. Hogue likes 88s. But here in the last half hour, I don't know if trends continue going in the last half hour of Power Hour. Could be an unwinding of the day's positions, but we do have a delta. Delta was what, John? What was it? Minus 1100. So that's not really coming into play. I think we're kind of looking for a reason to make a trade, and we know here we go.
100%.
Right here.
I'm just giving a bunch of possible reasons to take a trade.
Okay, we'll see how those 90s.
You should be doing the opposite.
No kidding, right? Right, Justin?
Oh, what, for us to not take trades? Yeah, it's great TV, Justin. You should tune in. A bunch of traders not taking trades. That's good advice.
Yeah, minus 3,800.
That's the best advice you could possibly tell traders to don't take a trade.
It really
100%.
is. It really is.
People don't realize that until later on.
Yep. Good trading is like watching paint dry. Good trading is supposed to be boring. Successful trading is boring. As you know, the house account, I'm not gonna lie, the build up to this might be exciting, but our actual account, we got one trade today. All right, we're starting to sell here. Here comes these 88s. All roads lead to VWAP.
Expecting to see something like this.
Take the trade or kill the trade.
Want to start to see us displace here, rebalance, and then start to sell our way back into this imbalance. A bigger time frame, 15-minute down here.
Yeah.
Third time down here, John says, be careful.
Yeah, I do not enjoy the strong candlestick into the bottom. I'd like to have it print like another 5-minute and kind of just hang out a little bit. I've gotten burned with strong candles pushing through levels.
Can you show us what you mean on your chart there, Dolby? For those
100%.
Strong candle to the downside.
Yeah, it's just, you know, we had this box drawn, and we had this 5-minute candle we're on right now, went from midpoint of range straight down to the bottom. And there was no like breaks or anything. It's just straight down. So that's pretty bearish. Like what we want to see ideally is shorter candlesticks. So like print down here, but hang out a little bit longer, and then consolidate maybe on the 1 minute, and then have some support actually. But the long candlesticks through a level is just very, very difficult, because then you get stuff like this, right? How it just breaks right through.
Exactly what I wanted to see.
Yep. All right, good no trade.
You can pull my chart. This is the drawing I have. This is what I would want to see. So now that we're starting to see displacement, this is recognizing we're probably going to work our way down back to this 15-minute imbalance. But what's going to happen is people are going to think this is a long discount potentially, but still need more structure. Want to see the rejection and look for a swing low to get displaced through. But this is the initial move. I like where ES is. Now it's just watching to see how the candle closes on the 5-minute.
Yep.
And it did touch the upward trend line I have drawn. So, you know, maybe buyers are just defending this upward line a little bit.
Yeah, they came in around 82, 83 on the S&Ps.
Justin, would you consider getting long if we printed a 5-minute candlestick above 50.89?
50.89. No, because this 5-minute imbalance is going to open up. So basically, what I look about, the reason I'm saying no is now that this is displaced, we now have a bearish imbalance. So if price rebalances to this, it's a high chance that this gets rejected and we're gonna rebalance lower.
Just because it's red, so it's bearish.
Good stuff.
Well, it's because we're displacing. We're leaving an imbalance. It's like a paint roller, right? market's going to leave unfinished business here because we're displacing so fast. So we're going to rebalance into this fair value gap. Once we roll back over this like a paint, because there's unfilled orders here, it's an imbalance. So there's really technically nothing. Yeah,
I like that.
I would like to see this then start to work our way back down to this bigger time frame imbalance, because again, bigger time frame, this was unfilled. So now that we took this recent high, notice we don't displace through this. Since we do not displace through this high, price most likely rebalances back to equilibrium of this previous price range. So I'm pretty bearish going into power hour. I'm expecting us to go a lot lower. I'm expecting ES to go to 5073 in this imbalance. So now that we're starting to see displacement, I would expect price to rebalance to this fair value gap, chop here for a little bit, and then see lower prices. So something like this, I would want to see.
You're targeting 73s, you said?
Some sort of SMT here. Some sort of SMT here.
All right, targeting 73s. This guy's a prodigy, says Michael Lawrence. How about that, Justin? I think you're a prodigy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Hogue agrees. Hogue agrees.
Paint roller analogy was a good one. That even made sense to me.
Yes, that's stuck. It's stuck. So we are, sorry. We did see our trade idea was in. Well, here we go. Interesting. Good no trade. Good no trade.
And just put a stop below.
It all depends how this 5 minute closes, because like right now this candle is starting to wick, right? So only if this candle closes pretty bearish and then we start to displace, because right now this 5 minute imbalance hasn't opened up yet. So we could close this if we actually work our way back in this 5 minute, because next candle opens 340, so 2 minutes. So depending on how this ends up closing and we rebalance is kind of giving me the bias. But I'm pretty bearish right now. I would want to see us start to rebalance.
Yeah, I think just with all the news we have coming up, it would seem like we would want to hop back into a comfy spot. Should be whatever point of control is, somewhere in the middle of VWAP, somewhere around there.
No trades. Okay, we are coming up here. 22 minutes left. Eddie, when you do see those MOC info, please let us know. We'll be sure to pass that along to the audience here. Almost at 85,000 subscribers.
It's Roger.
Yep, thank you. To the top quiz results. No trading wins today. No trades right now. Let's do an influencer update real quick here. Some of our traders. House account, as you see, is up $4,700. How do I say D'Angelo? Deanna down $1,500. Isaac down a couple grand. Boy, Dakota up 10 grand today. My goodness. He's sick too. He's sick. Pin up about 14 grand. Matt S down 1,000. Prince up 3,200. Tyler up 3 grand, and Brian P up $4,100. A lot of green on that board. Good to see. Really, really good to see. It has been opportunity.
Oh, I lost my my L2. So have you like any liquidity in the ES that's far down the ladder anywhere?
Nothing. Everything's pretty standard here. Bunch of 100 lots. Bid and ask. Nothing standing out necessarily. Topstep TV, please have Justin on more frequently. How about that, Justin?
I know.
They
I
like
know.
you.
What are we at? I think it's once every 2 weeks I'm coming on.
Yeah, it's
we
cool.
Could, we
it's
could
a good start.
Up that. We'll see.
Are you
I like
polarizing?
how
Do people generally like you when you're doing your streams and trading?
I mean, I would hope so. I would hope so if they're watching me.
Or do you have haters? Or people hate watch too.
Wait.
Everybody has
Believe
haters.
me.
Is it paid or is it
I
public?
think they
That's a big
just don't
difference.
like to see somebody winning. That's something they can't do.
Damn, chat's getting fried today.
Chat's fired up.
between Justin and Isaac are.
Yes, I love it, man. I like my favorite people. Make people fired up. They feel something. Make people feel something. All right, we are trading 86s. 86s here in the ES. Little slow right now. We did see that sell off. That was the move right there. 3,100 people watching. That's a good number. Good to see.
Oh, that's good for Power Hour. That's a nice little bump for us, Dre.
It is. It's good to see. Hey, Justin brings numbers with him, man. That's why we like him around here. More Justin, bring him back. We are working on it. So we've got 19 minutes left in the session here. All right, Justin, thoughts on Apple earnings, if at all? Do you ever trade earnings? Anything of interest to you, or you strictly just stick to your levels?
Nope. Apple. I mean, okay. So one thing I will say too is I don't really care about earnings. The only thing like I'll care about is how in relate, because what's going to happen is it doesn't matter what the earnings are. It's always going to push towards whatever the draw is. So currently right now, recent high on FOMC, it's too early to say, and it depends how we end up closing. But you can see we're starting to see displacement again. I'm expecting still a lot lower price rebalance here. Apple earnings, just know whatever the existing draw is on NQ and ES, wherever the buy side or sell side is that we're drawing towards, it's already going to push. It's going to continue to push to whatever that is, depending on whatever earnings is. So it really doesn't affect anything.
Dre, you want to just do a sell stop up for 15 right here in the ES?
At what price?
I don't know, right below lows.
What do you mean? Well,
Right
no,
now.
that's not a trade idea, though. We can't just say I don't know. There's
right now. Just
you can't do that.
Justin said it's going down, so let's just put in a 15 lot and just have it go down.
He did say it's going down.
What are you looking? What are you looking?
I'm just saying sell stop at like 50.82.
If you want to sell 82s, why don't I can sell 84s right now?
Yeah, but there's no guarantee it's going to go down. We want to make sure we get that price as a sign of like
what is going on right now? What are you
trying to get great ideas, dude? That's what I'm trying to do.
What is going on right now? Are we on the same team, Dolby? What are you trying to do right now?
I'm just trying to get. I'm just putting trade ideas out there, man. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do.
I got you.
No, okay, no, we'll do Justin TV, and then we'll just not trade. It'll be great. It'll be totally fine. No one take trades. It's power hour. You should all be done trading.
Dude.
Lock it up, chat. Lock it up.
I'm locking it up.
Lock up the house account too while you're at it, Dre.
I'm getting there. I'm thinking about it, man. I'm thinking about it. You hear this turmoil here, Justin. Team turmoil going on right now.
I'm just sitting here and while I'm gonna do my own thing. I get enjoyment watching you guys though.
Appreciate that. 4,500 is a good day. NQ. We are selling off still a little bit. Look to see if we can catch those 73s. You like 73s, Joe? We got 15 minutes. We're not down. 15 minutes left in the day. I know. Reverse bunny. Oh boy, you are on one. What is the? Hey, what's the paint? What's the zone price level? Justin mentioned the 5,094 for the paint roller. You want to talk about that real quick again, Justin? They're taking the the paint roller analogy.
Yeah. So when price displaces, whenever we have a big move, is when an imbalance happens. That's right. That's what a fair value gap is, right? Mm-hmm. So on NQ or on ES, when we have this initial move here, you can see we create this imbalance, right? From the previous wick to this wick, this is just simply a body, right? It's just the body of the candle. So markets do three things pretty much. They hunt liquidity, rebalance equilibrium, and they rebalance inefficiencies. This is an inefficiency. We're most likely going to rebalance. That's the only things that markets do, right? What did we do this morning? We sold off to hunt this sell side level. There's liquidity here. Okay. What else did we do? Then we hunted this buy side level. Okay. What did we also do in this range? We rebalanced to this inefficiency. What did we also do in this range? We took some form of liquidity. We had some sort of manipulation. We took this recent sell side level, then expanded to this internal buy side level. Market's going to continue to do the same things. After this buy side level is taken and we do not displace through this, meaning we do not have a follow through, and we then start to displace inside this range, we're going to rebalance back to this inefficiency that we just left, right? So that's what I'm expecting right now. Now, paint roller analogy is saying now that we're starting to displace, we expect the same thing. I don't expect us to just go straight to this imbalance. I expect us to probably start to slow down like we are right now and then rebalance back into this and then see price go lower. So I want to see a low put in here, work our way back up, trap longs. Everybody says, oh my God, we're going back to new highs. And then we reject this imbalance and then we sell back off to go rebalance to the bigger time frame.
There you go. Thank you for that. Says, give Dolby the house account. He's more fun. Dolby, would you like the house account?
Absolutely not. I know how heavy.
What's the house account?
That account is?
The house account's what I got.
Told you in the green room.
But can I?
It's okay. It's a good question. It's a legit question. The house account is the top step account. It's the account that we use. We trade bigger size for bigger swings, bigger profit targets. Yep. What's up?
Oh, what's the login?
I mean,
oh my God. Honestly, if you know anything about Top Step, it's probably not that hard to actually just log in randomly.
I mean, we can talk. We can talk if you want to do this. I don't think you have a problem. How many? When you paid that 12,000, what was your contract size? What was the lots that you had on that
contracts.
trade? 7. Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's we believe in the people we bring on air. We believe in our funded traders, so we pull levels from our talent, like Dolby, like yourself, the Hogues, the Isaacs, Dick T's, so on and so forth, Dakotas, Jay Cooks, and what have you. And we pull levels from them, and we trust in them. And so much, not only do we back them in their trading, that we're going to put trades on kind of their behalf, on the house's behalf. So that's kind of the thought process behind that. No one else is doing that because we make real trades with real accounts. Real P&Ls here. There's no fake, nothing around here. So just want to show what Top Step's about. Make sure we keep the spotlight on us because ain't no one else doing what we do. So that's pretty much what's going on with the house account. We got about 13 minutes left in the session. Keep in mind, Apple earnings after the bell. We do have non-farm payroll tomorrow morning before the bell, 7:30 Central. What time are you up in the mornings there, Justin? You're all the way out in the west there.
Normally an hour before open, so I'll wake up at like 6:30. Market opens 7:30 here.
Yeah, it's not crazy.
Wow.
But yeah.
That's early.
It was nice in Sardinia, right? I bet you didn't mind those hours.
Yeah, it was really nice. Yeah, because I just get the morning to do anything, and then market opens at like 3:30 on the afternoon.
Oh.
It was great.
Good life.
Also get to trade London too.
Yeah, yes you do. Very cool. All right, Dolby. Well, we're gonna go sell those 82s. We can sell 85s right now if we want. Does Justin have a YouTube? Yes, he does. We'll post that one more time.
I do have YouTube. A lot of great content, all for free. If you want to learn, it's literally all at your disposable.
I'll throw it in there for you. I'll throw it in there for you right now. Boom, there you go. Yeah, I guess the short was selling ES capped at 5,100 in support of the FOMC low of 50.50. See what happens tomorrow, Dan Tran. Yeah, those 5,100s were the level. Isaac, you had the right idea. You had the right idea with the short. That's just
good 5-minute range. We talked about that 5-minute range, and either it breaks up or it breaks down. Just broke down. So that's part of the game with trading ranges, is trying to figure out what direction and what bias you have for that trade. I think Justin made some really good points about that being an expensive long, because it was kind of top of range, at least in my vocabulary it was top of range. So it's an optimistic expensive long, and I'm kind of glad we pulled it.
Yeah,
because he made some good points. So it was totally fun
for sure.
Still holding some higher lows though.
Yeah, wasn't the worst idea. I saw what you saw there, Dolby. Uptrend, but we do break these trends here in power hours sometimes. Which happened here? Please ask Justin, what time frame do you usually frame your narrative from? Also, what validates or invalidates an FVG for you?
Fair value.
Fair value gap. Yes.
So bias depends on a lot of things. So again, like I said, price is completely fractal. So if I'm looking to take a trade on a 1 minute or a 5 minute, a lot of the time my bias is going to be on like a 15 minute, 30 minute. If I'm taking a trade on like a 1 minute or a 15 second, my bias is like a 5 minute, 15 minute, right? Because it all depends on the model. Price action is price action. If I was going to show you this chart right here, this right here, but there was no indication of what the time frame is, you could say this is literally anything. It's a 1 minute, it's a 5 minute, it's a 50 minute. It's the exact same thing on every single time frame. So every model that happens is going to be the exact same thing either way. So a lot of the times how I trade is I'll have an initial weekly bias, which is basically saying, okay, where does the daily candle want to expand to, right? For whatever my daily bias is, where do we want to expand to? Where's the market drawing towards? And then I'll zoom in and I'll find whatever my intraday bias is. So I'm saying, okay, if my daily bias is bearish, for example, right? And let's say New York opens and there's some sort of swing high, right? I want to see some form of manipulation to happen in the opposite direction of whatever the draw and liquidity is, to then target whatever the draw is. So I want to see a stop rate or some sort of swing high get taken in the opposite direction before continuing towards whatever the
One sec, Justin. 1 sec. We got some breaking. 1 sec.
We got some light things here. Light, not too much today, not too exciting. MOC imbalance, 131 million on the buy side. 131 million.
All right, Justin, please finish that thought. People we're really interested in that, in answering that. Yeah, what are you pulling up there, Justin?
Right now, I'm just watching. Again, I can't take a trade until I see some sort of amount. So right now, again, this is just the initial displacement move, right? So a lot of people are like, oh my God, I'm going to miss out on shorts. Blah, 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 blah. This is just the initial displacement. So we can continue to sell off here, but I still am going to expect a rebalance into either this imbalance or some sort of manipulation. So we could say we either rebalance now or we have an initial move lower, create another imbalance here, have something like this, and then see something, and then I'll look to see an opportunity here. But right now, it's waiting. I'm waiting for every price and time to align.
Yep. Both the trade ideas we didn't do seem to be the right play for the time being.
Yeah, another nice 5-minute range getting set up. Ripe for opportunities.
Alonzo's 130 million. What was it? Buy side? Buy side. 131 million buy side. Alonzo.
That's real small.
Yeah, that's nothing, boy. People are just exhausted. Markets are exhausted. Pull that pork, Gino Max says. Soon enough, we'll get back to Dolby Time going pulled pork. I can sense it.
I'm itching.
We need to get back. Yeah, we need to get back to everyone personal, having their own personal accounts.
Nope, we're trading the house account, Trey.
I know.
We're gonna make this count so much money that something will happen.
Big things popping. I like it. Big things pop.
I mean, I'm kind of surprised buyers have held up as well as they have. I thought they would have pushed. I thought sellers would have pushed price a lot further down faster, and they've just been maintaining this kind of higher low upward trend line. For now. Maybe something nasty comes in the last couple minutes here.
Mm-hmm.
I've said this before. I mean, like when you have these kind of news weeks, it feels much more like you're trading what other traders are interpreting news to be.
Right.
And it's kind of an awkward game.
Yep, got about 6 minutes left. Justin, thank you again for joining us here on Fast Markets. The people love you in chat. We love you here at Top Step. You're a good sport, man. Great trading ideas. We are inviting you to come on Fast Markets here, so we'll talk to you behind the scenes.
I'll
something
check.
up like that.
I'll check. Yeah.
We'll talk to you about that. That'd be a lot of fun. A little more opportunity there in the mornings, but we have seen a lot of profits here in Power Hour just today. Like James Sager says, everyone's waiting. Dolby Time, I think you got your level 2 back. Refresh if needed. Welcome, Tim.
Oh, look at that.
New person. Better get you a topstepX account there. Justin, if you're willing to switch on over. I think we're recruiting over here to Top Step. Come on, Top Step team here, Justin. Something tells me you're a solo lone wolf type of guy, though. So
I think trading you have to be.
I agree.
I think
thoughts on team trading, Justin? Justin, what are your thoughts on team trading?
I think it's terrible.
Moving on. Yeah.
But it's and I'll let me explain why. Like trading is a personal conviction thing. Like you will never have confidence in yourself if you're trading with other people, because just like when me, Dolby are on here and he has an idea, I have an idea, and then you second guess your idea because somebody else is saying something different, you never end up building confidence in yourself. So it's you might want to hang out with your friends, like, oh my God, it's like playing fucking Fortnite with your friends online. It's like it's a business. You got to treat it like a business. And having a big part of that business is building a extreme level of conviction with whatever your model is. I know exactly. One of the questions was, Justin, how are you so patient? I know exactly what I'm looking for, and I'm not going to take anything until I get what I'm looking for.
Right.
So that's a big part of it as well. You have to have alone time to actually build conviction, because so many people, like a big problem I had when I first started trading is I would go on Twitter, see what other people are thinking, see what other people's biases are, and then it would conflict in whatever I was thinking. And then I never actually improved because I'm getting all this intel from other people and I never actually built confidence in what I thought.
I like you, man.
We did get I first off totally agree with Justin. I think team trading is extraordinarily difficult, and for me it's the latency. You have to be able to make quick decisions, and I think that's very hard to do in team trading. And I think owning the trade and taking responsibility is crucial to developing as a trader. Like if I want to take a long and I feel confident about it, and Justin thinks it's a shit trade, then I just need to own it. And just now it's a me against him thing, and I have to believe in myself, and he has to believe in himself, and then that's how we grow as traders, even if I'm wrong. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
There is we got a post for hashtag Power Hour.
Hit us.
If you're that available, I'd love to show it. We only got one, but it is, I believe, high quality. Ah, yes, here we go. Top Step Power Hour, best viewed in Macho Vision.
Oh,
Man ahead of
yeah,
his time.
brother.
Time traveler
Oh,
or the
yeah,
most
brother.
prolific visionary of a lifetime?
Oh, yeah. There it is. Macho
yeah.
Man. Justin, do you
ahead
know
of
who
the
the guy on the
curve.
right is? Justin, do you have any idea who that guy on the right is?
Isn't he a bodybuilder?
He is a bodybuilder in a way, but that is Macho Man Randy Savage. That is a pro wrestler.
Gotcha.
That guy was roided out of his mind, man. That guy was a piece of work.
I think a lot of them. Yeah. I think sports in general in the 70s and 80s were kind of fast and loose, Trey.
What do we got?
5-minute range looks really good here.
Yeah, it does. We also got 2 minutes left on the day before we shut it down. Dolby time with the shades. What's the background today, Dolby?
Oh, sorry. It is, Mom, is there really such thing as a perfect man? Of course, dear. They're called drummers. Shout out to all the drummers out there who enjoy beating on the skins. Drum skins.
You didn't know Dolby is a very proficient drummer.
What kind of music do you listen to, Dolby, that you like drums?
I play everything from like death metal to punk.
Do you like Deftones?
And I do, actually. Yeah, I grew up with a lot of
Deftones.
90s.
I think they're doing well, though.
Alternative was super good. Actually, I used to work at the Riviera and the Vic Theater, so I've actually seen the Deftones twice. And the first time I saw them, it's kind of a quick story. It was at the Riviera, like 3,000 person stadium seating, and it was the last show of the year at the Riv, and they don't have air conditioning. And the last show was in April, and it was 90 degrees. The humidity was, I would say, 110%. It was literally raining from the ceiling. It was so hot. All the dudes were shirtless, and everyone wanted to drink water. It was insane. A lot of fun. Miss those days.
Here we go. So we see the ladder get real thick. See bids and offers come in, and the size will come in. We got about 60 seconds left in the session. Eddie, you got bell outro, like we always do, my man. Great day today. Shout out to all the bellers. Everyone that stuck with us today. It was a pretty good trading day. I think you made some money. Justin, as always, absolute pleasure having you on. You are a good time. You're a good sport. Enjoy your time back in Miami and wherever your travels might take you. Your young trading journey, man. Enjoy it while you're young. Not hitched to anything. Making that money, man. It's the best time ever. So truly enjoy it. It's a pleasure having you on.
Appreciate you, of course.
Yeah, man. These are the good times.
It only goes downhill from here.
It gets better.
Andre, what's going on? What's going on?
Nothing's going on. I just I remember being a trader. I remember being a trader in my early 20s with all the money, no responsibility. Just endless possibilities. Let's put it that way. Oh, the times are good. We got 15
Now you have the house account.
Oh, nice bounce in this ES.
Now I have all the responsibility. That was a nice bounce. Now I have all the responsibility. We are
really held up.
So that's ES and NQ rebalancing. So now it's watching to see the reaction, but
you nailed it, Jay Cook. You nailed it. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Eddie, take this away. Justin, thank you so much, man.
Of course.
I'm going to take everybody away. Get in the trunk. All right. I hope you had a good day. I had a good day. Very tradertainment, very educational. And, of course, yes, I learned something here today. And, Justin, thanks for being with us here. And I still say that you're trading in Amsterdam. That's what I think. You're in Amsterdam with the red light going on.
I know. That's what Dolby was saying, too. He said, you're in the red light district?
Yeah. Very,
He took my joke. All right. Well, hey, tomorrow, yes, breakfast is going to be very hearty. We do have meat on the bone. Yes, we do. We got that hourly earnings, 7:30 Central Time. And we do have the non-farm payroll. That's the biggie for the play. We've got some other ones. Unemployment rate is coming up. We got a lot at 7:30. So get to bed early. You're going to need total focus tomorrow if you want to trade early. Scrolling down here at about 8:45, we got our global PMI, global service PMI, ISM, non-manufacturing at 9. And we do also have the 9 o'clock PMI, non-manufacturing ISM for April. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We also got a 12 o'clock high noon, the Dusty Baker, Howard Hughes oil rig count. Baker Hughes rig count. That's going to be at 12 o'clock high noon. And scrolling down here, of course, every Friday we have our CFTC. Those do come out very minor, and that'll be it. But otherwise, taking a look at our all-star menu for Friday. Tomorrow's going to be Friday already. My God, the 3rd of May. Join us here at 8 o'clock Central Time. Hogan and myself will get the machine started, fire that up for opening call. And Fast Markets, we've got Andre Hogue, Coach Jay, and Coach Dakota. You can't miss that one. Mark your clocks, calendars, sundials, whatever you mark. Don't be late for that one. 11 o'clock here, Andre. And what the Tuck? Yes, it's Peter Tuckman. Going to be here with Andre, and JD and Hogue will be joining Andre right after that. Be here for our top quiz with Anne Marie, and I gave you a hint in the chat. One of the questions will be about Randy the Macho Man Savage. So do your due diligence, search, and get your knowledge about the man, Randy the Macho Man. Group coaching, JD and Robert, and we will be having the strategy lab with Anne Marie. Dolby Hogan, Coach Jay will be joining her there, and end this wonderful week of camaraderie, friendship, and trading. Andre Dolby, yes, the dynamic duo will be back with Zach Anthony. We're going to have Zach with us here to end the day. So it is time. Yes, it is family time. Log off. All right. Shut everything down. Go enjoy the family. They're waiting for you. I can hear them from here. Get some rest, re-energize. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Oh, and by the way, don't forget about today is Thursday. Dakota, 8 o'clock. We're going to have slow markets with Dakota here at Top Step. And of course, right after this, we do have Coach Jay and Coach Paul for At the Buzzer. And we will be having also Coach Ray at 6 o'clock, Coach Vince at 7. And then once again, slow markets with Dakota. So until we meet again, stay safe, stay well. My name's Eddie Horn. This has been Top Step TV.
The markets are closed.